38 By the early 1970s, 1 out of every 5 adult male workers in the southern provinces was employed as a mine laborer in South Africa. 39 To die north of the River Save, in central Mozambique, the Portuguese state leased out huge tracts of land to British, German, French, and Swiss concessionary companies, which established plantations for sisal, copra, sugar, and tea. 40 The concessions were made in the period of the Scramble, between 1888 and 1894. At a time when Portugal was claiming all of Central Africa and was afraid of losing it, large-scale concessions provided a facade of effective occupation so as to hold on to as much of Africa as possible. The most successful and longest-lived of the concessionary companies was the Mozambique Company, controlled by British financial interests from the first decade of the century to 1941. Withdrawing from all direct economic activity, the company became successful based mainly on its ability to supply contract labor to sub-concessionary employers. One statistic will suffice to illustrate how widespread the practice of contract labor was in areas under company control. An average of 86,000 laborers were contracted BTWEE in 1912 and 1916, amounting to at least 25% of the population of the area. The length of the contract was 3 months in 1917 but went up to 6 months a decade later. In the first phase of Portuguese rule, 1880 to 1926, the concessionary companies were given political and administrative powers in the central and the northern regions. These included powers to extract forced labor from the peasantry. With the installation of the fascist regime of Antonio Salazar in 1926 and a turn to economic nationalism, there was a marked shift in Portuguese policy. Foreign companies were henceforth restricted to the central region, but a concession still included control over labor supplies in the locality. As it assumed political and administrative powers that had previously been company prerogatives, the Salazar state introduced the forced cultivation of cotton in both the center and the north, mainly to supply raw materials for the expanding textile industry in Portugal. After 1930, the peasantry of the north was no longer a 154 major source of labor for plantations in the center. I will later detail the regime of forced cotton cultivation that led to the development of a cash-cropping peasantry in the north. The competition for labor intensified in the 1940s with the arrival of settler farmers. Unable to compete with wages offered by South African mines, settlers too came to depend on the provision of forced labor. The colonial state mediated the resulting contradiction by making a distinction between two forms of coerced labor, contract and zibalo, the former mainly for concessionary companies, the latter mainly for settlers. Unlike with contract workers, availing zibalo labor was the responsibility of the local state. Ex regulo Edward Moses Timena described the system. The regulo usually received a list handed down by the administrator of Manhica with the number of men and women needed for zibalo. The demand varied from months to years. Although the list sometimes included labor for public works, more often in the case of Ilha Mariana, zibalo labor meant hard labor on private settler farms. 42 Officially, zibalo labor was defined as a 6-month obligation to labor outside the family holding. To recruit this labor, the regulo was helped by native police known as sipayas. Although considered mainly a male obligation, women held responsible for the forced cotton crop were not always immune from it. When the shortage of labor was acute, as during harvest and weeding times, women too were roped in. Only those natives defined as evolved farmers, persons who could combine a minimum access to productive wealth with a connection to the regulo and the Portuguese administrator, were exempt from the demands of zibalo labor. Even though cross-border labor migrants were officially exempt from zibalo labor when they returned home between contracts, in practice this was not always honored. It was not unusual for migrants to reach home at the end of a contract, only to spend the 7-month period in the fields and swamps hiding from the regulo and the African police force, making it difficult for them to assist family farming. 43 Contract work was stimulated by tax, It took an ordinary contract worker in the Inhambane district 95 days to earn the money with which to pay his annual tax in 1917. A person was free to contract an employer of his or her choice, but failure to do so opened the prospect of a forced contract, or worse still, correctional labor, forced labor paid at a rate even lower than contract labor, meted out to all those who had committed an offense, such as non-payment of taxes, evasion of contract labor, or simple vagrancy. On top of this, every person was liable to perform service for the central state, in public works, in the police, or as a carrier. The last was the most dangerous. Peen example, of the 25,000 carriers recruited for the campaign against the Germans, only 5,000 returned to their villages. When 155. Not in government service, an African had to carry a passbook, Adernita, which recorded his labor and tax obligations. To move from the district, he needed both the permission of the chief and a passbook that was in order. In all instances, the state provided the legal and institutional framework for forced labor. 44 The 1899 Code held all Africans, male and female except those under 14 and the old liable for work. The 1928 Code introduced limits to the liability of women but specified that Africans had a moral and legal obligation to work. They could exercise a recognized trade or profession, cultivate on their own account land of a specified extent, or contract themselves to an employer. Once in a while the central state introduced a law specifically designed to boost coercive practices under cover of legality. Thus, for example, Decree No. 5076 of March 20, 1943 stated, "Any natives who have not paid taxes for any years up to the present must pay off the shortfall by means of corrective labor." In terms of the law currently in force 45 The differences between colonial powers stemmed both from the situation each faced on the ground and from the difference in the resources each could command. This latter fact clearly set the British, with a global imperial reach, apart from the rest. Faced with an acute labor shortage, the British could turn to a populous and older colony like India. There can be no doubt, stated an official report on turn-of-the-century emigration from India, that indentured immigration has rendered invaluable service to those of our colonies in which, and the emancipation of the Negro slaves, the sugar industry was threatened with ruin, or in which a supply of steady labor has been required for the development of the colony by methods of work to which the native population is averse. 46 The emigration of indentured Indian labor lasted for close to a century, roughly from 1840 to the 1920s. In the first phase, from 1842 to 1870, more than 500,000 indentured laborers were sent to various colonies, both British and French, Mauritius 351, 4010 THERWEST Indian Islands 7021 British Guinea 79, 691 Natal 6, 448 Trinidad 42, 519 French Colonies 31, 346 Jamaica 15,169 These figures do not include the flow of indentured labor to the sugar plantations of Natal. That flow began in 1860, was suspended between 1866 and 1874 during the Depression linked to the American Civil War, and was then resumed until 1911, when public protest in India led to its suspension. 47 So pervasive was coercion in the colonies that even wage labor was framed by restrictive legislation, marking it semi-coercive. In all British colonies, the central state regulated relations between employers and 156 workers through local masters and servants' ordinances. Modeled on 18th-century British laws, these defined leaving or quitting work before the end of a contractually stipulated period as desertion, a punishable crime. In 1929, for example, the number of Africans charged and convicted in Kenya under the Masters and Servants, or similar, ordinances was higher than in any other British colony in equatorial Africa. In fact, the numbers of those charged were nearly 3 times, and those convicted nearly twice, the figures for Nyasaland, the colony second highest on the list. 48 The difference lay in the fact that Kenya was a settler colony in which the central state undertook to facilitate the labor requirements of local white employers as it did in South Africa, and as did the French, the Portuguese, and the Belgians for concessionary companies and settlers operating in their colonies. The system of labor recruitment and control in Kenya, argues Bruce Berman, was probably the harshest of any British colony in West or East Africa. 49 A native registration ordinance forced all African men between the ages of 15 and 40 to register with the administration and carry a passbook, KIPMI, which included space for employers to record the duration of employment, type of work, and wages received. The use of penal sanctions against the breach of labor contracts was upheld by all colonial governments. When a Labour Party government was in office, from 1929 to 1931, Lord Passfield, Sidney Webb, urged its abandonment. The response from the governments of East and Central Africa was one of firm opposition. All of them considered penal sanctions essential to the maintenance of the labor force. 50 How can one reconcile this state of affairs with the well-publicized fact that statutory forced labor was abolished, in British colonies after the First World War, in French colonies after the Second World War, and in Portuguese colonies in 1961? There were two reasons that coercion could continue as practice even if it was abolished by law. First, modern civil law in indirect rule colonies was presumed to apply to the domain of the modern civic power only, not to the customary practices of native authorities in the local state. In other words, so long as it was passed off as customary, the regime of force continued. Jean Chouret-Canale quotes a circle commander writing to the local magistrate on January 12, 1948, 2 years after the abolition of statute labor, subject, refusal to obey the canton chief. The accused 9 names follow have refused to obey the canton chief of the village of Nzapa, Diizamakenton, who asked them to maintain and clear the paths. I shall be grateful if you will apply the sanctions provided in Articles 471 and 474 of the Penal Code for their opposition to duties involving the canton and its chiefs. 51 In other words, even if statute labor was abolished, the customary obligation to obey the chief was not. 157. Customary labor historically sanctioned by and undertaken for the village community but now compulsory for the local authority, usually calculated as 1 day in a week, continued to be the practice in all colonies regardless of reforms in the modern law, and it continues to be the case today. In Zaire it goes by the name of Salongo. In Uganda it is called Bulangi Bwansai, in Rwanda, Bumugunla / in Zambia, Bumulisa, in Malawi, Thanjayuta, and in Swaziland, Imaimo. When an emergency struck or when development so warranted, it was not unusual for native authorities to demand more than customary labor. In the Kilimanjaro district in the Tanganyika of 1930, a chief instructed a baraza, a large public gathering, that all males were to go to Himo and dig the Himo irrigation channel, warning that if anyone failed to comply, his goat would be taken, slaughtered, and eaten by those who had done the work. If a man had no goat, he would get 15 strokes in public, 52 in some places. As in other parts of Tanganyika, no such pre-colonial custom existed. In 1926, after consultation with the elders of the various tribes living in Tanga district, the district commissioner informed his superior that no native custom exists whereby any native can be required by tribal authorities to work without pay either in the maintenance of roads in his neighborhood, or in any other kind of work, since the construction and maintenance of roads were in the past regarded as a menace to tribal safety, and yet such a custom of unpaid road maintenance was instituted by the Ger Mans. Since this custom was a great benefit to all, he recommended that it should be continued. Similarly, the district commissioner of the nearby district of Handani recommended to his superior, this time in 1956, that the Handani Native Authority had decided to pass rules requiring that all able-bodied men, excepting persons in permanent and regular employment such as chiefs, teachers, personal servants, etc., may be called upon by their native authority to give up to 30 days free labor per year on essential public works which the native authority will be carrying out for the benefit of their people. 53. Rarely did a countrywide statute from the central state stipulate forced labor as a requirement. The exceptions were to be found in settler colonies, for example, the Native Authority Ordinance in Kenya, which required every adult male to do 6 days of unpaid labor every 3 months. 54. The practice in non-settler colonies was for forced labor to be the subject of native authority bylaws, rules. From considering force an African custom, it was but a short step to considering Africans as accustomed to force as, sad, a European may be to reason. So prevalent was this notion that at times even a doctor, whose job it was to reduce human pain, took to force to secure compliance from patients, in the process consoling himself of its morality, since force would be 158. Applied by a customary authority with a traditional right to do so. List 10, for example, to a doctor who worked for the Huilres du Congo Belge in the industrial villages from 1927 to 1930, when I felt that it was necessary to whip someone I ordered a native chief, a decorated chief, to do it because he had that right toward his subjects. 55. The tendency was to work out a face-saving and conscience-soothing compromise between otherwise conflicting demands of morality and convention. Force might be used if force was necessary, but it should be employed as far as possible by customary authorities, not white Coloradonizers. Let the Boer engage in whatever repression he judges necessary. The French governor counseled his field officers in Senegal, but you will not accompany the Boer to Diahine when he goes there to punish his subjects. 56. Second, the fact of compulsion was relativized by presenting the subject with a choice between two compulsions, forced labor and forced crops. Thus, when charges of forced cultivation of cotton in Uganda were laid before the London-appointed Ansbigor Commission of 1925, Die Central State released a copy of the following telegram from its chief secretary to the provincial commissioner of Western Province to back up its claim that peasants grew cotton of their own free will. I am directed by the governor that the line to be adopted is not one of definite pressure towards cotton production. Natives to be informed that 3 courses are open: cotton, labor for government, labor for planters, but no attempt is to be made to induce them to choose any one in preference to the others. Only one thing to be made clear, that they cannot be permitted to do nothing, and can be of no use to themselves or the country. Inform Dcim Barrera accordingly. 57. Unlike forced labor, the compulsion to grow crops was seldom the subject of international interest or debate. Yet it was widespread in the Coloradonese. Forced crops need to be understood in the context of an agriculture from which surpluses have been constantly extracted but to which very little has been returned in the form of improved inputs, whether implements of labor, seeds, or fertilizers. The result is a simple arithmetical equation: to increase the agricultural surplus is simply to increase the input of labor in cultivation. In the short run, however, the quantum of peasant labor tended to be fixed, since the size of the peasant population was a given. Given this constraint, the only way to increase the production of export crops was to shift labor from producing food for local consumption to producing industrial crops for export. Not surprisingly, to effect this shift force was necessary. Once the application of force was successful and export production increased, however, there was just as sure a drop in food production. Sooner or later such a shift would reach us. 159. As famine. The colonial response, once again, was to apply force to effect a further shift, this time not from export to food production, but from protein-rich and labor-intensive food crops to high-starch but low-labor ones. The antidote to famine was generalized malnutrition. Once again, we can trace the overall regime of forced crops with examples from different countries. The archetypical forced crop in the African colonies was no different from what it had been in the New World: king cotton. Branded on the popular imagination as die setting for New World slavery, the colonial cotton regime that followed the emancipation of slaves in the Americas was not of a remarkably different order. Thus, when the British devised a Grow More Crops campaign in Tanganyika in the midst of die depression of the 1930s, this exhortation was accompanied by considerable use of force. Legal requirements about minimum acreage so cotton to be cultivated were backed up by threats of conscription for those who could not pay tax. 58 During the same depression, the Gover nor of Nias Ulund wrote the Secretary for State urging more punitive measures for breaching tobacco growing regulations. His argument was that obedience needed to be enforced to ensure the moral devil OPM and of the growers. 2 years later, in 1932, 227 peasants were imprisoned for breaches of the tobacco and cotton uprooting rules. 59 The amount of cotton produced in Upper Volta is in direct proportion to the amount of pressure put on the natives by the administration. Robert Bozic, the renowned French industrialist, summed up as the gist of his colonial experience. 60 The proverb that condensed Victorian wisdom with regard to child rearing, spare the rod and spoil the child, was also the dictum that guided official relations with the Coloradonist peasantry. Along the way, there developed a corpus of state literature that lay blame for the low levels of production on the laziness of the African peasant, particularly the male, and the culture that encouraged it. To increase productive labor, a range of social rituals from initiation rites to dances were often circumscribed. We have a remarkable record of the harsh cotton regime in the Belgian colony of Congo, in the words of a Belgian missionary who in 1943 lamented its effects to colonial officialdom. The cycle of forced labor begins with the distribution of cotton seed in October and November. To prepare the cotton field takes heavy labor. The required amount of land must be brought under cultivation. But if there is not enough land in cultivation or if there are some weeds in the field, the official response is a violation, fine, jail, whip. Palm wine drinking parties in which each family in turn invites everyone in, lit clan feasts. We have invented no better way of destroying native customs, a real taboo for the administration, than cotton. The harvest begins in June and calls for great care and constant presence. Picked cotton must be left out in the sun in the village. A little granary with a screen in front of pilings must be built to store it. Large baskets must be procured to carry the cotton to market. The evenings too are busy, for the cotton must be cleaned, dry leaves and other dirt must be removed, as must yellow capsules which did not fully ripen. To make sure the cultivator attends the market on days set in advance, the police come to the village to alert people. Yet the officially set price in the market is low, manifestly inadequate, for in this forced culture, the black takes all the risks. Drought, like this year, plant lice, caterpillars, insects, locusts, floods, poor land, the fluctuation of the world market, our savage has everything against him. But if one is to fully explain the tendency to desert the village, one must take into account the entire regime of forced labor. Let us pass to the public works which the chiefship must carry out every year, keep the village clean, which in administrative terms means the clearing of grass, bushes, and shrubs within 100 meters of the most distant habitation, clear the banks of any watercourse which goes through the village up to 100 meters above and below the village, construct and maintain a prison, clear the trails and local automobile roads, fix up the rest house, construct one or more schools. All this is done before a large force of police who question the intentions of the person in energetic and unequivocal terms. As we see, the native of the interior is badgered, those harsher would say, tracked down like an animal. 61 Equally exceptional is the reply of the provincial commissioner, which gives us a rare glimpse into the level-headed thinking of a white official of the local state, his freedom of action circumscribed by realities on the ground and orders from above. Rather than deny the facts of the case, the commissioner stresses the dual rationale behind the labor regime. First, that the cultivator has available at his disposal not only his own labor but that of the family, including children from their 10th year, and second, that even if the native feels himself oppressed by a condition he does not understand, it is because the charitable conditions that underlie official motivation can become evident only through its long-range effect. This latter explanation is worth reading in full, if we recall that our estimates of the time needed to carry out tasks are, inspired by a normal schedule, but which is scarcely the custom of rural natives, if we consider that agriculture labor does not necessarily require 161. Regularity, that there are empty periods when agricultural activities slow up, if we consider that outside the compulsory crops there are complementary food crops, manioc, sorghum, maize, millet, sweet potatoes, eleusine, beans, it is easy to understand that, in fact, the native is concerned with work almost the whole year and has only rare occasions to move around or to seek pleasures which once formed the essence of his existence. And when the missionary in the letter to which I alluded above says of compulsory crops that they deprive the native of 11 months of liberty, excessive land gauge is certainly evident, but the thought expressed means that the native is no longer to act as he wishes, that is to say, he sees himself more and more obliged to dismiss from his economic, domestic, and social life whims, negligence, and improvidence, and to submit to more and more strict rules of order, perseverance, and work. There is no doubt that the native feels himself oppressed by a condition he does not understand, of which he does not realize the charitable conditions or the long-range effect. But the way followed cannot be abandoned. Cotton purchasing zones had been organized in the Congo from the 1920s on. Each zone pitted a monopoly purchaser against tens of thousands of cultivators. The administration set the rules of the game, that is, the minimum price for the crop and the minimum area each cultivator had to work. This system was extended to palm fruits and rice in the 1930s. When European settlers took over African cooperative dairies in Oriental Province in a later period, it was also applied to milk products. Cotton was not the only colonial crop. Others followed. Sometimes introduced as emergency measures in times of war or depression, they tended to come into general use in the period after. Such was the case with rubber quotas introduced in the French colonies just before the First World War. 62 The simplest way for distributing the quota was for the central state to apportion it to a circle or a district, and then to leave it to the circle commander to instruct and hold the canton chief responsible for fulfilling a given production target under threat of prison or cancellation of their appointments. After the harvest, the produce was often carried on men's heads over dozens if not hundreds of kilometers, weighed at the end of the journey, and paid generally several times lower than the free market prices. André Gide cites the example of a subdivision in French Equatorial Africa in 1926, where the population was taxed 10 tons of millet. 62 Not being growers of millet, they had to march 3 days and purchase it at double the market price. The quota system was convenient and soon came into general use in the French colonies. It was applied to the compulsory cultivation of maize and cocoa palm plantations introduced by Governor Engoulevent on the lower Ivory Coast on the eve of the First World War. And so it was with cotton introduced by F. Boé in Ubangi. 64 For those who tailed. 162. To meet a quota, the lesson came inevitably in the form of a fine, prison or strokes of the manigolo for those who lived near the border of a different colonial power. There was an alternative beyond meeting a quota or learning a lesson for not doing so, to flee across the border. The most conservative estimate of the number of Mossi who fled forced cotton cultivation in Upper Volta, to the Gold Coast is 100,000. It was estimated that in the years 1953 to 55 between 300,000 to 400,000 persons had fled from the inland French colonies of Niger, Upper Volta, and Mali to Ghana, and certainly many more to Nigeria, making up 40% of the labor force on plantations and 16% of the number of traders in the region. 65 Whereas the British preferred to assign a compulsory quota, for example, an acre of cotton, to every peasant household, and the French apportioned collective quotas pyramid fashion top-down through a rise of intermediaries, the Portuguese generally left it to the concession companies to supervise the quota system. Take the example of the Nisa Company in the northern region of Mozambique, a thinly populated area colonized only after the First World War. We have already seen that the peasantry of the north, like the one in the center, was subject to forced labor in company-owned plantations in central Mozambique in the first period of Portuguese rule. In the 1930s, the Portuguese introduced forced cotton cultivation throughout Mozambique. The system weighed particularly heavily on the northern region, where the cotton campaign was organized by the Nisa Company. In every locality, suitable land was selected, cleared, and demarcated into plots, ma.cha.mbas, for which a specified individual would be responsible. The plots were graded. In 1947, the largest one measured 1.2 hectares, and the smallest, to be worked by a woman over 36 years of age, 0.2 hectare. The cycle of planting cotton, weeding, and picking was often supervised stage by an official. It was estimated that in 1944, 791,000 people were involved in cotton growing alone in Mozambique. Many of them were likely to be women, since men would have been dragged off for zibalo, forced labor. 66 The result of the shift from food to export crops was often an acute food shortage. Cotton in the company organized Mocambas in Mozambique, for example, seems to have absorbed an average of 150 days in a year. The predictable result was periodic and devastating famines. Faced with this dilemma, officialdom tended to seek a solution through a further shift in the production plan of peasant households, once again by force, except this time from growing protein-rich and labor-intensive crops like samzim or millet to planting starch-filled and low-labor crops like cassava. This is why administrative decrees that specified the crops. 163. Peasants must grow on how much land were not confined to export crops, they ranged from export to food crops. The same concession companies that organized compulsory cotton production in Mozambique also marked out Mocambas for food crops. The one reason they all had in common was the prevention of famine and thereby a crisis in export production. This cycle can be traced in British colonies. As administrative pressure succeeded in increasing export production in the early decades of Colonialism, there followed disastrous famines leading to major population losses. The pendulum then swung to the other extreme, as one colony after another instituted a food policy of district self-sufficiency combined with the compulsory cultivation and storage of famine crops. The politics of district food self-sufficiency has been documented by Nyangabiaki Bizarra with respect to the district of Bunyoro in Uganda. 67 The point of food self-sufficiency was not to increase the level of food consumption to improve the health of producers, rather it was to even out periodic food shortages by cutting back on consumption in better times. To meet the needs of any localized shortage, a conference of district commissioners in 1935 called for communal granaries to be set up. Regulations passed in 1946 required every household to set up individual husband granaries. Chiefs were ordered to stop all women from going to areas where economic crops are grown, for such a move decreases food crops. All women, the instructions continued, must remain at their homes and grow much food crops. The district commissioner was clear that the campaign to increase food production must be waged through propaganda and education, it must on no account take the form of increased prices. But if increased food production was not to be a response to market incentives, it would have to be decreed administratively. Without higher incomes and improved technology, however, increased output could be obtained only by shifting to less labor-intensive crops. That shift had become so commonplace by 1952 that even the district team and planning committee noted that the people of Bunyoro grew a larger and better variety of food crops 10 or 20 years ago than they do now. Minimum acreage laws for specified crops, food as well as export, were the usual stuff of direct administrative intervention in free peasant agriculture. Even though carefully supervised by an ONRHE ground agent of the central state, such as the district commissioner, it was usually given legal effect by a native authority by law. Often the center did no more than suggest. It was left to the relevant native authority and to the district commissioner under whose charge it operated to translate a suggestion into specific rules. In December 1951, for example, the provincial commissioner in Tanganyika, suggested that native 164. Authorities might require any person to cultivate land to such crops as will secure an adequate supply of food for the support of such person and those dependent upon him. A local government memo 1954 declared that whenever there is or is likely to be such shortage of food in an area, the relevant native authority may issue a bylaw requiring any able-bodied male native to work on public works, including irrigation works, or to cultivate land, to such reasonable extent as the native authority may direct. The response of the native authority in the district, Mamdani, was to pass a bylaw in 1956 requiring that every house owner has to have 1 acre of cassava planted or 2 acres once a year of sorghum. Then it added, he who fails to do so will have 3 months imprisonment. 68. One outcome of administrative coercion was that even the most technical of personnel in the local state tended to take on police duties. The book Mazbamba, agricultural assistant, in colonial Tanganyika was more like a crop inspector who told peasants what, how, and when to grow on how much land. Similarly, the agricultural agents whose task it was to supervise the production cycle in industrial villages in interwar Belgian Congo were inundated by circulars and letters forever complaining about the slow growth in production. They would soon exhaust the legal means of forcing natives to work harder. The result, the agricultural agent has become a policeman, fulfilling his duties without conviction and with resignation. 69. Not surprisingly, when anti-colonial mobilization swept free peasant areas, it was seldom through agitation against the central state. Its driving force everywhere was inevitably the outrage against administrative coercion by officials of the local state, whether the source of that fury was forced crops, forced labor, betterment policies like bench terracing or tie ridging, cattle dipping, or destocking. To preempt our discussion of the post-independence period, we may note that so long as forced crops remained a practice as in Zaire, where the 1969 ordinance stipulated that peasant households cultivate a half-acre of cotton and another half-acre of cassava, 70 agricultural extension work remained more a matter of coercion than of persuasion. 2 researchers in the Shaba copper belt of Zaire penned the following entries in their diary over a decade. In one village a student reported that peasants consider the agricultural monitoring agent of the police. Charged with agricultural surveillance, his visits result in fines. Peasants often flee when he appears in the village. 1973, 71, and then in 1983. In 1979 an agricultural department official deplored this situation as a hindrance to agricultural development. 4 years later, the policy was still in effect, but the official was gone. Across the border in Rwanda, the situation was hardly different. 72 For there, too, since colonial times, the agricultural extension officers, moniteurs agricoles, in the communes, enforced various niles regulating agricultural production, digging anti-erosion ditches on hillsides, proper planting and care of coffee trees, installation of compost piles, pruning of banana plantations. There, too, anyone who ignores the regulations is subject to fines. Not surprisingly, the population views the agricultural extension officer as a type of policeman. Forced sales were often a corollary to forced crops, when grown for export. For example, complementary to the administrative compulsion to grow cotton was often its sale to a specified agency, whether a governmental or a private concession company. Perhaps the most elaborate supervisory arrangement devised for export crops was in French colonies with the spread of Sociétés Indigènes de Prévoyance, SIP, native provident societies, in the 1930s. The SIP operated under the ex officio presidency of the local circle commander. It was compulsory for peasant growers to pay membership dues to the SIP, which in turn advanced seeds to members at 25% interest, constructed wells and feeder roads, made loans, and during the Depression of the 1930s assumed responsibility for marketing their produce. 73 Compulsory sales of export crops became a general phenomenon in the British colonies following the Second World War. WHEN statutory marketing boards were set up everywhere. Although justified as institutions designed to stabilize market prices for peasant growers by accumulating surpluses in good times and releasing them when prices were adverse, in practice these marketing boards functioned only to accumulate surpluses, paying growers consistently below the market price, whether the times were good or bad. 74. A note on pastoralists. The relationship between the state and pastoralists merits a separate note for one reason: the end result of compulsions for mobile pastoral populations has been so drastic as to destroy the very basis of a way of life. The African pastoralists are concentrated in arid and semi-arid zones like the Sahel and Horn. In an ecological context where rainfall is not only low but also extremely unreliable with its spread variable, usually concentrated into few rainy days, rain-led agriculture becomes a high-risk activity. The mainstay of productive life is cattle keeping, for unlike crops, which cannot be moved except seasonally, it is possible for herds and herders to move in search of water and pastures. Pastoral populations range from nomads to transloniments. Whereas nomads have no permanent settlement at all, with the entire family moving all the time, transhumans combine a permanent settlement with 166. Mobile cattle camps. The herds in the cattle camp are the backbone of the economy of transhumance, whereas the crop cultivated in the settlements is its necessary complement. 75. Mobility allowed pastoralists access to short-term grasses while conserving wetter, longer-term pastures for the drier season. Pastoral boundaries were thus more ecological than physical, more flexible than fixed. Mobility was the precondition not only for the optimal utilization of resources, but also for their optimal conservation. It was central to the sustainability of a non-destructive pastoralism. I will take the example of one particular population of pastoralists, the mainly transhumant Karamohong of northeastern Uganda, to illustrate how the imposition of a regime of compulsions eroded the basis of an entire way of life in a few decades. 76. Redrawing of boundaries leading to loss of pastures, administrative restrictions on mobility, and confiscation of stock were the three dimensions of an official policy that spelled disaster for pastoralism as a non-destructive way of life. Between 1920 and 1940, herders in Karamojong lost about 15% of grazing land to fellow pastoralists in Kenya whose more fertile pastures had been transferred to white settlers as a result of an official redrawing of external boundaries. 77. Internal boundaries were also redrawn during that same period. On the one hand, district boundaries were redefined to transfer dry season pastures to surrounding agro-pastoral populations, Tizo and Lango. On the other hand, a clear separation was made between counties inside Karamoja. Border areas between counties were declared no man's land, a cordon smit as each tribe was allocated a county and asked to stay put in it. The final object of official policy was to resettle pastoralists, really to convert them into agro-pastoralists, to pin them to the ground in the interest of maintaining law and order and ensuring an efficient collection of taxes. A new system of administration, comprising a hierarchy of chiefs, was put in place to implement this policy. Confronted with a social order marked by strong community traditions and community sanctions over decision-makers, elders, the colonial power showed a marked preference for appointing marginal men, usually from outside the district, as chiefs. Laws were passed, the 1908 Native Courts Ordinance and the 1919 Native Authorities Ordinance, to give these chiefs a wide range of powers. A chief was not just a civil servant charged with implementing policy. He now had the power to make bylaws affecting his people. He also chaired the clan court, which had the power to impose penalties of up to 2 months' imprisonment. In sharp contrast to the socially defined position of elders, these new functionaries of the Colorado Nile order were unchallengeable from below. By 1919 the chiefs had 167 managed to press into forced labor 40% of the adult male population of the district. 78 it is these chiefs who were ordered by the district commissioner in 1920 to ensure that at least half the adult male population would reside in permanent settlements at any one time to provide an adequate source of labor for the government. The policy H it so dirty at the heart of the pastoral economy that it evoked widespread popular resistance. The high point of that resistance was the killing of a number of chiefs who had shown notable zeal in its implementation. Soon the policy was in shambles, but official efforts to contain pastoralists within fixed and ever-narrowing boundaries now reinforced by a host of measures to quarantine cattle continued. The cumulative result was to erode the mobility necessary for a non-destructive pastoralism. By the 1930s evidence was beginning to pour in of sharp ecological decline as herders grazed their cattle on diminishing pastures. The OFFICHAL response was dual: on one hand, to alienate communities permanently from those natural resources most ecologically threatened, on the other end, to reduce forcibly the stock of herds. The 1940s were a decade of demarcating forests as reserves, and the 1950s of setting apart game land as reserves. Attempts to reduce the numbers of cattle ranged from establishing official markets where prices were set to flush a specified number of cattle out of pastoral kraals to destocking campaigns and outright plunder whereby female cattle were openly confiscated. Denied access to natural resources on which historically they had depended for their livelihood and access they had come to regard as a historical right, communities responded with short-run survival strategies that mounted to no more than a plunder of these resources to meet immediate needs, cutting down forests, abandoning practices that allowed seasonal pastures to rest, and instead grazing them across seasons. Once the relationship between communities and surrounding resources was reversed from custodianship to alienation, the stage was set for a real tragedy of the commons. But even when the crisis was at its sharpest, pastoralists never formed a single, homogeneous mass of victims. Alongside those who resorted to survival strategies faced with an onslaught of compulsions, and finally outright state terror, there was always a minority, however tiny, that turned this same survival impulse of the majority into an opportunity for enrichment. So developed the accumulation strategies of those few who, under cover of the same regime of state terror, offered safety and livelihood to many in return for a combination of services on the grazing ground and the battlefield. These services allowed them simultaneously to raid, graze, and trade, with neighbors and with the forces of the regime. Thus emerged, alongside 168. Consensus building by elders characteristic of pastoral communities, a regime of fire and brimstone organized by competing youthful warlords and camp commanders. 79. Changes in the customary. The customary was not opaque but porous, not stagnant but dynamic. In spite of the solidity of the native authorities and the reinforcing power of the central state, both the dynamism of the market economy and the organized activities of diverse social strata gave the customary a fluid content. However, it is also true that so long as the customary form remained in place, it affected the operation of the market and the initiative of social forces while containing both within a customarily given tribal mold. Because land was considered a tribal asset and access to it a customary right confined to members of the tribe, the first group of persons subject to a levy in return for the right to use land no matter how temporarily were migrant farmers, dubbed strangers. In customary Africa, land may not be bought, but it may be borrowed. Its ownership may not change hands, but its possession can. A practice that began with strangers, borrowing was easily extended to poorer members of the community as the population increased and internal differentiation developed. Although the extent of these practices is difficult to quantify, a number of village-level surveys continue to document their prevalence and growth. Strangers in the Gold Coast were expected to make annual payments, Isacole, to the chief and to the family from whom they borrowed land. 80 Polyhill studies of cocoa farmers in southern Ghana identified three types of strangers, two of these, the patrilineal and the matrilineal stranger farmers, were migrants. 81 Mosi migrants from the central plateau of Burkina Faso were the largest group of strangers farming borrowed land in West Burkina. 82 A field study in the Peanut Basin of Senegal showed that legal prohibition of private land transactions notwithstanding, there was a high incidence of borrowing and lending of land. 83 Borrowing was but the starting point in a process with multiple possibilities. Sharecropping, argues a recent field study from Lesotho, has been a common feature of agriculture in Lesotho for many decades and appears on the way to becoming a commonplace farming strategy. 84 In colonial Kilimanjaro, a farmer may have been unable to sell a title to land, but that did not prevent the transfer of possession for a fee. 88 The circulation of land via borrowing, inheritance, leasing and pledging, concludes a recent COL. 169. Lection entitled Land in African Agrarian Systems, is a key characteristic of flexible indigenous tenure systems. 86 The impact of customary relations on accumulation was contradictory. Inasmuch as it restricted access to strangers and accumulation by them, the customary facilitated the same by kith and kin. Take, for example, the 1975 Land Reform Decree introduced by the Amin regime in Uganda. Claiming to reform the customary in the interest of development, the decree introduced leasehold tenure for those pursuing development, a claim that had to be ratified by district land committees usually made up of local notables. The result was a mishmash of the customary and the leasehold. Leases could be granted on large tracts of land, even hundreds of acres, to those who could establish a customary link to the land in question. With a customarily restricted access substituting for a market transaction, the land title was a usurpation for the peasants displaced from it and a steal for the new owner. Yet the customary form was not simply a mask without relevance. Even if customary ownership did not prevent the transfer of right of use, it did hinder full-scale privatization by lending justification to multiple rights in land. Where land rights could be sold, so long as land was considered a tribal asset, migrant rights remained insecure and migrant populations highly vulnerable. Undergirded by short-run political alliances, property rights remained susceptible to a shift in alliances. The changing content of the customary made for shifting social attitudes to the customary over time. Initially, the powerful, like chiefs, stood for customary tenure. After all, it gave them the right to allocate land for use. In Kilimanjaro in the late 1920s, chiefs viewed any land transfers as a threat to their own powers but then learned to swim with the tide, demanding that all transfers be approved by them to be considered official. Not surprisingly, approval required a gift of gratitude. 87 However, as the weight of market relations increased, the customary turned into a last line of defense for those on the verge of destitution. With the commercialization of agriculture, concludes Martin Chanock in a recent survey, communalism became the rallying point of the economically weak, and was assaulted by the powerful and the development-minded. 88 But the division in attitudes was nor simply between the weak and the strong, or the poor and the rich. It also cut through the poor, separating those who belonged to the tribe from strangers, and often men from women within the same tribe. If migrant laborers saw in the customary their strongest hope for holding onto a land parcel in the home village, so did those land rich who hoped to retrieve borrowed land from stranger farmers. Migrant farmers and women often stood out as victims of customary claims, if migrant farmers were rendered perpetually. 170. Insecure by customary notions of land rights which define them as strangers in a village, so were women when faced with a patriarchally constructed notion of tradition. 89 The division, sometimes on a class basis, occurred just as often along ethnic and gender lines. Post-independence resonances. Swaziland and Tanzania. By the late 50s, a conference organized by the British Colonial Office on African Land Tenure acknowledged the existence of landlord-slash-tenant relationships in the African colonies, varying in character from informal borrowing as, for example, in parts of Tanganyika, through sharecropping agreements to much more sophisticated arrangements with written leases, which are virtually indistinguishable from English leaseholds and which are of frequent occurrence in part of West Africa. Yet the same conference one-sidedly resolved that the traditional systems of land tenure and agricultural practice tended to be static, so that with the introduction of cash crops these systems restrict economic development. 90 In its post-war reform phase, colonial strategy cast the customary as antithetical to development. If tradition was backwardness, then development would have to be induced from without, or at least from above. The two moments of colonial ideology, defense of custom at the point of its consolidation and the promise of development at its point of crisis, were reproduced as separate and contrasting discourses by two very ties of post-independence African governments, one conservative, the other radical. Whereas the former sought to conserve an already gelled apparatus of force, the native authorities, in the name of upholding custom, the latter sought to reform that apparatus so as to remove backwardness and fight tribalism, all in the name of development. The conservative variant reproduced the decentralized despotism characteristic of the colonial state, and the radical reform tended towards centralization. Initially premised on a political and therefore voluntary mobilization, this attempt at reform soon degenerated into a set of administrative decrees. In the process, this attempt to set into motion a revolution from above built on another colonial tradition, administrative justice and fused power. In spite of sharply contrasting self-images and environmental influences, each built on one strand from a common historical legacy, and each was best comprehensible as one distinctive outcome of that legacy. I will briefly illustrate this dual legacy within a shared colonial context through two brief post-colonial examples, Swaziland and Tanzania. 171. The proliferation of a regime of forced compulsions is brought out in several studies on Swaziland and is worthy of detailed consideration. 91 The discovery of huge gold deposits in the Transvaal, including the eastern areas bordering Swaziland, brought a swarm of speculators into the country in the final quarter of the 19th century. Transvaal's fertile soil and rich pastures also attracted settlers who sought land concessions from the Swazi aristocracy, which was all too willing to grant these in return for monetary gain. Between 1885 and 1889, practically the whole country had been concessioned away. Such was the background to its formal annexation by the South African Republic, Transvaal, in 1894. Boer rule was short-lived, however. Following the Anglo-Boer War, Swaziland became a British protectorate. In the face of growing protest against land concessions, British authorities issued in 1904 a proclamation, No. 3, intending to delimit land for sole occupation by the Swazi. In practice, however, the delimitation turned out to be more a recognition of land appropriated by the concessioners than its reappropriation and return to Swazis. In the ensuing 1914 partition, 2/3 of the concessions were converted into freehold, and only 1/3 were returned. Such a drastic loss turned land into a scarce factor and was decisive in the shift from cattle, bride wealth, to land as the basis of chiefly power. It was also a key catalyst to labor migration. The response of the Swazi aristocracy was twofold: to plead with British authorities for a revision of the land partition, and to extort funds from the peasantry for a repurchase of appropriated lands. It is the latter strategy and its consequence that are of interest to our query. The Swazi aristocracy soon discovered a common interest with the colonial state in promoting the flow of labor migrants to South African mines. While the colonial state restructured its tax-collecting apparatus and stiffened the prosecution of defaulters, the Swazi royal house set its own levy on each migrant, amounting to a neat 1/4 of the annual mining wage. 92 Citing the need for cash to buy back ceded lands, the king substituted money for the traditional labor gatherings, imimo, when peasants were required to plow, plant, weed, and reap the harvest to be set aside for official visitors. Soon chiefs followed suit, demanding that peasants wanting access to land pay cash or cattle as kantafes. Kukhanta refers to the process whereby peasants used to pledge allegiance to a chief to get access to land. Soon levy followed upon levy. Forced contributions were now justified by a range of objectives, from building and maintaining schools to civics to other state facilities. 1,4 Newspapers reported threats from chiefs that failure to pay up would result in confiscation of cattle. 91 The original levy had been justified as a continuation of sessionary, the customary way, transmuted from labor to cash because of the need to 172 buy back ceded lands, but tribute labor could not customarily be used for private gain. When asked by a researcher whether this was Siswati, peasants responded by saying, This is the custom today, though not in the past 96 once the Native Administration Act of 1950 had formalized the powers of Tyre monarchy and the chieftaincy. The repurchased lands were allocated at the whim of the king. 97 Furthermore, a developmental initiative institutionalized in the post-World War II period as Tyre Tinkunduln system not only restored tribute labor, but also substantially removed it from the control of the chief to that of the Longs AP points. The Masocht, soldiers, age group in each Tinkungula, ADUS tur of villages, were given a field to cultivate. The Ising appointed an Indvam, a chief, to run an Inkungula, and the Indvuna was now empowered to extract surplus labor from the chiefdoms attached to his Inkbunjala. 98 A field survey carried out in 1990 illustrated how strongly chiefship had been reinforced as a customary institution since 1950. Almost all Swazis who had access to land render tribute to the chief where their fathers lived, though only half keep a house on nation land and only 17% live there exclusively. 99 When contracted by the Swazi state to review the future of traditional land tenure, a South African social scientist recommended that it be maintained at all costs. 100 The right to grant or withhold access to the right of avail, he pointed out, obviously confers a considerable amount of political power on any individual or group that can exercise it. No doubt, Swazi are well aware of this intimate connection between the control over land allocation by traditional authorities and the whole indigenous system of social control. Many are aware that any change towards a system of more individualized tenure would inevitably result in a complete breakdown of the whole existing social order. Asked to contemplate what would happen if individualized tenure were to be introduced, one Swazi observer had no doubt that there would, in fact, be no need of chiefs and tunvunas. If Swaziland reproduced the colonial legacy proper, the Tanzanian experience was anchored more in the post-World War II legacy of colonial reform. If the former was a regime of compulsions highlighted as cus tomari, the latter ended up justifying compulsion as a development imperative. The difference between them was within a shared framework, one of despotism, decentralized in the former case, centralized in the latter. To understand the centralized despotism that the Tanzanian experience turned into, we need to bear in mind that it was the bitter fruit of a failed reform. No doubt the developmentalist text drew its inspiration from various and diverse sources, not least of which was Soviet-style revolution from above. 101 My purpose, however, is to highlight 173. Its historical context and thereby to anchor shifts in ideology and perspective to a changing context. To argue that force was characteristic of colonial administrative policy at all times would be to present a flat and one-dimensional picture. In the face of popular opposition, swings in policy were inevitable. This was as true of the colonial period as it was of the period after independence. As the colonial state sought to broaden the social base for reform in the face of nationalist agitation, the pendulum swung from administrative coercion to market incentives. In social terms, this represented a shift in accent from die masse of the rural poor to rich peasants, the so-called progressive farmers. Promising in 1957 the era of the big stick was over, the Director of Agriculture instructed his staff to stop harassing common peasants and instead to persuade progressive farmers to improve their operations, even if regretting that it would take some time to reorient the agricultural staff towards new methods. 102 But rich peasants could not be invented where they did not exist or were few in numbers. In less than a year after independence, the pendulum returned from persuasion for rich peasants to administrative coercion for the rural poor. 103 At a meeting of all district commissioners in Tanga region in March 1962, the regional commissioner felt that if the people failed to respond to persuasion and exhortation, it might be necessary to resort to coercion. That same year in July, the Mamdani District Council passed a resolution to the effect that any person not participating in development projects should be punished by 6 strokes. Later in October, a government circular noted that since some people were not adequately involved in farming, the central government had decided that the district councils should have bylaws by which these people would be forced to farm. The central government provided district councils with a model bylaw, which stated, any person who contravenes or fails to comply with the provision of these bylaws shall be guilty of an offence and shall be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 500 shillings or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months or to both such fine and imprisonment. By March 1967, 20 out of 58 district councils had bylaws requiring cultivation of 1 acre of a cash crop and 1 acre of a food crop. One bylaw even required that during the planting season everyone should be in the fields from 10 a.m. till 2 r.m. Another local government circular, dated August 1967 and titled Enforcement of Bylaws, stepped up the emphasis on coercion for development. The Ministry of Home Affairs has now agreed that enforcement of local authority bylaws is the concern of the police just as much as is the enforcement of any other part of the written law of the Republic, and that the police will take an active part in enforcing them. 174. Two studies of Handani district in Tanga region, by Engel and von Freyhold, cover the period from independence to the Arusha Declaration and Ijama Vijayini in the late 1960s to the villagization of the late 1970s and give an idea of how central government directives percolated to the ground level. Besides the requirement that individual households cultivate a fixed quota of food and export crop, Handani district set up block farms as part of its development effort. In a block farm, peasants worked communally and were paid communally. Block farms covered both cash and food crops. In 1965 to 66 the emphasis was on block cotton farms, in 1967 to 68 it shifted to block cassava farms. The whole administration of the party state got in gear to realize this development effort. Even contingents of national police were brought in with equipment that allowed them to move freely and rapidly throughout the countryside. Engel. On his part, the area commissioner made use of the 48-hour detention power to discipline the more outspoken opponents. An opposition there was, according to Engel, it was fairly widespread but inarticulate. Among the more revealing protests was an anonymous letter sent to all civil servants, cell leaders, and agricultural field assistants in one ward in Handani district. Its subject was the block farm. First, you never remember the problem of hunger. It is THRC miles to the farm of 3 acres, 1 acre being for the wife. Try to consider at what time shall we cultivate maize? The wife has 3 children, only 2 of whom can walk. Now, when will she walk to the farm? Isn't this development plan causing hunger? It is sad that there have been 2 people taken away, who are youths. Agricultural field assistant, take care of your job. It is not just for you to go all around in the villages chasing people in their farms where they obtain their livelihood, and sending them to the roads arranging them as rail lines. I have more to say but we are citizens of Handani. We are very sorry, therefore agricultural field assistant, and the VO and cell leaders, you take unjust action. If you are tired of your job, you better retire. It is unjust to force people to farm. Tanning is done willingly. As in relieving oneself, one is never forced. It would be a wonder if a person had to be told to go to the WC toilet. Send this letter anywhere in Handani. I am sorry the paper is small and insufficient. One have much to say. 104 The letter was delivered to the district commissioner, but no action was taken. Development continued as a priority, with force as its midwife. In the words of the regional commissioner of Tanga, speaking to a 1967 meeting of district councils, the time of persuading citizens to work for their own benefit is finished. It's necessary from now to enforce them. To work hard. Closer to die ground, a divisional executive officer told a women's self-help group in 1968, what is necessary to get you to work in development projects? Do we have to bring the kiboko and infamous rhinoceros hide whip used since the Germans? Decreeing in a similar vein that henceforth people would have to work every Saturday on a road construction project, a community development officer introduced himself as follows: I am new to this area, so it will be useful if I tell you something of my character. I am not a kind and polite man, I am cruel. If I see that government orders are not obeyed, I will know where to find you, and how to punish you. I do not care if you hate me, for me it is only important that the orders of the government are fulfilled. I know you are truly blind, otherwise you would have appreciated more the progress that staff have brought to Colombia. Now we are going to make you rise from a long sleep. I have a strong medicine for this job, we will give it to all lazy people. It is better than the poison which you use when you want to kill somebody. 105 In the decade that followed the proclamation of the Arusha Declaration in 1967, the local state resurfaced as the true locus of on-the-ground coercion. How effective decentralized coercion could be in a post-colonial state is illustrated by a glance at the transition from ujamaa to villagization in rural Tanzania. In 1967 a local government circular confirmed that the police would henceforth take an active part in enforcing local authority bylaws, which was easier said than done, for there were hardly any police in the rural areas. A regional or area commissioner could exercise the option of calling upon the field force, a special riot police, but this was not a realistic possibility at the village level. Yet even if without police, a village was sure to have a Tanu Youth League, TIL, branch with many of its members drawn from frustrated local youth. The TIL was used in 1967-68 to administer the right dose of coercion so that the first ujamaa villages could be set up in Mamdani district. Von Freyhold describes a typical operation. The interesting point is that the authorities at the center of the party state resisted this trend to coercion. Once they got to know that the field. 175. 176. Force had been brought in to coerce peasants to move into ujamaa villages. The Central Committee of the party called a halt to all use of force in implementing ujamaa. By the middle of 1969, most of those responsible for the use of force had been transferred. The period after shows the return of initiative from party to state and central to local authorities as peasants resisted persuasion. At first village authorities used administrative pressure, short of outright violence. Even though the local rate had been abolished, it was announced that tax arrears would be collected but only from those who had not moved into ujamaa villages. In some cases, extensive land rights were granted to residents of ujamaa villages only, thereby turning outsiders into squatters. Yet another way to increase pressure was to channel aid, usually medicine or water, selectively only to those in ujamaa villages. Matters got more serious when famine intervened, and famine relief was selectively distributed only to residents of ujamaa villages. One villager summed up the new situation. Originally ujamaa was only the policy of the party and very few people followed. But now the party, government, and even God who sent the famine are all backing ujamaa. So those outsiders have no chance of escaping ujamaa. The lessons learned in Mamdani district in 1968 were put to countrywide use between 1972 and 1975. Before that could be done, the district-level state apparatuses were strengthened through an ambitious decentralization program. Beginning with the creation of village-based militia in 1971, senior officials were decentralized to regions and districts. A similar reorganization of the party created a strong and well-paid party bureaucracy at the regional, district, divisional, and even ward level. Appointed by district officials, the party official responsible for about 2,000 households earned the salary of a primary school headmaster, and was far more influential than the elected chairman of any of the villages in his area. 108 militia groups were usually headed by army officers, and their corps normally consisted of government staff including messengers and craftsmen employed by the administration and frustrated rural youth who longed for jobs and status and to whom free uniforms and meals and the excitement of paramilitary campaigns were a welcome break in their wretched life in the villages. In many places, they obviously functioned in much the same way as TIL groups had functioned in some parts of Mamdani in 1968-109. Together, the officials of the party and the local militia moved swiftly into action to execute the forced villagization of 1972-75. Report after report talked of instances like in Morogoro, where peasants were bundled into the army lorries and dumped at new ujamaa sites, or Iringa, where officialdom tried to assure that people remained in the new villages by making their former houses uninhabitable by ripping out doors and windows and knocking holes in the mud walls, or by setting fire to the thatch roofs, or Mara, where to be mobilized was to be ill-treated, harassed, punished. 110 What lessons can we draw from the Tanzanian experience? Does the prevalence of coercion mean that there was no significant difference between the Tanzanian and the Swazi experiences? Was the emphasis on making development as opposed to enforcing custom merely rhetorical? I do not think so. The Tanzanian experience was first and foremost an attempt at a reform of the bifurcated state, at linking the rural and the urban, through the apparatus of the party. When this attempt to develop through persuasion, ujamaa, failed, persuasion gave way to coercion, and the link hitherto made through the party gave way to one effected through the state bureaucracy. The Tanzanian decentralization of the mid-1970s was in effect a centralization. It decentralized officials from Tyre Central to the local state. As the state bureaucracy prevailed over party officialdom, ideology and persuasion gave way to administrative coercion and outright violence. The failed effort at development from above degenerated into extra-economic coercion. A not very different trajectory unfolded in Mozambique over the next decade. The more Frelimo pursued a strategy of revolution from above, the more it was compelled to rely on administrative coercion, and the more its policies came to resemble those of an earlier era. The Deputy Minister of the Family and Cooperative Sector specified the crops the cooperatives must grow. In one such instance, the minister ruled that it was obligatory for each cooperative to grow cassava and sweet potato. 111 As state farms were established in the Limpopo Valley, the government not only took over abandoned Portuguese farms, but also appropriated peasant land holdings. Instead of receiving back the land that had originally been taken from them by settlers, the poor and middle peasants of the area found themselves ousted from their remaining holdings, only to become laborers and tractor drivers on land that had previously been theirs. 112 In what must indeed have been a bizarre replay of events, forced labor reappeared as compulsory voluntary seasonal labor on state farms. 113 The more this practice was used to feed state and communal farms, the more it took on features characteristic of company plantations and settler farms in the Portuguese era. A main task of the party in the economic field, declared the Third Congress of Frelimo in 1977, must be to promote and develop the communal villages, based on collective production, that we aim to install in our country. As with ujamaa in Tanzania, the earlier communal villages were the result of voluntary effort, but with the limits of persuasion reached, the state sector moved on to coercion. So when the Limpopo and Nkomati rivers flooded in 1977 and 1978, displaced 177, 178 families were forcibly settled in communal villages in Maputo and Gaza provinces, kept from returning from their farms afterward, and compelled to provide labor to adjacent state farms and cooperatives. 114 When dissatisfied peasants began to run away from these administratively established communal villages, representatives of the party state initially tried to establish compromises with the peasants. But when compromise would not work and peasants kept leaving, as and when opportunity presented itself, Frelimo officials described the situation in the clinical language of officialdom, as a persistent disaggregation problem. These same officials then concluded that they had no choice but to take recourse to force as an ultimate reaction. 115 The growing regime of coercion was dramatically illustrated with the mounting OFA program of forcible population removal from urban areas in June 1983. Known as Operation Production, this program targeted the youth from the southern provinces, those who previously would have migrated to South African mines for paychecks to supplement meager farm earnings, but now had to look for that same supplement in Mozambican cities to the north, and forcibly removed them to the countryside, where they were supposed to work at state farms or cooperatives. 116 Markets and compulsions, a sum up. The significance of extra-economic coercion as of the market is different for different strata of cultivators and herders. In a field research I carried out in a village in northern Uganda in 1984-117, I carefully counted the number of hours a poor peasant household loses as a result of compulsions. It came to 15% of an average family's laboring time. The corresponding figure for middle peasant households was roughly 10% of family labor time, but for rich peasants it was of nominal significance when counted as a percent of labor time at the disposal of the family. As with any uniform tax on a population divided into strata or classes, the effect of the same compulsion on peasant households of different strata is necessarily regressive. But even where direct economic gain from a regime of compulsions may be nominal, its political significance needs to be kept in sight. Every time such a demand is made and conceded, it turns into yet another affirmation of power relations on the ground. The significance of market and non-market relations is not just different but actually contrary for the opposite ends of the differentiated spectrum that is the peasantry. The primary problem for the rich peasantry is agricultural prices in the market. For the poor peasantry, the main problem is a regime of compulsions at the local level. The same policy can 179. Therefore have a contrary significance for one as opposed to the other. Take, for example, the standard policy reform that accompanies structural adjustment programs, SAP. Although it may give better prices to rich peasants in the market, it reduces the budget of local administrations and intensifies the regime of compulsions that squeezes the rural poor. In this context, privatization and democratization do not mean the same thing. Privatization in fact takes place at the expense of the rural poor. Rich peasant interests are better summed up in the demand for privatization, whereas poor peasant grievances can be addressed only by a broader movement toward democratization. It would be a mistake to think of the relationship of markets and compulsions as one-way and unilinear, that over time the weight of market relations increases and that of compulsions declines. Markets often develop in a customary fashion. You may be able to sell a usufruct right in land, but only to a fellow tribes person. Conversely, strangers may borrow land from landlords, who in turn will count on their customary right to take land back from strangers. So long as force is customarily able to intervene directly in the process of accumulation instead of simply undergirding the legal framework that enables it, it will make sense to invest resources in political relations alongside productive activities. 118 My claim is not that the weight of extra-economic relations is as significant today as it was in the pre-Second World War period or that it is evenly spread throughout the continent. Far from it. In tracing the historical development of these contradictory relations, markets, and compulsions, my purpose is to highlight the context within which a particular form of power, the indirect rule apparatus of customary power, was forged. It is also to underline the fact that in this form of power market and force are not always contradictory constructs. The fact that the specific context can help us make sense of a particular form of power does not mean that the form of power cannot survive a change in context. For, clearly, the context has changed. Markets have both expanded and deepened over the century, but the apparatus of compulsion has not withered away in response. Power does not self-destruct. Its tendency is to adapt to a changing context and simultaneously to try to shape it. The reform of political power requires an explicitly political reform. Only crude economic determinists can hope that market reform will automatically translate into a democratic reform. In underlining the decentralized despotism that was forged in the colonial period, my point is to pose the question of political reform. The other face of tribalism. Peasant movements in Equatorial Africa. Chapter 6. IHAVEARGUED that there was a real internal difference between civil power over citizens and customary power over free peasants. That difference turned more on the political than on the economic. It was not a difference between capitalist and pre-capitalist or market and pre-market formations. The free peasantry lives neither outside market relations nor simply within it. It lives, rather, on the interstices of the market and direct compulsions. The internal difference between civil society and the free peasantry, however, lay in the mode of rule characteristic of each, whereas civil society was governed directly by a civil power enforcing a civil law claiming to guarantee rights. The free peasantry was ruled indirectly through native authorities whose claim was to enforce custom through a customary law. The claim to legitimacy of customary law was that it was tribal law, and of customary authorities that they were the tribal authorities administering tribal law. Tribalism then was the very form that colonial rule took within the local state. At the same time, the revolt against indirect rule also took a tribal form. For a revolt aimed against indirect rule, authority was inevitably confined to its parameters. A democratic struggle against the authorities of the local state had to take the form of a civil war within the tribe, and so it did everywhere. The customary form of the local state made for a simultaneous reproduction of ethnic identities in the tribally based system of decentralized despotism and for their blowing up from within. My point is that modern tribalism has to be understood not only as a historical phenomenon, but also as one that is contradictory. It signifies both the form of rule and the form of revolt against it. Whereas the former is oppressive, the latter may be emancipatory. An internal civil war, however, cannot exhaustively explain the phenomenon usually referred to as tribalism, for we all know that media references to tribalism accent more the inter-ethnic than the intra-ethnic, the conflict between tribes and not that within a tribe. My point is not to deny the existence of the former, but to claim that the nature of conflict between ethnic groups in the larger polity is difficult to grasp unless we relate it to the conflict within a tribe. Without that connection, we 184 will be left with no more than a tautology. Different tribes fight because they are different. Two clues can help us break out of this tautology and make that connection. Both are social effects of the customary. We saw in the last chapter how state enforcement tended to rob custom of its diversity, homogenize it, and equate it with the boundaries of the tribe. The other side of this flattening tendency was to pose sharper than ever before the problem of the ethnic stranger, for customary tenure affects a division between the peasant in the customary home and the migrant, stranger, peasant. The same customary right that underlines the security of the former's holding renders the latter insecure on borrowed land. The effect of customary law is to pit one against the other. The translation of that effect into a political divide is not inevitable. It depends, I argue, on the nature of a peasant movement and of the community it helps forge. Naturally, this point is best made where an ethnic civil war breaks out in a multi-ethnic context, such as the Luwero Triangle in Uganda, a context in which I will elaborate the point. A second clue lies in the division between the peasant who remains home, predominantly female, and the one who moves to the urban area as a migrant worker, predominantly male. The migrant is wedded to the customary not only as a defense of rights, but also as a claim to privilege, however petty, against both those powerful who would appropriate him wrongfully and those weaker, wife and children, who may have rightful claims to his land. In such a context, the customary is a cloak that conceals diverse tensions, class, ethnic, gender, and generational. Perched on the ground of the customary, a migrant laborer may at the same time fend off a challenge to patriarchal authority in the household and resist the native authority in the local state. He may simultaneously embrace tribal politics in a multi-ethnic urban arena and fight tribal authorities in the rural homeland. The seeming inconsistency between these standpoints collapses once we realize that the possibilities of migrant politics are as multiple as the location of the migrant is contradictory. I will illustrate this with reference to migrant workers in South Africa in the course of this chapter and the next. In this chapter, to underline the context of a resistance to tribal authorities in the reserves, in the next, to highlight the shifting stance of migrants in an ever-changing urban political landscape. To understand the phenomenon referred to as tribalism, it is necessary to explore and connect both of its dimensions, the intra-ethnic and the inter-ethnic, tribalism as internal civil war and as an external tension between tribes. There is now a growing literature on the invention of tribalism in colonial Africa. Richly detailed as these studies are, chefs still offer a top-down and partial view of the creation of ethnic identities. 2. Begin with, they understand tribalism as an effect of colonialism rather than the very form of colonial rule. Second, in understanding ethnicity exclusively as an artifact of colonial rule, they miss its other side, that ethnicity is also a form of the anti-colonial revolt. In assuming that only those ethnicities are real which have always existed, they presume ethnicities to be transhistorical phenomena and thereby miss the fact that ethnicities have a social history. This is why, rather than conceiving of an ethnic identity as simply invented one by statecraft or imagined two by intellectuals, it would make more sense to speak of the making three of an ethnicity. If this much makes sense, then one need neither be singularly alarmed by the mere sound of ethnic movements nor be moved into embracing them uncritically. The shift from the former to the latter perspective can be glimpsed from the changing vocabulary of Africanist social science, from a study of tribalism to that of ethnicity to that of identity. Each succeeding term gives the phenomenon increasing respectability by casting it within a more acceptable, human, and universal frame. Whereas the sound of tribalism was undeniably pathological, ethnicity is more placid, part of a value-free vocabulary on the way to reconciling itself with the object it claims to describe, but identity has more the ring of a personal quest, if not quite the sound of a battle cry. Writings on the peasant question in Africa are of recent origin. Not long ago, a debate raged over whether peasants actually existed in Africa or whether Africa was the continent of tribesmen. 4 As late as 1972, Ken Post could complain that most writers either evade this issue or display analytical uncertainty or forthrightly reject the term peasant. 5 Studies of peasant movements are even more recent. Inspired by a unilinear modernist perspective that counterposed state interests as national to any partial demand as particularistic or sectarian, peasant movements were stigmatized as tribal and considered illegitimate per se. Taken as evidence of peasant pathology, there was a strong bent in the literature toward caricaturing its subject matter as some sort of an anthropological oddity. In the next section of this chapter, also its theoretical anchor, I will argue that it is not possible to grasp the democratic content of peasant movements without transcending the unilinear modernist perspective that counterposes social particularism to state universalism. In the section called Tribalism as Civil War, I try to illustrate the argument that tribal politics within the tribally based system of local despotism is actually a form of civil war. In other words, to grasp the democratic potential of a peasant movement, it is necessary to understand it as an insurgent expression in an internal civil war. To make this point, I will draw from the experience of rural struggles in apartheid South Africa. 185. 186. Whereas the tendency to caricature peasant movements as tribal has been the strongest among political scientists, anthropological studies were more an enclave phenomenon in defense of peasant autonomy and peasant initiative. But that disciplinary gap, which opened with the decade of independence, seems to be closing as the pendulum of Africanist political science swings from a state nationalist perspective to an anti-state romanticism. Methodologically, that shift is marked by a change of perspective, from a preoccupation with nation-building characteristic of both the modernization and the dependency paradigms to a state civil society perspective. The result has been either an uncritical embrace of all civil society movements as democratic, with the peasantry presumed to be part of a rural civil society, or an equally romantic celebration of peasant communities, without any reference to civil society. If the distinction between free peasantry and civil society is internal to the structure of both the colonial and the post-colonial state, however, how are we to come to analytical grips with the notion of a peasant community? Is an analysis of peasant community possible that neither glorifies nor dismisses it? In the section entitled The Peasant Community, I focus on the experience of two insurgent movements, the Rwenzururu and the National Resistance Army, both in Uganda. Thus I hope to underline the democratic potential in a reorganized peasant community. To follow up the discussion of the democratic potential of peasant movements, I then explore in the next section how these movements address tensions internal to peasant communities, tensions generated by class, gender, nationality, and age relations in the process, magnifying, reproducing, modifying, or transcending them. To do so, I highlight the autonomy of peasant movements and focus on their internal relations. To illustrate the discussion, I return to the experience of the Rwenzururu and the National Resistance Army in Uganda, but also draw from that of the Sungasu in northwestern Tanzania. Each example reinforces a common theme: the peasant community is internally divided and reproduced through internal struggles. For this reason, to focus exclusively on the dimension of tribalism as civil war and thereby to present a peasant movement as an unmitigated revolt from below against oppression from above is to indulge in myth-making by presenting an aspect of reality as its totality. Each example highlights a particular combination of the variety of tensions, class, gender, age, and nationality that make up the fabric of peasant communities. The main focus, though, is on the inter-ethnic tension illustrated best by the experience of the NRA in the multi-ethnic context of the Mvuro Triangle. In the final section of this chapter, join the discussion on autonomy to that on alliances. I do so to understand the outcome of peasant movements and the forces that shape it. My specific purpose, though, is to show how local and central democratizations have been used in the most recent round of reforms in post-independence Africa as regime strategies to offset and defuse each other by preventing the reappearance of the urban-rural link that characterized the independence struggle. To make that point, I trace the contours of the most serious attempt yet to dismantle the regime of indirect rule in the local state, that of Museveni in Uganda. 187. Beyond a juxtaposition of tribalism and state nationalism. A researcher looking for empirical information on peasant movements in Africa is inevitably led to studies on ethnicity. For a long time Tyre field resembled a red-hot furnace, with partisans busy digging out information to fuel a long-standing polemic. Its ferocity notwithstanding, both sides to the polemic seemed to agree on one point: national, multi-ethnic and countrywide movements are legitimate in that they carry forward the legacy of the nationalist struggle, whereas tribal, ethnic and locale-specific movements are illegitimate because they detract from national unity. 6. The disagreement focused on how to classify different movements, as national or tribal, and on where to lay Tyre blame for tribalism in Africa. Could it be that the bifurcated nature of the state shaped under colonialism, and of the politics it shaped in turn, had now appeared in the theory that tried to explain it? The two sides of Tyre controversy can be summed up as follows. One recognized the existence of ethnically defined movements, tribalism, but saw them as some sort of a primordial carryover, a traditional or atavistic residue, to be cured or erased with the march of modernity. 7. The other viewed tribalism as the result of a modern conspiracy, either external or local. Those who saw it as a foreign-inspired conspiracy marshaled evidence to show that many of the tribes of Africa were an arbitrary colonial creation. 8. Whereas those who held the roots of this conspiracy to be local traced them either to tactical maneuvers by the state to divide the people or to elite strategies to use popular allegiances to gain advantage for themselves. Whereas the conspiracy theorists saw tribalism as a kind of cancer introduced from without and above, the primordialists regarded it as an ahistorical original sin afflicting African peoples from below. Both agreed that tribalism is a curse of which Africa must be rid. In their original statements, the two sides were not only theoretically distinct, but also tended to coincide with clear ideological divisions, the right seeing tribalism as an internal primordial affliction, and the left. 188. Arguing that it was in fact an external but modern conspiracy. In the second round, however, as the positions got restated, this neat division tended to get blurred. Two modified historical versions of the primordial position emerged. One argued that modern tribalism was actually unleashed in an earlier historical period, the era of state-sponsored slavery, when the kinship corporation was the only safety net available to fleeing citizens. 10. A second version distinguished between moral ethnicity and political tribalism, the former an unproblematized trans-historical constant and the latter its ever-changing historical corruption, the former hailed as an expression of the ethical purity of the community and the latter dismissed as its regrettable political pollution. 11 Finally, there appeared the argument that contemporary tribalism was really an example of the modernity of tradition, a modern strategy to build coalitions in the struggle for power, by all those who seek power and position, regardless of social position, and who must do so by recognizing the tribe as the fundamental building block of African society. 12 Even in this modified version, the second round remained a restatement inasmuch as all participants in the controversy accepted that tribalism remained the problem of African countries. The problem generally referred to as tribalism covers two distinct phenomena: one is a set of deliberate policies and the other the parameters of social movements and of ideologies specific to them. Whereas the former can be explained as the outcome of conscious decisions of regime or elite strategies, the latter cannot. A perspective that sees a social movement as a simple historical residue or as the unmediated outcome of a policy decision is incapable of explaining it, for it necessarily ends up denying the movement any social history. The constraints generated in the process are dear when we examine concrete studies that attempt to analyze tribal movements. A few examples will suffice. In an article entitled "The Second Independence Movement in Congo-Kinshasa, Angola Antillagia proceeds to differentiate political groups in colonial Congo on the basis of those ethnically based and those supra-ethnic. On the one hand, Kasavubu's Alliance de Rakango, Abayako, Chambe's Confederation de Associations Tribals du Katanga, Kona.cat, and the Kalenji faction of the Mouvement National Congolais, MNC/K, on the other hand, Centre de Regroupement Africain, Syria, of Kashamura, Parti Solidaire Africain, PSA, of Gizanga and Muley, and the Lumumba-led mainstream in the Mouvement National Congolais, MNC/L. The inadequacy of the differentiation becomes clear as the analysis proceeds. The assassination of Lumumba and the subsequent imposition of the Mobutu regime led to the development of the Mulelist guerrilla struggle in eastern Zaire. The author is unable to come to theoretical grips with this phenomenon. For the Mulelist movement represented a seemingly contradictory combination. The only organized expression of a comprehensive program of social transformation, it was at the same time a movement that failed to expand beyond the areas occupied by the two ethnic groups constituting the initial base of the insurrection, the Mbunda, Muley's ethnic group, and the Penda, Gizanga's group. 13 Now, from a perspective that differentiates political movements exclusively on the basis of whether they are ethnically based or supra-ethnic, the former retrogressive and the latter progressive, the existence of an ethnically based but socially progressive movement must surely appear as a contradiction in terms, leading to no less than an analytical cul-de-sac. What is a better clue to the social character of a movement, its social base and objectives, or its geographical scope? Is it possible for a locale-specific movement to be liberating? Or for a countrywide movement to be repressive? The limits of the perspective that presents geographical scope as key to understanding a movement or ideology as its own explanation are brought out fully in the controversy that surrounds the historical significance of Mau Mau in Kenya. One side dismisses Mau Mau as a narrow tribalist affair because it was organized mainly in the Kikuyu nationality, 14 because it aimed at a revival of Kikuyu culture, 15 or because Mau Mau songs reflected Kikuyu values, 16 The other upholds Mau Mau as a national movement either on grounds of its ideology, the revolutionary content of Mau Mau songs, or on the grounds that it was actually super-ethnic and therefore represented the culmination of anti-colonial struggles in Kenya. 17 The only work that cuts through the polarity tribalist versus nationalist, because it incorporates the political and cultural history of the Mau Mau in its social history, is a recent study by Frank Furedy. 18 Furedy recognizes both that Mau Mau was an authentic voice of the Kikuyu have-nots and that with Mau Mau For the first time the mass movement acted independently of the educated middle-class leadership and put to question the existing socio-economic structures of society. 19 Stepping aside from the question of whether Man Mao was a strictly Kikuyu movement or whether it gained significant support from various Kenyan nationalities, does not the larger significance of Mau Mau lie in its social basis and its demands? Did not the social base of the Mau Mau in the Kikuyu have-nots and its struggle for land and freedom underline its democratic content as opposed to its particularistic concern? Its thrust toward equality as opposed to privilege? Its significance for the majority, the have-nots, liberating and unifying as opposed to repressive and divisive? The parameters of the Mau Mau controversy illustrate precisely the perspective that I am setting aside in this endeavor to grasp the contradictory character of ethnicity. Point 20. 189. 190. Tribalism as civil war. Around the same time as the Mau Mau, there erupted a string of rural revolts in apartheid South Africa. Their background is a set of reform policies, both economic and political, that were first formulated in the late 1930s but came to fruition with the Nationalist Party government in early 1950s. By the 1930s, poverty appeared to many an observer as the outstanding fact of life in the reserves. The symptoms of that poverty were familiar: overgrazing and soil erosion, land fragmentation, and declining crop yields. Neither were its causes remote. The relationship between the reserves where labor was reproduced and the mines where it was consumed was evident to participants on both sides of the political divide. On the one hand, the reserves have served as mating camps for the production of migrant laborers, wrote Govind Beld, the ANC's chief organizer in the Transkei, in 1962, while on the other they have proved suitable dumping grounds for the physical wrecks whom industry discards in the same way as waste fiber is thrown away after its juice has been extracted. 21 Nor was the Chamber of Mines unmindful of the umbilical cord that tied accumulation in the mines to production in the reserves. A confidential report on conditions in the largest reserves, the Transkei and the Ciskei, commissioned by the Chamber in 1937 warned, semi-starvation is a very insecure basis with which to build a permanent labor supply. 22 When faced with government commissions appointed to investigate the problem, however, the same chamber argued that it was constrained by necessity, that the availability of low-cost migrant labor was key to sustaining their fortunes, the ability of the mines to maintain their native labor force by means of tribal natives from the reserves at rates of pay which are adequate for this class of migratory class of native but inadequate for the detribalist native is a fundamental factor in the economy of the gold mining industry. 23 Yet government commissions, 3 in all, found that the supply of this low-cost migratory class was not sustainable under existing conditions. Dan O'Meara quotes an early Second World War report, which concluded that the vast majority of the recruits to the mines came from the landless in the reserves and that, for most recruits, reserve production is a myth. 24 A single fact illustrated the trend. The time migrants spent in the reserves between 14-month contracts was decreasing. Those returning to the mines within a year comprised 56% of RC recruits in 1931 but had grown to 64% in 1943. The Fagan Commission, 1948, elaborated on the crisis of the reserves. In the Ciskei, for example, it found 30% of families landless and 29% without any cattle. Many with cattle had no land and so could graze cattle only on common ground. The Commission held these findings to be generally true for the rest of the reserves. Yet a third commission, Tomlinson, lent its authority to this line of reasoning when it concluded that reserves would be able to sustain only 50% of their present population if conditions remain the same. 25 Efforts to check this trend were to lead to a dramatic shift in government policy. Hitherto concerned with checking differentiation and accumulation through a one-man, one-plot policy, the government now decided that the way to increase the carrying capacity of the reserves was to accelerate its internal differentiation, between full-time peasant farmers and those who combined farming with migrant remittances. Legislated as the Betterment Act of 1939, this shift was effected through three key programs: Villagization, conservation, and privatization. 26 Villagization was designed to separate migrants from full-time farmers and to herd the former into rural dormitory villages while keeping the latter on farms. In the name of conservation, the state took charge of resource allocation and use. As a long-run measure, it set aside land for afforestation and defined access to vital fuel sources like forests. To achieve a balanced use of grazing land in the short run, it introduced cattle culling. Both measures hurt the rural poor, who lacked the capacity to forego access to resources in the short run in the interest of conservation in the long run. Forbidden to cut trees, to uproot bushes, or to plow near riverbanks, the marginal peasantry was moved from its customary holdings to plots on new trust land. The move from customary to modern plots and methods was in turn an effort to reorganize the reserves through their privatization. The implementation of betterment programs was interrupted by the war. After the war, the National Party twinned these programs, now renamed rehabilitation, with a political reform designed to consolidate its intended beneficiaries. This reform was the 1951 Bantu Authorities Act, devolving greater local powers onto full-fledged indirect rule authorities in the tribal areas. Everywhere, tribal authorities were put in direct charge of effecting measures that would further squeeze the rural poor and create opportunities for the rural rich. Here, as elsewhere on the continent, indirect rule went hand in hand with direct coercion of peasant producers. Distinctive to this coercion was that it was effected by native authorities in the local state, not on the ground representatives of the central state. Conservation schemes, for example, were largely implemented by forced unpaid labor. The fact of the matter is, boasted the minister in charge to Parliament, that by making use of the services of the community WC are carrying out the same works at halt the cost estimated by the Tomlinson Commission to, as proof, he cited 191. 192. The cost of two similar dams, one that had cost the Smuts government £15,000 to construct, but the other, built by the apartheid regime, at the cost of £800 or £1,000 with the help of community services. But the monetary cost, too, was met through an added compulsion on peasants. In the Transkei, for example, direct taxation almost doubled between 1955 and 1959. In the country as a whole, the number of Africans convicted for failing to pay taxes jumped from 48,000 in 1950 to 179,000 in 1960.28. The impact of forced rural differentiation was further accentuated by forced removals from both urban areas and from so-called black spots, pockets of African peasant freehold farming scattered amid white-owned agricultural land. The effect was to increase population density in the reserves dramatically. To control more effectively the movement of the African population flushed out of white areas, labor bureaus were set up all over the countryside from 1949 on. New types of passes were issued, now incorporating photographs and fingerprints. In 1952 the requirement to carry passes was extended to African women. The majority of the reserve population was caught in a pincer movement. Anti-squatting measures in white areas were a compulsion to return to the reserves, but betterment really turned into a compulsion to leave the reserves. These measures accentuated tire crisis of the reserves rather than diminishing it. Simpkins has argued with respect to the reserves that one must locate the really dramatic decline in production per capita in the period after 1948 rather than in the period before that date. 29 As the promise of betterment for the rural rich turned into a real menace for the rural poor, particularly for migrants, the possibility of a total collapse of their rural base loomed large. Not surprisingly, the apartheid reform package did not just cut through rural society as a knife cuts through butter, it also set it aflame, pitting victims against beneficiaries. Over 2.5 decades, from 1940 to 1965, resistance in the reserves became more an attribute of life than an exceptional event. Names like Zoutpansperry, Northern Transvaal, and Witwatersrand, Northern Orange Free State, in the 1940s, Bafaruchi and Sekukenland in the Transvaal of the 1950s, and Thumbuland and Pundaland in the Transkei of the 1960s became explosive symbols of resistance. By identifying two common features that thread these events together, I hope to illuminate the dimensions of civil war that marked these revolts and the catalytic role of migrant labor in igniting and shaping a revolt against practices they considered a breach of the customary. In every instance of rural resistance recorded in the literature, concludes a recent analysis of rural struggles in the 1940s and 1950s, the intervention of a migrant association is noted as urban-based migrants organized in response to a threat to their rural base, that brought home the lessons of resistance learned in urban South Africa in the THEOTHERFACBOPTRIBALISM 1940s and 1950s. The raw material the migrants weaved together to organize resistance inevitably consisted of the tribal associations they had long formed, both as a protective shield in their urban habitats and as a link with their rural homes. The most important of these were burial societies, but stockvels, credit associations, also featured in some cases. These homeboy networks in which migrants discussed issues of common concern were welded together by migrant activists into larger cultural organizations. Venda migrants on the Rand, for example, formed the Zoutpansberry Cultural Association, ZCA, in Johannesburg in 1939. The ZCA, in turn, gave the impetus to the formation of the Zoutpansberg Balemi, Ploughers, Association, ZBA, a few years later in the reserve. Then there were Tyre Rand-based migrants from Sekukenland, who had begun to form burial societies in the 1940s. These societies gave flesh and blood to their struggle against betterment policies in the reserve in the 1950s. 31 The ink was clear, migrants became organizers, taking the message of organization with them whenever they went home and leave during the plowing season. 32 One needs to bear in mind that the ethnically organized burial, stockveld, or cultural societies did not necessarily isolate their members from urban influences. They appear to have functioned more as a crucible bringing together a variety of influences. As they were initiated into the ways of the city, migrants also gained familiarity with various forms of urban resistance. They learned of tactics such as boycotts and demonstrations, and they became familiar with organizations ranging from trade unions to liberation movements like the ANC and the POC, and even the Communist Party. Herson writes of the rebellion in Zoutpansberg. Called Sabatakamo were led by Flag Boshilo and John Gedemeng, both members of the CP and the ANC. Gedemeng later recalled, Sabatakamo came about in 1954. With the issue of culling cattle, the curtailment of land, and so-called soil erosion under the Bantu Authorities Act. We felt that many things were going to be done to our people in the country and they were not sufficiently addressed. So we needed an organization, a group entire movement. 35 Similarly, the Bafaruchi migrants who lived in Johannesburg's western areas and in Pretoria's Lady Selborne stayed in close contact, with each other and with home, through the Bafaruchi Association. When women in the reserves were compelled to carry passbooks in 1957 and refused to do so, the men and women migrants of the Bafaruchi Association journeyed back home and took charge. They brought with them a new tactic, the boycott, many of them having just lived through the exciting events of the Rand bus boycott 36 in Witziashuak, 2. When resistance mounted in the face of catcalling in the 1940s, the impetus came from the Vigilance Association formed by Johannesburg-based migrants. In turn, the Witziashuak Vigilance Association was advised by the trade unionist William Bullinger. 37 Likewise, the Pundaland revolt was dominated by migrants who had been retrenched following the slump in the natal sugar industry of 1959-60, as was the Tembuland rebellion by migrants who had been relocated to the reserve following the tightening up of influx control in the Western Cape. In both cases, the migrant associations in the towns played an important coordinating role in the resistance. 38 The Pundaland migrants, concentrated in the Western Cape, were strongly influenced by the POC, which was especially influential in the workers' hostels. 39 The issues that ignited this wave of revolts were inevitably linked to two developments that gathered momentum in the late 1930s, betterment in the reserves and the tightening grip of influx control measures around the reserves. Whereas the second was specifically a South African development, the first echoed post-depression and post-war development measures undertaken across much of indirect rural Africa through native authorities in the local state. In Zoutpansberry in the 1940s, as in Sekukenland in the 1950s and Thumbuland in the 1960s, the introduction of land rehabilitation schemes meant the loss of customary land and of customary rights to cut trees and gather firewood and building materials. In the stony slopes of Witziashuak, one of the most inhospitable in South Africa, 40 where little cultivation was possible and most peasants relied on stock for their day-to-day livelihood, cattle culling turned into a menace for the marginal peasantry. In Bafarujkland, where the density of both human and cattle population was low and therefore the effect of betterment programs not immediately destructive, the catalyst for resistance was the compulsion for women to carry passes. In Pondoland, however, there was an entire constellation of grievances, from land reclamation to cattle culling to increased taxes to Bantu education. Everywhere, migrants experienced the onset of the apartheid era as a direct threat to access rights they had come to consider as customary and therefore a threat to their rural base. Everywhere, the wrath of migrants turned on chiefs, who were the bearers of apartheid reform's indirect rule and who stood to benefit from these directly. This was the second feature marking these revolts. The most obvious general feature of the rural revolts, Matthew Shaskalson concluded in a comparative study of resistance in the reserves, was that they were directed against rehabilitation and/or tribal authorities and symbols of influx control. 41 The revolts were everywhere an anti-chief phenomenon. Not all chiefs were attacked everywhere. In many places peasants distinguished between bad and good chiefs, between those who gave in to the temptation for individual enrichment and those who stood alongside their communities, even if out of fear for their lives if they did not, in some, between those who violated real custom and those who upheld it. In some instances, like entire Bafaruchi rebellion, the anger of the rural poor was directed specifically against those chiefs seen as collaborating with the apartheid authorities. They beat up chiefs' bodyguards and set chiefs' houses on fire. In Witziashuak, they seized the cattle of chiefs they saw as collaborating with central officialdom. A good chief, said the peasants of Seldiukenland, is a traditional chief. Their notion of a traditional chief was of a leader in some measure accountable to the peasant community. It was a relationship summed up in a single sentence: a chief is a chief by the people kjajis by de kagashika batho. To ensure that relationship and that accountability, the rebellious peasants of Sikli Ukhunaland established a village-based assembly of commoners, called the Kujitamaga. It was an initiative they had taken once before, at the time of the Sabatakamo revolt of 1956, and it was the initiative that, as we will see, defined a common element in peasant opposition to indirect rule authorities. 42 Where revolt took on the dimensions of an uprising, as in Pondoland, its target was the very institution of Chiatsbip. The 30 Pondos sentenced to death in the aftermath of the revolt were sentenced for the murder of pro-Bantu authority chiefs. Testifying before an official government commission, a member of a leading Bazana family gave this description of the revolt. 196. About burning the kraals of those sympathetic to the Bantu authorities. Then the more progressive people in the location were burnt out. Before burning the huts they took everything out. It is the more well-to-do owners who have suffered like this, even if the poor owners were sympathetic to the Bantu authorities, they are not burnt out. 43. The Pondoland revolt was no doubt the most advanced of that era. Against Bantu authority, it created a democratically elected authority of commoners. The Hill Committee, created in 1960, rallied the major ity of the tribesmen in the Binzana district into open struggle against the authorities and their henchmen. Committee meetings were attended by thousands of peasants who came on horseback to chosen spots on the mountains and ridges. Thus the movement came to be known as Intaba, Die Mountain, and other times as Ikonjayo, Congress. Point 44. It was a movement that expressly excluded chiefs and headmen from participation at all levels. 45. The first step was an uprising against the chiefly hierarchy, setting the chiefs' houses on fire. Then all those supporting Bantu authorities were ostracized in life and death, in all activities ranging from childbirths to funerals. It was a tactic that was to prove very effective in reducing the number of collaborators. Mass demonstrations of thousands of peasants took place on an unprecedented scale. 46. Gradually, from implementing the slogan "No cooperation with the authorities, no payment of taxes and a boycott of white traders," this movement evolved embryonic elements of an alternative power, in opposition to the bush courts held by the chiefs. Congo set up people's courts, which resolved disputes between peasants without charging any fees. Point 47. The Bantu authorities ceased to function. The Pundaland revolt shared a key feature with other peasant-based revolts, like the Rwenzururu and the NRA-led guerrilla struggle in the Luwero Triangle. In all these cases, opposition was aimed at indirect rule native authorities. In the course of each uprising, peasant communities were reorganized on the basis of self-administration. Though ethnically defined, the struggle of peasants everywhere took on the dimensions of a civil war inside the ethnic group. The peasant community. Village self-governance as democratic reform. If the struggle against the local authority of the indirect rule state is necessarily ethnic and religious, where state formation evokes a religious sanction, what then is the democratic potential of popular insurgency in the ethnic civil war? To answer this question, I turn to two contemporary experiences from Uganda, the Rwenzururu, 1962-80, and the National Resistance Army, 1981-85. In both instances, my interest is in the political aspect of the reform. How does reform seek to reorganize those who govern and those who are governed, on the one hand chiefs in the local state, on the other peasants living as a community? 1. The Rwenzururu. The Rwenzururu was a peasant guerrilla movement on the Uganda-Zaire border at the prime of its activity from 1962 to 1980. 48. A movement of the peasants of the Bakonzo and Bamba nationalities living on the slopes of Mount Rwenzori. It was organized in response to intense nationality oppression that led to land deprivation, language exclusion, and job discrimination through most of the colonial period. Although its political leadership came mostly from middle-class intellectuals like teachers, the social impetus came from the poor peasantry of the mountains. By the close of the colonial period, the middle-class intelligentsia that had for decades endeavored to negotiate representation in a reformed state structure had come to an impasse. Dissenting voices surfaced as the strategy of negotiations reached a cul-de-sac. The most prominent was that of Mkirani, a schoolteacher who had set up the Bakonzo Life History Research Society on the mountain slopes as early as 1954. As independence approached in 1962, Mkirani called for a shift from negotiations to armed struggle. The Rwenzururu movement was born, with headquarters in forests across the border in Zaire. In that forest, Mkirani made contact, and shared experiences, with mule-list guerrillas. With the armed struggle but 3 months old, Mkirani was arrested. In 1964 he escaped and returned to the mountain to find the leadership of the movement once again preparing for negotiations, this time with the authorities of the independent Ugandan state. Mkirani renewed his call for an armed struggle. The next 2 years were the most innovative in the history of the Rwenzururu. His back up against the wall, Mkirani carried out a series of reforms whose point was to create a reformed state structure on the mountain. With that reform anchored in the rights of the peasantry, he sought to organize peasant support for an independent guerrilla struggle. Implemented between 1964 and 1966, when Mkirani died, the reforms unlocked popular energies, which explain the tenacity with which the mountain peasantry defended itself, against all odds, in confrontation with the armed forces of the Ugandan state until a compromise was finally negotiated in 1980. It is these reforms that are of particular interest to us. I visited some villages in the Rwenzori Mountains in September 1984 and had the opportunity to talk with several participants in the Rwenzururu. My main source of information. 198. Though, was a peasant called Mzee Muhindo, a guerrilla in the movement from 1965 to 1968 and a representative in the sub-county assembly who spent 2 years, 1968 to 1970, in jail before returning to the fold of the movement. As the movement developed into a guerrilla struggle leading to direct confrontation with government soldiers, the rich peasantry poured down the mountain slopes to the relative comfort of the plains, and the poor peasantry became the backbone of the armed struggle. This is why the Rwenzururu movement could not simply be conceptualized as the struggle of two nationalities, the Bakonzo and the Bamba, against outsiders. It was at the same time a civil war inside each nationality, between the mountain dweller and the plains dweller, between initiatives anchored in poor peasants and rich peasants, between those organizing an armed struggle and those calling for peaceful methods of resolving conflicts. We will see that the organization of the Rwenzururu was at the same time a recasting of relations internal to the peasantry and a reorganization of the peasant community. The armed struggle that came to be known as the Rwenzururu movement combined features of centralization and decentralization, organizational forms at the same time democratic and anti-democratic. The overall form the movement eventually came to adopt was more or less a replica of the Toro monarchy that it confronted, but inside this shell it organized some remarkable democratic initiatives. Isamkurani declared the Rwenzururu a king dom in 1965 and had himself crowned king. Why did Isa create a kingdom? One I asked Mzee Muhindo. He was fighting a king. He could not fight him as a subject. Therefore, he had to become a Ising himself. But, Mzee Muhindo assured me, the assemblies did not lose authority when Isa became king. How true to reality was this claim? The thrust of Mkurani's reform was to reorganize the relation between the new state power and peasant communities. 49 That reorganization turned around two concrete measures, a redefinition of the role of a state functionary, chief, and the constitution of peasant communities into popular assemblies with supervisory powers over state functionaries. The two legs of the reform were interconnected. The first led to an elementary separation of powers, and the second put in place popular checks over bureaucratic authority. The Rwenzururu reforms disentangled the various instances of state power: legislative, judicial, executive, and administrative that were fused in a single functionary and had hitherto made for the total power of the chief. This preliminary separation of powers left administrative and executive authority to the redefined chief and transferred judicial and legislative powers to newly elected popular assemblies. Furthermore, it made the new chiefs accountable to elected assemblies. 199. It is worth going over how chiefs were appointed, transferred, dismissed, and promoted in the guerrilla-held mountain areas. The process of appointment was specific to the level of bureaucratic authority. At the lowest level, the village, the chief was appointed by the community itself. The state played no role in it. Middle-level chiefs, for sub-counties and counties, were appointed by the Prime Minister but had to be confirmed by the elected assembly at the level affected. A chief at the highest administrative level was appointed by the President/King, but only from among those who had been elected as councillors by the people. The chief was both an administrative and an executive officer. As an administrative officer, he functioned as a civil servant, and as an executive officer, he chaired the elected assembly. The assembly had the right to censure or to acclaim the chief. A chief who was censured had to be transferred or dismissed, whereas no chief could be promoted without the support, acclamation, of the assembly concerned. The reorganization so achieved gave effect to two principles: the separation of powers, even if elementary, and the right of elected bodies to act as watchdogs over state functionaries. Popular assemblies were organized in a pyramidal form, with 5 tiers. The assemblies exercised both judicial and legislative powers, they arbitrated disputes in their area and made policy decisions on specified matters. The village assembly included all adult villagers and dealt mainly with issues internal to the village. The parish-level assembly comprised 3 representatives from each of its 6 constituent villages. Its concerns were mainly tax, housing, and education. The movement imposed a tax on every adult male. For example, in 1965, the government taxed every adult male on the plains 45 shillings, but the movement tax on the mountain was 25 shillings. In 1967, when the government tax rose to 60 shillings, the movement increased its tax to 35 shillings. In a situation where government soldiers often charged up the mountain, burning and sometimes bombing huts, the question of housing everyone and of what type of dwellings to build became a key issue. In that same context, the question of reopening schools and redesigning the curriculum became yet another concern of parish assemblies. The third and fourth level of popular assemblies were for the sub-county, Jambulalt, and the county. Every sub-county comprised 3 parishes and every county 5 sub-counties. Their agenda focused on issues that lower assemblies found difficult to resolve. At the summit of this hierarchy of assemblies was the Prime Minister's Council, whose major concerns were specified as a. Local administration customs, b. Education, c. Defense, d. Justice, and e. Culture and religion. Representation in each assembly was by election. The village assembly sent 3 representatives to the parish, which in turn sent 3 to the 200 sub-county, and so on. Of the 3, one was always the administrative chief of the area. Practices on die ground reflected a contradictory mix. On the one hand, indirect elections, with each level functioning as an electoral college for the next, meant a watered-down democracy. The higher one went up the representative ladder. On the other hand, great stress was laid on direct and participatory forms. A novel feature of representation was the principle of rotation of representatives. Assembly rules specified that each member must in turn represent the assembly at the higher forum. The point of the election was simply to decide on the order of the rotation. Representation became more permanent at higher levels. Most assemblies met once a week, the village assembly every Tuesday morning from 9 to 12, the parish assembly every Wednesday from 9 to 2, the sub-county forum had a double session, 8 to 12, 1 to 4, every Thursday, and the county assembly had a similar double session every Friday. The Prime Minister's assembly met for a week, but only once in 3 months. And then, finally, there was the President's assembly. An irregular affair, it comprised the Prime Minister's elected cabinet and representatives of the military, alongside county chiefs, and met only when matters could not be resolved by the Prime Minister's assembly. It had a maximum of 2 meetings a year. The National Resistance Army. The very questions that we asked of the Rwenzururu movement can provide us with clues in understanding the success of the National Resistance Army, NRA, in the period of its guerrilla struggle, 1981–85, in central Ugurksta. What were the reforms that unlocked the creative energies of the peasant population of the Luwero Triangle? There is no evidence of any direct link between the two movements, but the real linkage lies in the similarity of circumstances. The National Resistance Army/Movement, NRA/M, too was compelled to address the question of building a state power with a difference in its liberated zones. To marshal the support of the peasantry against the Obutu regime, this form of power had to highlight the question of rights of the peasantry in the institutions it created. Its starting point was none other than the replacement of a form of power hitherto unchecked and fused with a system of checks and balances built on a differentiated notion of power. Here, too, the guiding principles were a separation of powers and popular checks on it. Unlike the Rwenzururu, the NRA/M simple abolished the position of the chief. In place of chiefship, it created a system of resistance councils and committees. The Resistance Council, RC, was a gathering of all adults living in a designated area, like the popular assent. Blaise of the Rwenzururu, it had legislative and judicial powers. The 9-person resistance committee elected by this council was the counterpart of the chief. As with the Rwenzururu, it exercised administrative and executive powers. Like the pyramidal system of popular assemblies put in place by the Rwenzururu, The RC system of the NRA/M was multi-tiered. Though the NRA/M did not practice a system of rotation of representatives at any level, it did give effect to the right of leadership in a more elementary form by stipulating that no individual could hold more than one responsible position. Finally, the NRA/M institutionalized the principle of popular accountability by giving every council the right to recall any member of its committee between elections. Neither the popular assemblies set up by the Rwenzururu nor the NRA/MSRC system should be seen as a continuation of precedents such as the colonially established councils or the Mayumbakumi committees introduced by the Uganda National Liberation Front, UNLF, after the overthrow of the Amin regime. Elected councils were introduced by the colonial power in 1952 in direct response to the peasant uprisings of 1945 and 1949. Although set up at various administrative levels, these councils had a purely advisory capacity. They were supposed to function as popular props to organs of the state. It drew inspiration from the 10-cell system prevalent in Tanzania. Like it, the Mayumbakumi committees had mainly a security function, and like the colonial councils, they served as popularly anchored supports to and not checks on state security organs. Though anchored in separate historical experiences, both in location and time, the Rwenzururu and the NRA/M came up with a similar innovation in the arena of rights, the right of peasant communities to organize as communities and to hold state officials accountable as communities. It was a departure from the accent on individual rights in received liberal notions. It was a response to a dual context. On one hand, market relations had yet to penetrate and disintegrate communities hilly, so that they may in turn be recreated through voluntary associations. The place of work coincided in the main with the place of residence. The family was still a unit of not just consumption and reproduction, but also production. Circumstances of birth prevailed over choice of association in shaping one's life possibilities. On the other hand, political power confronted peasant communities as authority fused in the person of a chief, one in a vertical chain of command. If there were elections, peasants could cast a vote for a representative of their choice in the central state but not for a chief of their choice in the local state. When one regime replaced another at the center, a new chief might be 201. 202. Appointed, but chiefship continued as an institution. In this context, the right of association would have an extremely limited practical significance if understood only as an individual right. To be meaningful, it had to be interpreted as a right of residence-based communities, not just individuals. This innovation was of particular significance to those who lived on the margins of civil society. The significance of the Rwenzururu and the NBA experiences needs to be grasped in its historical specificity. To wage a political struggle, both movements were compelled to confront and dismantle the indirect rule authority that was the local state. But the reforms introduced in the process should not be seen just as constituting a single-minded move toward a state form that would be the basis of civil society-type freedoms. From a civil society perspective, these reforms were contradictory. They saw both the differentiation and the fusion of power, and not just the former, as the basis of political freedom. Both experiences differ at executive and administrative functions from legislative and judicial authority. At the same time, both were deeply suspicious of a professional judicial cadre and strove for a fusion of legislative and judicial powers in a single popular assembly. If the civil war I am talking about was not always ethnic, since in some cases it was religious, the explanation lay in a different process of state formation. In an illuminating analysis of the Hausa and Yoruba peasantries in Nigeria, Abdul Rafi Mustafa brings out entire significance of divergent state formation processes in shaping entire perspective of insurgent peasant movements. 50 The Rogo peasantry in Hausaland has a strong historical consciousness of being Talakawa and see themselves in opposition to the Masu Sarauta, who controlled the pre-colonial state systems, and who allied themselves to the colonizing power under indirect rule. In this dichotomy, the Talakawa were the oppressed commoners, and the Masu Sarauta the indirect rule aristocracies through whom colonial rule was mediated. With the broadening of the political process after 1966, a rich peasant stratum from the Talakawa was able to dominate local political and cooperative activities through a historically derived Islamic radical populism, organizationally anchored at first in the Northern Elements Progressive Union, NEPU, and later in its successor, People's Redemption Party, PRP. The corresponding cultural division in the allied peasantry of Yorubaland was not between commoners and aristocrats, but between a knowledgeable Western-educated person, an ontosi, who is also cultured, olaju, on the one hand, and a bushman, rustic or an illiterate, araoko, who is at the same time uneducated or uncultured, ajududu, on the other. Unlike in House Aland, where pre-colonial state formation was much more thoroughgoing, the state in pre-colonial Yorubaland did not have quite the same scope for dominating society. For the relationship between the rulers and ruled was mediated by blood-based, land-holding lineages which limited the scope for the exercise of direct state power over the ruled, and provided a modicum of protection against the rulers. Thus, unlike in House Aland, where Colorado Nile indirect rule authorities appeared like a continuation of pre-colonial aristocracies, the local state in colonial Yorubaland appeared more a transgression of pre-colonial power and authority in kin groups. Social mobility seemed rooted more in education than in the circumstances of birth. As a result, the Yoruba peasantry has always had a greater attachment to communalist and autochthonous values and institutions. In House Aland, commoners saw indirect rule mediated through a pre-colonial aristocracy as a violation of religious norms. The rich peasantald opposition was expressed through a radical Islamic populism. In Yorubaland, where indirect rule was mediated through patriarchal gerontocrats of the upper stratum in Aleda, peasants experienced it as a violation of kinship norms. Here, too, opposition was led by rich peasants but took the form of a communal, ethnic, populism expressed through the Action Group and its successor, the United Party of Nigeria. I will return to the experience of the NRA, both to highlight further the significance of its democratic agrarian program of 1981–85 and to underline its retreat from that program in the post-1986 period, after some observations on the question of peasant community and peasant stratification. At this juncture, however, it is sufficient to note that only in the nationalist imagination, and not in real social history, can movements emerge full-blown as the Greek goddess Athena is supposed to have done from the head of Zeus. That is why the question we need to ask when assessing the democratic content of a movement is not just one concerning its geographical sweep, but also one that underlines the social character of its demands. Do they tend toward realizing equality or crystallizing privilege? Are they generalizable to other ethnic groups, or can they be realized only at the expense of others? In other words, when do they signify a struggle for rights and when a demand for privilege? Stratification within the peasant community. The literature on ethnicity tends to characterize the peasant community as undifferentiated and homogeneous. It is at this point that the analysis of peasant movements in Africa finds common ground with the wider debate on the peasant question. The two sides of this larger debate can be summed up in the polarity community versus stratification. Does there exist a peasant community and thus a peasant economy? Or is the 204 community torn apart by a process of differentiation and class formation, leading to the development of propertied and laboring households on each side of the social spectrum? The controversy came to a head in the Russian literature on the peasantry. The stratification side was expounded in the writings of Lenin, whereas the communitarian position was best formulated by the Russian populist Chayanov. 51 In the preoccupation with peasant revolutions that followed the Chinese, Vietnamese, and Cuban revolutions, the controversy appeared in a new form. Those inspired by communitarian notions asked, are peasants revolutionary or not? By contrast, those anchored in a stratification perspective asked, which peasants are revolutionary, poor, middle, or rich? Particularly influential were the writings of Eric Wolf 52 and Hamza Alavi 53, who proceeded to answer middle peasants through the analysis of a series of case studies. The same question was answered differently by Page, who placed his wager on sharecroppers and migratory estate laborers 54. All three, however, share a common premise: it is possible to define one group or another in the countryside as revolutionary, whatever the overall context. Can a capacity, whether revolutionary or not, be innate in a social group? Or is any such capacity the outcome of historically changing processes and relations? If the latter, can one then speak of perspectives or capacities outside historical and social contexts? This is not to argue against any comparative analysis, it is, though, to question comparisons whose bases lie in an ahistorical structuralism, which ignore context and thus dehistoricize the subject. 55 The debate is of more than historical concern because it continues to arise in contemporary writings, whether explicitly or not. The terminology may and does change, from peasant community to a peasant or domestic mode of production to an ethnic group or simply peasant economy or economy of affection. In all cases contestants confront a common dilemma, which is real, community, ethnic group, or stratum, class. Each then proceeds to uphold one side of this polarity. My purpose is neither to try to resolve this debate nor to sidestep it. I will focus on it to the extent relevant to the questions raised in this chapter, beginning with a few remarks on the nature of the peasantry. All peasant strata, whether they hire or sell their own labor power, rent land, or any implement of labor, lend or borrow money, share one central characteristic that makes of them all peasants: they own some productive property and participate to some degree in the labor process on the land. 56 The unity of labor and property comes together markedly in the circumstance of the middle peasantry and begins to break up as the peasantry differentiates. Yet no matter how eroded, this unity continues to be real with both the rich and the poor peasantry. When it ceases to be so for a household, that household can no longer be said to belong to the peasantry. This is why there is nothing contradictory in talking of both a peasant community and of different peasant strata. From this perspective, the distinction between peasant community and peasant strata appears relative, the issue cannot be polarized. The peasant community exists, but it is not homogeneous. It is a unity but a contradictory one. The first theorist to emphasize the relative character of this polarity in the African context was Amilcar Cabral. In a brief analysis of the social structure in Guinea, 57, Cabral sought to understand the specific mode of peasants' political action. He took as his point of departure peasant communities as historically constituted, the Balanta, the Fulani, and so on. He then proceeded to investigate the inter-Nal class character of each community, distinguishing between the class-differentiated feudal-type structure of the Fulani on the one hand and the kin-based social organization of the Balanta on the other. Although Cabral sidestepped the polarity ethnicity-class, the tendency in academia was otherwise. Akora saw politics in Africa as an expression of an all-pervasive ethnic consciousness, and a few dissenters upheld the class point of view. One of the few works to break through this arid standoff was Richard Joseph's study Militant Nationalism in Cameroon. S.S. Joseph's investigation of the social base of militant nationalism in the Cameroon peasantry led him to identify peasants from two ethnic groups as centrally involved in militant nationalist protest: the economically poor peasantry of Sanaga Maritime and the economically advanced farmers and traders in the more developed regions of the Cameroon. Cabral's focus was on understanding the involvement of local communities in the larger polity, but my interest at this point is in understanding how local communities reproduce themselves, for the peasant community cannot be understood as a given, a traditional constant dragged through historical time. My purpose is to show that peasant communities are constructed and reconstructed in practice through social struggles. Those struggles tend to be total, not just cultural/ideological, but social. There exist contradictory ways of reconstructing the peasant community. That is why to understand the social nature of a communal, tribal, movement it is necessary to underline its social basis. Let us take two examples and focus on how different peasant movements lead to alternative conceptions of reorganizing the same community. The Sungasung. Between 1980 and 1983 the Sungasung organized over some 50,000 square kilometers of land in rural northwestern Tanzania, a region whose peasant inhabitants number more than 5 million. In 206. This region, the cattle-owning peasantry, has experienced decades of deprivation. Beginning with the rinderpest epidemic around the turn of the century, followed by the officially sanctioned destocking campaigns of the 1930s and 1940s that were codified in law in the latter decade, capped with die post-independence experience of cattle raids that intensified as the economic crisis of the mid-1970s set in, this peasantry has been a victim of varied forms of forced appropriations. The response to this last phase of the crisis, that of cattle raids, was contradictory. Rich peasants organized to protect property. They got each household to contribute 200 shillings to a common fund, the idea being to pay off state security personnel with the object of securing a selective protection of property belonging to contributing households. It was a response of which the poor could not partake simply because they lacked the money to secure protection. The response of the poor peasantry was to form alternative organizations, highly decentralized, each confined to a village. Village-wide popular assemblies controlled a popular village militia, the Sungasung, and dispensed popular justice. The militia groups either took over or simply sidestepped local security organs like police stations, but in all instances they took direct charge of protecting peasant communities from cattle raiders. Through this initiative, the Sungasung reconstruct the peasant community, but the process of inclusion in this community was at the same time a process of exclusion from it. Who was excluded? From the point of view of our query, married women. The key activity of the Sungasung was vigilante work, carried out by small organized groups of Makamanda. Unmarried women could be included in their ranks, but married women were always excluded. The Rwenzururu. In contrast to the Sungasung, the Rwenzururu did include married women as members of the peasant community, but only partly. Women, whether married or not, were encouraged to attend only the lowest assembly, the village, particularly when discussion focused on food policy. The popular assemblies remained a predominantly male affair. Every oppositional movement is forced to call on reserves of energy, on new sources of strength, when its back is up against a wall. Depending on the social character of the movement, this may lead to a broadening of public discussion as previously unspoken issues are articulated and become the subject of public discussion, or to a widening of publicly accepted parameters of organization as previously unorganized groups are mobilized and gain a public presence. This is why periods of intense conflict often tend to telescope social change into short durations. 60 From this point of view, the Rwenzururu experience is worthy of note on two counts. I have already discussed the popular assemblies, remarkable for their democratic component. They combine two novel principles, the rotation of representatives and the right to censure civil administrators. The absence of women, however, must be considered the principal limitation of the Rwenzururu experience. The movement also achieved a second remarkable mobilization, that of youth. Defined as those between the ages of 7 and 18, the youth were organized as scouts. Scouts worked on weekends to build schools for youth and houses for old women. They bought essential items, fish and medicine, from the plains and carried them up the mountains. They collected firewood and food for the watch camps and sounded alarms. A novel feature of the mobilization of youth, however, was their participation in the cultural sphere. Every assembly was charged with preparing songs that gave meaning to popular experiences. The youth memorized these songs and integrated them into cultural performances they gave at different assemblies. Just as with the Mau Mau, songs became the principal cultural form of the Rwenzururu, and the youth its main cultural agency. 207. The National Resistance Army. The National Resistance Army/movement did not just reproduce the experience of the Rwenzururu, even if separately and independently. It made two further contributions, in my view of seminal importance. The explanation lies partly in the different social dynamics of the Luaro Triangle and partly in the ingenuity of its leadership, bathed as it was in global ideological influences. Let me elaborate. Unlike the slopes of Mount Rwenzori, the region of the Luaro Triangle brings together an ethnically mixed population of peasants for whom it has been an ancestral home for generations and migrants who have settled in the region over decades. Immigrants came mostly from Rwanda, from the 1920s on in large numbers. According to the 1948 census, 34% of the population of 1,296,701 in Buganda were immigrants, mostly from Rwanda. Urundi.61 The alliance between these two social forces, a settled Baganda poor peasantry and non-Baganda migrant peasants and laborers, had fueled the uprisings of 1945 and 1949.02. This alliance was broken in the aftermath of the colonial reform of the 1950s, which facilitated a shift in political initiative from popular to propertied strata and a top-down remobilization of the tribe in the context of the colonial reform. It was a shift ideologically marked and organizationally consoli. 208. Dated by the rise of the Kabaka Yeka, King Only, movement in Buganda. In consolidating a Baganda tribal identity in the name of king and tradition and under the leadership of landed strata, the Kabaka Yeka targeted at a stroke two social groups as alien, Indian shopkeepers and Guineas, and Banyarwanda migrant laborers. The resulting top-down alliance of classes and groups in the Baganda nationality held through the 1960s and 1970s, Buganda became the bastion of tribal politics constituted in a top-down fashion. Just as the threat of famine helps a people discover new sources of food, struggle and adversity define creative moments in the history of social movements. In Buganda memories the popular struggle of the 1940s had receded far into the dim recesses of memory. In the intervening decades, from the 1950s to the end of the 1970s, a new political culture had taken root. It was an orientation that distinguished between those indigenous and those immigrant, between those Baganda and those from elsewhere. Its telling effect was the building of a wall between the two social forces that had propelled the uprisings of 1945 and 1949. The political task that the NRA/M confronted in the Luaro Triangle in 1981 was no less than to recreate the social alliance that had propelled the rural uprising of the 1940s, between indigenous peasants and migrant strangers. To do so, it had to arrive at a new notion of rights, one that would include within its fold the entire working population of Luaro, whether indigenous or immigrant. It did this in practice by redefining the basis of rights from descent to residence. All adult persons had the right to belong to a council in their place of residence. Though the NRA/M at no point underlined the theoretical significance of this departure, it is clear that a residential qualification for rights is in reality a shift from descent to labor as the basis of rights. 63 But the rights of migrants were limited to the first tier in the multi-tiered pyramid that was the system of RCS. Yet the shift in the basis of rights from an exclusive and localized, descent, principle to an inclusive and generalizable, labor, one was of enormous significance in a land with substantial migrant minorities. On the basis of a notion of rights modified to suit a different social context, the NRA rebuilt the alliance between Baganda poor peasants and Banyarwanda migrant laborers. By so doing, the leadership of the NRA, even though it came from an ethnic group outside Buganda, also successfully undermined the political hold of conservative Baganda elite groups on the peasantry of the Luaro Triangle. No wonder that the Obutu regime tried to portray that guerrilla struggle as the spearhead of an alien resurgence, a core movement of migrants of Rwandese origin which posed a threat to all Ugandans. And when the guerrilla struggle continued to surge ahead, spilling over beyond Buganda in 209. Its second phase, 1984–85, the regime tried to cast it as a tribal war of a minority, the Baganda, potentially a threat to the rest of the nationalities in Uganda. The contention did not hold. Why? The fact that the overall significance of this struggle was unifying and liberating, and not divisive and repressive, was demonstrated by its next phase. As the guerrilla struggle expanded from 1984 on, the NRA was able to build an alliance between Di Baganda and the Banyoro, two nationalities that had been at odds with each other since colonial power had built on the 19th century contention between the states of Buganda and Bunyoro Kidira. In its Luwero days, the NRA took yet another step forward in expanding Di social parameters of participation in public affairs. This constituted a blow to yet another tradition, in this instance patriarchal. Its cutting edge was an expanded participation of women and Udai in community affairs. No formal limits were placed on the right of a woman, married or unmarried, to participate in public affairs, including joining Dai army. In recognition of historical and cultural realities that gave women and youth the status of a political minority even though they were seldom physical minorities, 2 positions on the 9-person resistance committees were reserved, one for a secretary for women and the other for a secretary for youth. Between principle and practice, however, there was a gulf. Although women and youth were granted special representation in each 9-person committee, all the way up the pyramid, the body that elected that representative was neither wholly nor even mainly female or youth, instead it was the entire council of adults. Whereas the electorate at the lowest level usually comprised a female and youth majority, at higher levels it was invariably composed mainly of adult males. Would a woman elected by a predominantly male body be a representative of women or a representative to women? It would be naive to see these reforms simply as efforts to reconstitute and emancipate peasant communities from below rather than from above. As they strove to build effective political coalitions against established authority, both experiences were marked by contradictory tendencies, political emancipation alongside social conservatism. As indirect rule authorities were dismantled and the rights of peasant communities recognized, all strata and sections within that community experienced a newfound freedom. But as communities were reproduced, so were the internal hierarchies within these communities. Their spontaneous tendency was to contain the reform. The poor and the migrant, the women and the youth, were at the same time galvanized into action as they were contained within a reformed social hierarchy. We will later see that none of these reforms was permanent. Catch was modified, nullified, or strengthened by the totality of the social movement of which the peasantry and the NRA were but 2 agencies. The point is that a reform in the character of local authority must remain partial and unstable so long as it is not reinforced by a corresponding reform in the central state. There is a strong tendency in contemporary literature to idealize peasant political action. To take a recent instance, in Social Banditry in Africa, Crumey uses African material to build an argument originally put forth by Hobsbawm, that criminality is a form of protest, and banditry is its most common form in class-divided agrarian societies. 64 But social banditry has a contradictory character, shaped by its historical and social context. Crumey's chapter on the shift anat in Ethiopia provides the material to illustrate the point. At 1 point a form of individual protest, the shift anat later came under the direction of various factions of the Ethiopian nobility and took on the form of organized and regular theft. As such, the shift anat really became an institutional medium for competition between factions of the nobility. Put alongside other material in the same book, and the European material originally put forth by Hobsbawm, it is clear that the content of social banditry can and does vary from one context to another. In one instance it was a form of popular protest, and in another it provided the grist for an institutionalized competition between factions of a dominant class. For Crumey, however, crime is inherently a form of protest. The contradictory potential of peasant political action is most sharply illustrated by the fact that even though it is a vehicle of popular protest, it has not been very difficult to incorporate peasant initiative into broader state strategies, turning it into a force for order and stability rather than transformation. This is why protest and incorporation need to be seen as part of the history of the same peasant movement. Let me illustrate this point by returning to our case studies. First, the Sungasung. From 1981 to 1983, the Tanzanian state tried all it could to penetrate the organization of the Sungasung, to identify and deal with its leaders. When it failed, it concluded that the movement had no leaders. To put the same thing differently, the movement was so decentralized that the leaders may themselves have constituted an entire social movement. From this recognition followed a shift in state policy toward the Sungasung. Starting from its official recognition as a popular militia, the Sungasung was dramatically incorporated into state structures by 1986. At the outset, Sungasung stood out as a truly popular militia, in contrast to state-created rural militias. But this contrast did not last long. State reform began by according the Sungasung a ceremonial role in official occasions. The Makamanda of the Sungasung began to appear as official guards for visiting state dignitaries. Soon Sungasung was directly involved in the implementation of the most repressive state policies, such as the compulsory labor measures that went under the name Nguvu Kazi. Yet another instance is Dai Rwenzururu. In this case, too, Daire was a swing from repression to reform. For 9 years, 1962 to 1971, the Obote regime made futile attempts to suppress it militarily. For another 9 years, 1971 to 1980, Daire was simmering revolt under the Amin regime, and eventually the Obote regime came to the conclusion Diet incorporation was a more feasible and efficient alternative to direct confrontation. By granting separate districts to the two nationalities from which Rwenzururu guerrillas were recruited and by transforming the leadership of the movement into the officialdom of the new districts, it finally succeeded in neutralizing the Rwenzururu. The difference lay in the more political/analytical approach of the Obote regime as opposed to the predominantly military methods its predecessors employed. Beginning with the deciphering of different tendencies in the leadership of the Rwenzururu, the Obote regime identified those more responsive to a negotiated outcome and defined concessions it could make short of a strategic defeat. Mahmood, the secretary of the movement in 1962, when Girani was its president, was appointed head of civil administration in the district. Lesser leaders in the movement followed by taking positions down the hierarchy of Dai local state. The decision in favor of a negotiated settlement was not made by an isolated faction. The issue was deliberate at every level of assembly of the Rwenzururu. When the king, Mkirani's son, came down the mountain exactly 20 years after the guerrilla struggle had been launched, he was ceremoniously exiled with a scholarship to an American university. The political/civil leadership of the movement was integrated into a reorganized local administration and put in charge of the local apparatus of Dai indirect rule state. Only the military leadership, the chief of staff and some of his lieutenants, refused to join the compromise. They stayed on the mountain. The result was a remarkably reformed local administration in the region of the Rwenzururu, but not any significant change either in the form of the local state or in the social conditions that defined peasant life in Dai region. When I climbed the mountain in 1984, the parish chief who greeted me had been a former minister of education in the Rwenzururu. At a meeting organized to introduce me to the villagers, he sounded a welcome note that I have seldom heard from a chief: "If you are here for noble reasons, we welcome you; if not, it is regrettable." At 211-212, a reception that followed the meeting, I found that he was the only person not drinking alcohol. I wondered if he was a born-again Christian. At a time when everyone is drinking, a responsible person must abstain, he answered. He then added, "Of course, my share of the alcohol has been set aside. I shall drink it later." These anecdotes highlight the difference that a reform in the face of officialdom can make to day-to-day encounters between peasants and petty officials, but they in no way change the more basic facts of life that shape the destinies of peasant families. I am not arguing that either the Sungasung or the Rwenzururu failed. Obviously not. Both succeeded in attaining limited objectives, the Sungasung in bringing cattle rustling to a halt, and the Rwenzururu in getting district boundaries redrawn to ensure a measure of local autonomy for the Bakonzo and the Bamba nationalities. I am arguing, though, that these successes have a significance both limited and temporary. The reforms neither affected the productive relations that shape peasant lives nor altered the nature of central state power. This is why there is no exaggeration in the observation that, as they were incorporated into existing forms of state administration through minor reforms, these movements became custodians of the very order they had originally organized against. What underlies the localized character of peasant initiatives? The fact that they are necessarily built around locally manifested contradictions. In the Africa of free peasants, where a customary access to land combines with customarily defined native authorities, the peasant's definition of the enemy is usually a functionary of the local state. This is not to say that there are no instances of local chiefs joining a peasant protest. There are, as we saw with South African movements. Put differently, peasant grievances can reflect degrees of opposition, their focus can range from bad chiefs to chiefship as bad. The local nature of the contradiction lends itself to resolution by a localized reform, which may or may not be effected through a significant political or social transformation. Few would deny that peasant movements have had diverse outcomes. At times they have been incorporated into wider regime strategies through localized reforms, as with the Sungasung and the Rwenzururu. At other times they have stemmed the tide of settler domination and laid the foundation of state independence, as with the Mau Mau, just as they have constituted the social basis of armed struggles in independent Africa, as in Eritrea and Uganda. This diversity of outcomes is shaped by the nature of alliances that peasant movements enter into and into which they are incorporated. Allies of peasants have included upper classes from the pre-colonial period, as well as middle-class nationalists and revolutionaries. Take, for example, the alliance between the royal family and peasants in Guile, Mozambique, in 1939, which became the basis of a popular revolt against colonially appointed chiefs, 65, or the case of Buganda, where the post-1928 reformed state administration split the alliance of the royal family and the big chiefs, laying the basis for populist peasant uprisings that fought chiefs in the name of the king. But even when peasants' allies were middle-class intellectuals, the latter's ideological orientation could be as diverse as the democratic monarchism of the teachers who led the Rwenzururu or the social radicalism of the mulists in the Simba uprising in Zaire. Because the peasantry lacks a strategic perspective on the character of the central state, peasant movements can be incorporated into diverse alliances. Their potential is therefore contradictory. Scanning the role of the peasantry in Chinese history, Mao commented that peasant revolts often have been like bushfires, creating an occasion for one dynasty to replace another. 66 We are reminded of the institution of the Shift Anat in Ethiopia, which built on and incorporated peasant grievances in a ruling class project. Peasant action can be incorporated into the straight GIC perspective of other classes, even if these contradict its own project. This is why central to understanding the political significance of peasant movements is the question of alliances. An alliance, however, is not manipulation, no matter how unequal. It contains a moment of reciprocity, a democratic moment. An alliance cannot be coerced. This much is clear from a reading of both Furity's study of the Mau Mau 67 and Gabramethon's study of Eritrea. 68 Gabramethon's study of the social basis of Eritrean nationalism elaborates the point. He explores the history of relations among various middle-class groups and sections of the peasantry. These relations came to change both parties to it. Through experience, sectors of the intelligentsia came to realize that peasants could be expected to defend only a social order signified by social reforms of meaning to them. A political struggle, in other words, had to go hand in hand with social reforms. What should those reforms be? And would agrarian reform not antagonize internal groups that may otherwise be predisposed toward supporting a struggle against external domination? The relationship between the struggle against external domination and internal agrarian reform became a contentious issue, leading to a political split between intellectuals of different ideological persuasions. The effect of a step-by-step agrarian transformation advocated by radical intellectuals was to transform the organizational capacity of different strata of the peasantry. In changing internal relations within the peasantry, the reforms shaped a peasant community of a different type. Both the capacity the peasantry realized and the capacity its actions helped. 21.3. 214. Fuel cannot be understood without focusing on the twin issues of the autonomous organization of the peasantry and the alliance between strata of the peasantry and other social groups. Autonomy and alliance are not mutually exclusive. The local autonomy of a community does not preclude its incorporation into an alliance whose significance may be not only wider and strategic, but also ultimately contradictory. That localized reform and strategic incorporation can go hand in hand is clear from the most ambitious attempt yet to reform indirect rule. Although the first wave of post-independence reform had little effect in changing the structure of the indirect rule state, the same cannot be said of the reform wave of the 80s. Changes introduced by radical populist regimes like Gaddafi in Libya, Sankara in Burkina Faso, early Rawlings in Ghana, and Museveni in Uganda sought to liquidate the indirect rule structures of the local state. Chiefship was either abolished outright, as in Libya and Burkina Faso, or was limited to a purely administrative function, as in Ghana and in Uganda, where chiefship was reintroduced to guerrilla-held areas in 1986 in a modified form, one in which it was also retained in the rest of the country. The reform makes sense if understood in a broader context, for the combination of limited democratic reforms at the local level and concentrated power at the top is increasingly characteristic of reforms that have marked the new breed of radical regimes in Africa. The driving force behind these reforms is not simply the strength of rural community-based resistance to the local state, but also the threat of urban civil society-based demands for representation in the central state. Put differently, these reforms are not simply a concession to rural revolt, but also a regime initiative designed to checkmate urban civil society-based movements, thereby forestalling the possibility of an urban-rural alliance reminiscent of the post-war anti-colonial upsurge. Given the tribal nature of authority in the local state, the alliance is bound to take on a tribal form, including an alliance of tribal coalitions at the center. Thus the tenor of official opposition to multi-party elections, claiming that it is no more than a mask for tribal resurgence. In such a context, localized reform in favor of the peasantry empowerment consolidates the social base of the regime, and monopoly of power at the top neutralizes middle-class contenders for leadership from within civil society. Rural reform is thus presented as a move toward a direct, participatory, and community-based democracy and is favorably contrasted to urban demands for a multi-party, representative, and individual rights-based democracy. Through a move that simultaneously reorganizes peasant communities on the basis of local self-administration and clamps down on the freedom of party organization at the center, the regime's incursion fragments social forces while strengthening their own support bases. 215. The resulting change reforms the institutional basis of the local state while leaving intact the institutions of the central state. As a result, it is both partial and unstable, easily compromised or even liquidated with a shift or change in the character of the central power. The shift is observable in the case of Ghana, where the autonomy of People's Defense Committees was compromised, a fact reflected in a change of name from People's Defense Committees to Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, from organs of the people to organs of the revolution. The change in nomenclature could not have been more telling. The case of Burkina Faso illustrates how swiftly a change of regime can reverse a reform in the local state. With the coup against the Sankara government, the neighborhood associations were liquidated as chiefs returned to the countryside and political parties to urban areas. Like in the Nigerian reforms where the military abrogated elections to the central state but introduced them in local state organs, and civilians did the reverse, we have here a game of musical chairs. A multi-party opening at the top goes hand in hand with a chiefly closure at the bottom, whereas the introduction of village self-governance goes alongside a single or no-party closure in the central state. The partial and unstable character of a reform confined to the local state is illustrated by the example of Uganda under Museveni. I have already discussed the significance of agrarian reform, the resistance council and committee system, in understanding the strength of the NRA's peasant base in the Luwero Triangle. The introduction of the resistance council and committee system to the entire country in the post-1986 period was the single most important political achievement of the NRA/M, for this measure dismantled the indirect rule regime at the local level and replaced it with village self-governance. The chief was stripped of judicial, executive, and legislative powers and reduced to the position of an administrative official. Organized as the Resistance Council, the village community was now the village legislature, also with adjudicative powers. The 9-person committee the village elected, whose members it had the right to recall between elections, held executive powers. From the outset the RC system had imbibed a crucial weakness. Although it recognized the existence of peasant communities, it paid no heed to social differentiation within these/9. Its organizational principles emphasized one's place of residence but totally ignored differentiated work experiences within the local community. Instead of being a medium to build the organizational capacity of those strata of peasants with an interest in social reform, the tendency for the RC system was mechanically to reinforce the parity of relations shaped outside its parameters. Those who were better organized outside the RC came to 216. Dominate the RC. A consistent feature of the RC system was that it came to stabilize peasant communities on the basis of leadership by its more prosperous members. Political reform went hand in hand with social conservatism. In the post-1986 period, this weakness was joined to a second, as the NRM was unable to link its participatory reform at the village level with the representative reform at higher levels. When the NRM came to power in 1986, its organized base was restricted to no more than a third of the country. In recognition of a plurality of forces in the country, it created a broad-based government at the center, but in recognition of its own weakness, it was also concerned with denying village access to oppositional forces at the center. Instead of linking a participatory process at the village level with direct representation at all levels, it took the path of Frelimo, resorting to indirect elections beyond the village. The RCSYSTEM increasingly came to reflect two tiers, one local, the other central, one on the ground, the other at the apex. The higher one went up the RC pyramid, the more watered down was the democratic content of the system. Elections were direct only at the first level. At all subsequent levels, voting was confined to an electoral college of representatives but was rationalized as realizing face-to-face participatory democracy. With elections indirect, tire power of recall became meaningless. The arrangement could not hold in the face of pressure for direct and multi-party elections at the center. This demand came from two quarters, Western countries on the one hand and local political parties and urban civil society organizations on the other. With a growing external debt, signified by a debt service ratio that fluctuated between 70 and 90% in the early 1990s, external pressure for political reform could not be ignored. At the same time, the failure to follow up local state reform with an improvement in rural living conditions gave political parties an opening through which to address the peasantry, particularly in the zones of former guerrilla activity. If Burkina Faso witnessed a return from village self-administration to indirect rule administration with a change of regime, Uganda shows the possibility of a similar shift as a regime under pressure looks for new and more effective allies to prevent middle-class urban opponents from forging links with dissatisfied peasant strata. The regime conceded partly to this combined pressure, allowing for direct but non-party elections to a constituent assembly. As direct elections broadened oppositional access to rural constituencies, the NRM found it difficult to hold firm the social alliance of peasants and migrants that it had forged in Buganda during the guerrilla struggle. The claim of opposition parties was that the migrants had won out in that alliance, and on an ethnic basis at that, for the opposition stressed the ethnic affinity between migrants and the leadership of the NRA/M, arguing that this explained the regime's failure to deliver to indigenous peasants. The question as to whether the regime would lose the Baganda peasantry to the opposition became real as elections to the Constituent Assembly approached. Confronted by an ethnic accusation, the regime sought an ethnic alliance. That was the restoration of kingship, Abiy Ahmed. It was a shift effected with both eyes on the electorate in Baganda. The pact between the Baganda royalty and the NRM leadership was to keep political parties out of Baganda. To many, it was a replay of an earlier deal, the alliance between Uganda People's Congress and Kabaka Yeka on the eve of independence, which also kept the opposition party out of Baganda. For the king and his men, and some women, however, the pact was a beginning, not an end. The royal party wanted restoration of kingship to be a meaningful affair, not just window dressing. To be worthy of office, the king must have chiefs and land, but to restore the powers of chiefs and liquidating council democracy where it was most meaningful, in the villages. Local rule in Uganda was once again at a crossroads, hovering between self-governance and indirect rule. Can one argue that any of the above instances, Sungasung, Rwenzururu, or the resistance councils, represents peasant empowerment? If so, then our discussion should serve to underline two issues. First, the immediate outcome of the same empowering reform depends on relations internal to local communities. The same institutional reform can have varied outcomes because the peasantry is internally differentiated and the capacity of peasant movements is shaped by the strength of its social base and the nature of its political leadership. Second, in the absence of a wider strategy of political change and social transformation, the empowerment of local communities can be of only limited and temporary significance. In the African continent, where a key institutional legacy of the colonial period is the bifurcated state, a successful democratic reform needs to straddle both spheres. A successful political reform of the bifurcated state needs to be simultaneously rural and urban, local and central. 217. The rural in the urban. Migrant workers in South Africa. Chapter 7. IHAVEARGUED that tribalism is both the form of power and the form of revolt against it. The response to ethnically organized power in the local state is an ethnically defined revolt, except that while the holders of power in a native authority are ethnically one, the population subject to their edicts is more often than not multi-ethnic. Indigenous peasants live alongside stranger peasants, more so in some localities than in others. Because the intra-ethnic civil war in the native authority unfolded in the context of an inter-ethnic tension, one effect of indirect rule through native authorities was to fragment the ruled along ethnic lines. My objective in this chapter is to illuminate the link between politics in the native authority and that in civil society. The effect of a decentralized customary despotism is immediately to impose two major tensions among the ruled, inter-ethnic in the native authority and urban-rural in civil society. The key social link between the two spheres, native authority and civil society, is migrant labor. This was particularly true in settler economies. This fact was appreciated by Jan Smuts in 1929 and was the driving vision behind the agenda the Broederbond tried to implement in the late 1940s. The migrant worker needs to be seen as the locus of all major social contradictions in such a context. Besides articulating the tensions generated by a market economy, those of class, gender, and age, migrant labor also came to be the focus of differences reinforced by the mode of rule that was decentralized despotism, the inter-ethnic and the urban-rural. As such, it came to be the key link in a complex chain of social relationships. Moving like a conveyor belt between the rural and the urban, it was, to paraphrase Marx, a class in civil society but not civil society. There was no one particular way in which these differences came to be translated into political life. There were, an arc, different ways of linking the rural and the urban. Each is class-specific. Each, in turn, either exacerbates ethnic differences and softens class contradictions in the course of bridging the rural and the urban, or softens ethnic differences and highlights class contradictions. In this chapter, I explore the social effects of two ways of linking the urban and the rural, trade union poly. TICs and the politics of political parties, both tribal and nationalist. Through a comparison of the two, I hope to highlight the critical role of political leadership and political choice in translating social facts into political ones. My point is that if the mode of rule introduces and builds on specific differences among the ruled, then the point of political activism must be both to recognize the starting point of resistance as shaped by the nature of power and to transcend its limits. The point is brought out forcefully in the post-Soweto experience of popular struggles in South Africa. If apartheid was the consolidation of indirect rule authority institutional segregation, then the scope of die authority was not confined to rural homelands but extended to enclaves in urban areas, particularly hostels. The population that straddled both regimes was that of migrant workers, with a home in the reserves and bed space in the hostels, for the migrant worker was a free peasant transported to an urban industrial setting. The negatively defined semi-proletarian was in reality a peasant worker. The tensions generated between the rural and the urban, the free peasantry and the urban worker, should be seen not just one-sidedly as reflecting an antagonism between migrant and resident labor, but as bringing home one of several possibilities inherent in the migrant situation. How that tension would be resolved in practice, whether through conflict or through alliance, was shaped by the nature of political leadership. To make this point, I will focus broadly on the migrant experience in South Africa, specifically the hostel-based Zulu migrants who were artisans in the hostel-based violence that engulfed the Johannesburg region in the early 1990s. I characterize these migrants as free peasants in an urban industrial setting. How can this be when many studies have shown that most migrants have subeconomic, marginal, or even non-existent land in the reserves, even if this is, as we will see, more true for some reserves like Translosi and Ciskei than for others, like Zululand, where the agricultural economy is less eroded? I have only one reason for doing so. The free peasant, as I have defined the term, is a direct producer on land partly shielded from the impact of market forces and to that extent subject to compulsion by native authorities because of a customary right to land. Unlike migrants in other industrializing contexts, those in South Africa came from tribal reserves in which they had a customary right of access to land and to which they were forced to return periodically. Both the right and the compulsion were justified as customary. Even when this right was significantly emptied of content, as when migrants clung to no more than a customary but nominal patch, the notion of customary rights as of customary patriarchal privilege was key to understanding the ideological baggage a migrant brought from the rural to the urban context. Inasmuch as a customary right was 219.220 understood, claimed, and defended as a tribal right, notions of the customary overlapped with and reinforced an ethnic identity. Yet this chapter is not about die totality of either the post-1973 trade union movement or die ethnic violence that has been a feature of South African politics over the last decade. It is not even about the totality of the violence that began in Natal in 1987, a phenomenon that from all accounts unfolded as an ethnic civil war, an intra-ethnic contest in which protagonists on both sides were Zulu. The object of my inquiry is more specifically the violence that erupted on the Reef in 1990, a phenomenon that took on an intertribal dimension, with Zulu migrant workers most often found on one side of the battle line. To make sense of this violence, I have found it necessary to trace the historical contours of the landscape, broadly understood as the migrant experience in South Africa. Like any query that zooms in on a subject through historical time, its parameters are broader at the outset but focused as it comes to embrace the subject. This is why this query sidesteps the experience of what is probably the largest single social constellation of migrant workers in South Africa, the miners. My interest is not the rural or peri-urban migrant, whether to farms or to mines, but the rural in the urban. From the time an urban industrial experience became a significant part of African working life in South Africa, the powers that be used all the resources and experience at their disposal to insulate and immunize it as a potential cancer. Migrant labor was never just a source of cheap labor, it was at the same time semi-servile and controlled. Every effort was made to turn urban hostels in which migrants lived into enclaves shut off socially and physically from surrounding townships, just as an effort was made to subordinate migrants inside hostels to a regime of indirect rule, but the more migrant links with the reserve were kept alive, the more effectively they functioned as conveyor belts between urban activism and rural discontent. We have seen that the possibility was realized most dramatically in the experience of rural revolt in the 1950s and 1960s, so that even when a regime of terror could put out the fires of urban revolt, as indeed happened in the decade that followed Sharpeville, the flame of revolt remained smoldering in the reserves, part of the experience of migrants. Not surprisingly, just as migrants carried forms of urban militancy from towns to reserves in the 1950s, so they did the flame of revolt from the rural to the urban in the coming period. The so-called decade of peace that followed Sharpeville came to an end with the Predomi. 221. Nantli migrant strikes of 1972-74, at first in Durban, and then on the Reef and the Cape. The response of the state to migrant activism, and to the possibility of a migrant township political link in the aftermath of Soweto 1976, was to build on the difference between the two experiences so as to turn a rift into a divide. To set up a Chinese wall between migrant and township populations was the key objective of recommendations contained in the reports of two government commissions of the time, Vihan and Rickert, the former recommending that unions be allowed to organize resident urban labor but not migrants, and the latter calling for stabilizing urban labor while tightening the screw of influx control on migrants. That strategy was immediately defeated because the new independent unions fought it tooth and nail. The strategy was later resuscitated, successfully, for a number of reasons. The march of industrialization opened avenues for African semi-skilled labor and made desk-skilled migrants marginal, and the union leadership began to reflect this changing balance at all levels and deserted the hostels. The limited perspective of unions was reflected in the controversy within its ranks between workerists and populists. The former called for an exclusively workplace-based strategy of organization and the latter for joining workplace and community-based demands, and both understood by community the urban townships and not the hostel or the reserves. As migrants became marginal in the union movement, the structural difference between resident and migrant labor came to coincide with the difference between organized and unorganized labor. This difference now took on the dimensions of attention. As it propelled forward a protracted urban uprising, the community of the organized brooked no breach in the ranks of the oppressed. In the unfolding dialectic between resistance and repression, though, those organized were better equipped for self-defense, and those unorganized were exposed to retaliation. As the community of the organized moved to action that seemed to dispense with those unorganized, the tension between residents and migrants or townships and hostels was aggravated. Simultaneously, the South African state initiative to abolish influx control laws in 1986 showed a keen appreciation of the central weakness of the organized opposition to apartheid. By opening urban gates to a flood of rural migrants, it hoped to feed the urban-rural antagonism and reap the harvest. The tension, however, did not explode into antagonism, except at sporadic moments. My point is that the violence was not inevitable. Although the ground that made the violence possible can be understood only if we grasp the history of social relations that underlay the structural difference between the two experiences, that difference did not have to result in open 222 conflict. To understand why this did happen requires putting it not only against a historical backdrop, but also alongside a critique of political leadership under the circumstances. Zulu migrants, an important segment of the social base of the independent union movement in the 1970s, were turning to Inkatha and then to the Inkatha Freedom Party, IFP, by the early 1990s. Migrant options narrowed as key political forces failed to appreciate and respond to the migrant situation. Like the unions before, the ANC failed to appreciate migrant choices and perspectives. To important sections of the migrant community, the ANC's call for a conversion of hostels into family units sounded like a death threat to their urban base. Just as surely as migrants had hit back at the betterment policies of the apartheid state, policies that threatened their hold on a rural patch in an earlier era, so they retaliated against the ANC's call for converting hostels, a program that now threatened their hold on an urban patch. But the embrace between these migrants and the IFP was neither permanent nor total. In another few years, the same migrant activists began to take initiatives independent of the IFP, in spite of its opposition initiatives that testified to the importance of political choice even in the most impossible seeming circumstances. It is these initiatives that define new possibilities in the era that opened with the non-racial elections of 1994. This chapter is divided into 3 sections. The first is a survey of different explanations of the violence on the reef. I seek neither to dismiss nor to embrace them but to underline their limits and to build on their insights. The 2 sections that follow consider 2 ways of linking the urban and the rural, each with its different set of social consequences. The second section focuses on the post-1973 trade union experience and the internal uprising that followed Soweto 1976. The subject matter of the third section is the political parties, both the internally based tribal IFP and the exile nationalist ANC. Contending explanations. In 1986 the South African government abolished influx control and the compulsion for African people to carry passes. With that, a key piece of legislation symbolic of the apartheid order and regulating the movement of migrant labor was scrapped from the books. It proved to be the starting point of a far-reaching reform process, leading to the unbanning of exile movements, including the ANC and the SACP, in 1990 and the holding of non-racial elections 4 years later. In retrospect, 1986 also seemed to signal the beginning of a campaign of terror whose triangular outline highlighted a growing tension between, and sometimes within, 3 types of African communities: townships, shanty towns, and hostels. The violence began in 1987 in Natal, pitting townships allied with the United Democratic Front, DDF, against Inkatha-allied shanties and hostels in waves of mounting violence that by any account took thousands of lives. In 1990 it moved to the industrial heartland of the Transvaal, the Reef, where embattled hostel dwellers, also said to be pro-Inkatha, confronted neighboring townships and shanties, and at times hostels, of ANC persuasion. Once again, the toll stood in the thousands. The political dimension of the conflict provided the clue to many who set out to explain it. After all, had not the political reform also set in motion a competition between all major forces with ambitions to shape the new order? Were not both sides of the battle line clearly defined by political preference? If combinations shifted from Natal, 1987, to Die Reef, 1990, with mainly shanties and hostels battling townships in Die former and hostels pitted against shanties and townships and sometimes OD or hostels in the latter, did they not continue to reflect an Inkatha preference on this side and a UDF-ANC allegiance on the other? And was NOT the South African government, particularly its SECU organs long nourished by an anti-communist and anti-nationalist diet, not an innocent referee but a party with a clear and definable interest in shaping the outcome of the reform process? Clearly, so the line of reasoning went, the explanation of the violence lay not really in the observable actions of its participants Die residents of townships, shanties, and hostels but in the not-so-hidden agenda of far more powerful and clear-sighted forces that formed the backup in all instances. Here was a clear case in which one needed to pinpoint external agencies, the hidden hands, the third forces behind the string of conflicts. The onset of the reef violence, argued the Johannesburg-based Independent Board of Inquiry, IBI, was signaled by a series of attacks on the Sebokeng hostel which began on July 22, 1990. The violence rapidly spread to the East Rand, Soweto, the West Rand and Alexandra Township. In each case non-Zulu hostel dwellers were driven out of Die hostels which became armed fortresses from which attacks were launched against the surrounding community and squatter camps in particular. Where Zulu hostel dwellers resisted the call to violence, they too were removed. One titled Fortresses of FCAR / the board's report approvingly cited the findings of a delegation of the International Commission of Jurists that visited South Africa in March 1992, the hostels were indeed Inkatha barracks. Behind the scale of brutality, argued the Pietermaritzburg-based Community Agency for Social Inquiry, case, in material prepared for the International Commission of Jurists, is clear evidence that the 224 violence erupts at points when it most weakens the ANC and its allies, and dies down dramatically when it would most harm the government of F.W. de Klerk. 3. To back up its claim that the violence appears to be switched on and off at strategic moments, the case report drew up a trajectory of the violence against a backdrop of political facts of life in South Africa. If the violence was orchestrated, who were its regulators? To answer this question, case identified winners and losers in this deadly game, on one side, the National Party government and Inkatha, on the other side the ANC. In essence, concluded yet another report from case, the level of violence appears to go down when it would harm the government, and up when it can hinder the government's opponents, for in assuming that the beneficiaries of an event are necessarily its perpetrators, these reports were guilty of a high GHLY deductive line of reasoning. It was like arguing that if the rains are heavy and umbrella makers make a lot of money, then somehow they must be responsible for the rain. Or, to move from the natural setting of the above analogy to the social setting of the reef violence, even if the beneficiaries of that violence understood their interests hilly and acted in line with it, what explained the fact that direct participants in this violence were so readily available for this manipulation? This question has given rise to a second line of reasoning, whose emphasis is on the observable behavior of direct participants and not the hidden agenda of forces in the background. The methodological shift is from the political to the sociological. In the words of an eminent South African sociologist, sociological conditions, i.e., the social organization of hostels, marginalization, and alienation, predispose hostels to immobilization and consequently violence on the slightest signs of provocation. It is not that the hostel dwellers are inherently aggressive, but that the social conditions that they live under make them easy prey to political manipulation. 5. The IBI report quoted earlier spelled out the argument in some detail. The closed nature of the hostile system and the existence of large concentrations of single men, creates the perfect terrain for coercion and forced recruitment. This terrain also affords the opportunity for rapid mobilization, instant meetings, and the preparation for the launching of armed attacks. 6. To this inert condition, the closed nature of a single-sex compound, the IBI report added another, which makes hostile dwellers easy to organize and influence, the hierarchical and coercive nature of hostile organization and the role of indunas, a traditional position of leadership. Hostile dwellers are easy to manipulate because they live in a dosed world, both on account of the barrack-like conditions under which they live and because of their allegiance to an equally hierarchical tradition and culture. So went this mode of reasoning. There is yet a third line of reasoning uncomfortable with the argument that hostile dwellers are caught up in a Pavlovian mice in a cage type of dilemma, or that they are unthinking traditionalists responding to the dictum of an age-old culture. It is an argument that lays stress on the hostile dwellers as a conscious agency, as responding to a changing situation. From unthinking traditionalists, we thus move on to hostile dwellers as thinking traditionalists, as interest-bearing agents making a rational choice. The harsh reality, argued Mike Morris and Doug Hinson for a study initially prepared for COSATU's Economic Trends Group, is that racial, ethnic, and class antagonism held in check under classic apartheid have resurfaced in the climate of liberalization and deracialization. 7. The reform of apartheid has facilitated rapid urbanization and sparked off a struggle for space, land and residential resources, leading to the mobilization of communities along new lines based on emerging social divisions: race, class, age, language, and ethnic origin. The same reforms have accentuated rather than dampened conflict, for economic liberalization has not been matched by political incorporation of the mass of the people into the national democratic process. Any attacks, whether from squatter camps or hostels, are in fact crude booty-gathering raids, with houses being plundered and consumer items carted off. The conflict over resources is thus taking place over the distribution of the marginal resources left over for black residential areas whose inhabitants are rapidly expanding but with no parallel expansion of resources being made available to them. For these authors, behind the violence lies the blunt compulsion of material forces, now liberated by a reform of apartheid. This argument has found an echo among several analysts. 8 Forcefully arguing for the need to go beyond characterizing hostile dwellers as either victims or vanquishers, Lauren Siegel agrees in more or less the same words. The current violence is therefore about the poorer and more marginalized sectors of black society struggling to make a space for themselves. 9 Further, the strategy has been more or less successful, for the violence has reorganized the urban landscape in favor of Zulu migrants. All of these explanations contain a grain of truth, and none can be ignored. The argument for the existence of third forces is compelling, but it cannot by itself explain the violence. Conspiracies do exist, but that fact on its own cannot explain why some succeed and others fail. Sociological conditions in hostels do explain why its inhabitants are more disposed toward mobilization, as economic conditions in deprived communities explain the acute desperation that marks the quest to sustain. 225. 226. Life, but neither explains the ways in which people actually mobilize or act. Although material conditions do explain the constraints under which we make real choices in real life, they cannot by themselves explain the choices we do make within those constraints. The old argument between structure and agency, between sociological and historical constraint and human will, cannot be resolved simply by holding up one end of the pole. Are the choices that we make then explained by our culture, whether conceived of as static and superhistorical or as dynamic and changing in time? I doubt it, not because culture, or tradition, as it is often called, does not shape our interpretation of circumstances and events. It does. But culture is seldom as compact and singular as it is sometimes made out to be. Rather, it is full of tension, diverse and differentiated. To understand culture as an undifferentiated and non-contradictory whole is to presume a single outcome to situations of conflict, whether that outcome is explained as the result of a single initiative or a singular absence of one. True, we make our choices within constraints economic, sociological, and cultural, but we do make them. It is tempting to read back from an event and to explain it as the necessary outcome of historically evolved circumstances or consciousness. Such a reading back obscures the element of choice that confronted participants at each step along this historical route. I will make this point in this chapter through a brief analysis of the politics of migrant labor on the Transvaal. My historical overview highlights the 2 decades that opened with the Durban strikes of 1972–73 and dosed with the hostile-centered violence of the early 1990s on the Reef. Along the line, there has been a dramatic shift in popular understanding of what migrants stand for. Today, migrants, particularly hostile dwellers, are seen to represent the rural in the urban, the force of tradition bursting through the straitjacket of impossible circumstances. In the 1950s, however, migrants were the cutting edge of anti-chief struggles in the countryside. They were understood as an expression of the urban in the rural. In the 1970s, to illustrate another shift, migrants were seen as the most militant sector of a fast unionizing working class on the Reef, but by the early 1990s, they had turned into the soft underbelly of both factory-based unions and township-based civics. Why? To answer this question, I will borrow liberally from each of the explanations I have critiqued above, for the economists are no doubt right when they claim that rapidly changing circumstances, not only material but also political, over which migrants have had little or no control, have something to do with the violence in which many are engulfed. Unlike the economists, I will argue that it is not only changing circumstances but also changing perspectives and strategies that we need to understand. 227. And evaluate. Although the strategies cannot be understood except as a response to circumstances, there were choices made along the way and lessons that need to be drawn. To those who emphasize the weight of material compulsion in a one-sided way, I will uphold the necessity of political choice and political analysis. The culturalists too are right in insisting that besides the force of inert circumstances, there exist a migrant culture and tradition that shape migrant options. In contrast to those who see this culture in the singular, say, Zulu tradition, I will emphasize the plurality and heterogeneity of tradition. I will argue that it is necessary to restore not only the element of historical dynamism in the understanding of culture, but also that of contemporary diversity and plurality. Put differently, tradition should not be understood as a cultural baggage carried through historical time. Rather, like notions of community that I queried in an earlier chapter, those of culture are also reproduced through struggles that pit diverse and even contradictory notions against each other. Only a profoundly political and historical understanding of culture, I will argue, can give us a meaningful idea of migrant options, of choices available and choices made. The 1970s. Rural militants in urban areas. Migrant labor was semi-coerced and semi-servile. The institution predated apartheid, nor was it uniquely South African. In the era that promised the emancipation of African labor from slavery, it was an alternative form of labor to which labor-seeking mines, plantations, and farms in the African colonies could turn. The institution was set and kept going through a web of extra economic compulsions. Point 10 The native was tracked and kept on course like a beast by one set of laws, not simply and directly with a whip as would be a beast, but through legally defined injunctions and prohibitions that left him and eventually her free to work as a migrant in one of the many laborious and dirty jobs most easily found in mines, plantations, or farms. The framework of migrant labor was put in place by another set of subsidiary institutions and injunctions. Central to these in South Africa was the Natives Land Act of 1913, which legalized the earlier theft of land, created a huge marginal peasantry, and left it with little option but to turn into a captive labor force. Then there was a complex set of pass laws that prohibited blacks from moving about the country to get the best job on the best available terms in a free market and branded those without employment as vagrants. For those who did take on employment, there was 228. The Masters and Servants Act, which made it a criminal offense to break a labor contract, and a panoply of labor legislation that prohibited blacks from doing skilled work in most workplaces. For those caught up in it, cheap labor was an incredibly costly system. Assuming an average 18-month contract, D. Hobart Houghton calculated in 1964 that migrants would travel an extra 370 million miles a year in addition to the normal daily journey to work. 11 Legally entitled to be in an urban area only for so long as they were employed, hundreds were daily sent to jail by commissioners' courts for staying longer than 72 hours without the requisite permission or for failing to produce their passbooks on demand. An estimated 17.5 million black persons were prosecuted under the pass laws between 1916 and 1981.12 The basic law regulating migrant labor in South Africa was the Urban, Bantu, Areas Act, first PUT on the books in 1923. Section 10 defined the few blacks with legal permission to live in cities and large towns not as having a right to do so, but as exempt from the provisions of the Act. For a black person residing in rural areas who wished to move to a city, the law prescribed a definite path. 13 That person would first have to register as a work seeker at the local Bantu Affairs Commissioner's office. If approved, the person would be granted permission by the commissioner to be absent from the district for a period of 11 months, being the duration of the work contract he would get in the city. The contract would be renewed for another 11 months if the employer agreed and the district commissioner's office granted permission to be absent from the home district for a second contract. Such a migrant's wife or children could not join him in the city, for they had neither a Section 10 exemption nor jobs that could count as reason for being in the city, but should they decide to accompany or follow him to the city anyway, their chances of remaining undetected were slim because of regular pass raids by township police. The laws criminalized even the most humane of impulses, like parents and children wanting to be together, and then gave transgression of the law as reason for continual policing. So pass raids were supplemented by regular and frequent midnight police raids on township homes, to check permits and to ensure that everyone sleeping in the house was indeed registered at the local township superintendent's office and therefore eligible to be within the area. For a migrant to qualify for a right to live in the urban areas, he would have to complete 10 consecutive 11-month periods of residence in that city. 1 Until then, he remained a migrant whom the law deemed to be single, eligible for a bed in a single-sex hostel. The bed ticket a migrant obtained from the superintendent's office was nothing to be scoffed at. It was a valuable possession, for the simple reason that the monthly rent, 229 for a hostel bed, was on the average no more than 10% of that for a backyard shack, in 1990. Given their meager wages and the necessity to remit a sizable portion to the family back home, migrants had little choice but to seek hostel accommodation while in urban areas. The demand for migrant labor was very much a function of employers' needs, but the structure of employment was undergoing a rapid shift in South Africa in the first half of this century. In the early decades, there was an acute and crass contest between mines and farmers over the control of migrant labor. While mines tried to organize a regular and direct flow through systematic recruitment from the reseries, the farms penalized and waylaid migrants trespassing on the way to mine centers, forcing them to work for varying periods by way of compensation. The farm-mine competition for labor from a single pool became the subject of many government commissions. One of the reasons farmers gave to the Farm Labor Committee of 1932 for the shortage of labor was the competition of the mines, which has absorbed a large proportion of farm laborers. The Native Economic Commission of that same year noted that there was no way a migrant could fulfill both a farm and a mine contract in the same year, even if he was a temporary worker in both places, for the service period on farms was 3 to 6 months in a year, whereas that on a mine was counted as 270 shifts, which necessarily takes more than 9 months to complete 14 in the 40s. However, with increased recruitment of Africans for the war effort and revolt brewing in the reserves, mines turned to areas neighboring South Africa to meet expanding labor needs. By 1946 only 41% of mining labor came from within South Africa's borders. 15 The shift in the labor recruitment priorities of mines did not mean that the woes of farmers diminished correspondingly. The structure of the South African economy was changing, and a new and formidable competitor was on the horizon. By 1930 manufacturing had surpassed agriculture in its contribution to national income, and by 1943 it had outstripped the contribution of mining capital. 16 Further, the expansion of manufacturing capital drew less from the reserves than it did directly from the farms, encouraging an outflow of labor from white farms to industrial urban centers. This how was quantified by the Tomlinson Commission, 1955, for the period between 1936 and 1951. It calculated that although 40% of Bantu urban residents came from European farms and other rural areas, only 8% were drawn from the reserves. 17 The remaining half were made up of those drawn from foreign centers, 23%, and the natural increase of the towns themselves, 29%. By the early 1950s, the African population of South Africa was to be found in 3 roughly equal groups, 1/3 in the reserves, another 2/3 third in urban areas, and a final third on European homesteads. 18 ANXE is to stop the flight of labor from farms to cities. The Union of White Farmers, the South African Agricultural Union, put forward a memorandum on native policy that called for a freeze of this threefold compartmentalization of labor between reserves, cities, and white farms. 19 According to this scheme, the industrial group would be wholly cut off from the practice of agriculture as a means of subsistence. Farm labor would be accommodated as full-time employees on European farms, and a category of unclassified natives would be accommodated in urban fashion in the reserves so as to serve their own people in various capacities. In this way the native could be encouraged to develop on useful lines. And at the same time an enormous labor force could be released. Contrary to this were the demands of industrial capital, which received a strong hearing in the report of the Egan Commission, 1948. The conclusion of that report argued that legal or administrative compulsions designed to perpetuate the system of migrant labor are wrong and have a detrimental effect. The policy should be one for facilitating and encouraging stabilization. 20 Many have seen the victory of apartheid and the National Party as the triumph of white farms and mining interests once a political accommodation had been worked out between Tier 2 over industrial and commercial capital. Certainly, the system of migrant labor not only continued but was reinforced with a tightened regime of controls around it. Apartheid did indeed end the flight of labor from white farms to urban areas. Others have argued that practical apartheid involved more of a compromise. Even if white farm and mining demands shaped the major outlines of native policy, this was by way of accommodating the interests of manufacturing and commerce. Precisely when migrant labor was being further entrenched, the core of urban-based industrial labor was being stabilized. The terrain of this accommodation was far more political than economic. As we have seen, the shift from segregation to apartheid involved two simultaneous moves: a reorganization of the apparatus of native control, in both the reserves and the townships, and forced removals to shift radically the native population to indirect rural areas. The apparatus of control that the National Party organized in the course of forced removals was indeed formidable. With a single-minded will and determination, this armed fist was used to smash every expression of militant resistance and eventually to ban nationalist organizations in the wake of Sharpeville 1960. The decade of peace that followed Sharpeville was a time of effective repression. Undergirded by systematic terror, industrial growth increased by leaps and bounds. During the 1960s, the GNP grew at 6% per annum. Along with Japan, it was the high 231st growth rate in the world. 21 Financed by a massive influx of foreign capital, the accelerated expansion of industry led to a structural transformation that brought manufacturing, commerce, construction, and transport under the sway of a few monopoly houses. 22 The leap in accumulation, however, could not be without a corresponding expansion in the growth of the industrial working class and a simultaneous upgrading of skills for many. The number of Africans working in manufacturing increased from 308,332 in 1960 to 780,914 in 1980. Taken as a proportion of economically active Africans, the growth was indeed impressive, from 7.9 to 14%. 23 A consequence of this growth was an increased employment of educated labor and a dramatic expansion in post-primary African education to feed the demand for it. It is urban-based migrant labor and township-based educate youth, the two native social strata that grew with the prosperity of the apartheid economy that would bring to a close its much heralded decade of peace through a spectacular resurgence of urban resistance. Faced with a combination of forced removals that dramatically increased the insecurity of urban communities, of Bantu education that systematically organized a racially justified substandard education for school youth while dimming its last remaining hopes for individually based advance, and of the tightening grip of influx control that regimented migrant labor through prison-like conditions, the urban African population responded with a tempo of resistance at once powerful and protracted. Sufficient to send the apartheid state reeling into a crisis whose proportions far eclipsed that of the post-war revolt to which apartheid had originally been a response. But relatively spontaneous acts of resistance, however dramatic, could not lead to sustained organization on their own. For that to happen, a decisive change in the very perspective of resistance was necessary. A historical shift. The year 1949 had marked a turn in nationalist agitation irona constitutionalist to popular methods, from petition and representation to boycott and demonstration. Sharpeville nipped this development in the bud and called its wisdom into question. With organizations banned and leaders whisked into jail, activists moved into exile. Their ranks bristled with a fast-growing conviction that the only effective response to the armed terror of the apartheid state was the armed resistance of the oppressed. Repression sought to strip communities of militants by barricading them in jail, and exile flushed activists out from their home. 232. setting even if voluntarily and temporarily. Gradually but imperceptibly, out of the struggle and the debate of the mid-1950s and the early 1960s, the notion of the exile as a professional revolutionary came to supplant the idea of resistance as a mass and popular activity. Originally advanced as a form of popular struggle, even heralded as its most advanced form, armed struggle soon came to be detached from any notion of popular struggle. Dazzled by the glamour of Vietnam, and then Angola and Mozambique closer to Hami, militants turned to armed struggle as would the faithful to a messiah. The armed guerrilla, the proverbial fish in water, was now said to be a professional revolutionary who needed only popular support to succeed. Meanwhile, ensconced at a safe distance, beyond the reach of BOTH apartheid's terror machine and the discipline of internal struggle, TWO influences that would otherwise have kept them fit and trim instead drawing nourishment from their ability to play a growing international apartheid lobby effectively liberation movements increasingly came to resemble proto-state structures waiting in the wing for a crisis to happen and for an opportunity to govern. That crisis and that opportunity, however, could not be the doing of exile movements. The decade of peace bore eloquent testimony to that political fact. To break through that silence of captivity required no less than a radical shift in perspective, one that would set aside the near-religious faith in exile revolutionaries and armed struggle and return to the day-to-day endeavors of working people, to take these as the raw material from which to fashion a culture of resistance adequate to its own setting and to rebuilding resistance organizations. When that critique came, it was more in the way of a practical initiative than a conscious theoretical departure. Even when their actions signaled a departure of epical significance from the imperatives of armed struggle, its youthful bearers continued to pay homage at the altar of armed struggle. The youthful activists of the 1970s systematically forged a new path of liberation, even if they did not do so consciously. They remind one of the great populist movement of late 19th century Russia in whose flow middle-class intellectuals merged with the people. The populists of 1970s South Africa too came from a youthful student generation. Surprisingly, they were both black and white. The black student activists were in their tens of thousands. They spanned the entire gamut of the educational panorama, from primary institutions to secondary ones and to university. Increasingly, they moved under a single banner. Black Consciousness, BC. The white student militants were but a trickle, the left wing of the white student movement. SHUT out of black consciousness organizations and black townships, THE community, Prophets Outcast, they searched for a constituency. And they found it in the ranks of those migrant workers who were the moving force behind the strike movement of 1973. Durban 1973 and Soweto 1976 were the two events that symbolized, dramatized, and concretized this shift in the perspective of resistance, for in spite of their obvious differences the bearers of the Durban strikes were mainly migrant workers, whereas the militants of the Soweto uprising were a more socially amorphous group among whom the student youth stood out. There were some basic and significant similarities between the two events. Both relocated the locus of struggle from the external, exile, to the internal, home, the agency of struggle from professional revolutionaries to popular strata, and its method from armed violence to nonviolent agitation. Together, these signified a fundamental shift in the very conception of struggle. This is why one thinks that the militant black and white students of the 1970s had more in common than they realized. None was keen to join any of the externally based organizations or to court state repression by proclaiming allegiance to any. Neither heeded an argument then fashionable in liberation circles that anything short of armed or underground struggle, anything that smacked of agitation for reforms or open organizational work, was tantamount to a recognition of the apartheid state and capitulation to it. Together, they shaped the agitational and organizational context that nourished the countrywide urban uprising of the 80s and out of which came most of its key cadres. It was that nonviolent uprising and not the much-awaited armed struggle which really defined the imperatives and split die camp of apartheid, creating a paralysis that ended only with de Klerk's initiative of February 2, 1990. The historic turn in perspective that began with Durban 1973 and Soweto 1976 in South Africa had its parallel in the Intifada uprising that shook occupied Palestine in the 80s. It was a shift in paradigm. Struggle had preceded the one in Eastern Europe by at least a decade. 233. The 1973 Durban strikes toward building an independent workers' movement. Unlike the decade that preceded it, the 1970s seemed to herald a rhyme of change in southern Africa. At the forefront of that movement were migrant workers, whose meandering lives and generally miserable working conditions seemed to knit the region into one. Just when the armed struggle registered its most spectacular gain with the collapse of Portuguese colonialism in Mozambique and Angola, a parallel movement signifying the onset of an era of internal popular resistance could be. 234. Discerned. In December 1971, thousands of Ovambo contract workers in the South African-managed Namibian cities of Walvis Bay and Windhoek struck against the migrant labor system. In the following month, this protest grew into a general strike involving some 20,000 migrant workers. Linked to it was an insurrectionary peasant struggle in the densely populated northern Bantustan reserve of Ovamboland. In 1972 were the Durban strikes. The industrial areas of Durban provided employment to a larger number of workers than any other single urban center in South Africa. This industrial workforce tended to be concentrated in larger factories, mainly textiles and metal. Beginning in October 1972, tire strike spread from one industrial area of Durban to another, then throughout Natal, and eventually across industrial centers in the whole country. At its peak, from January to the end of March 1973, thus known as Durban 1973, more black workers were involved in strike action than in the previous 12 years after Sharpeville 24. The strike movement was like a magnetic spark that attracted a variety of hitherto dispersed forces and welded them together in a single effort whose organizational outcome would be the independent black workers' unions. At the core of this were the workers themselves, migrant. Despite their semi-skilled status, 70% of African workers had a monthly income below the monthly household subsistence level of R78.18 for 1973. The very slogans used by the protesting workers, Sifunamali and Asinamali, the absence of Renali, money, reflect a stark reality. Despite the gigantic strides of industry in the 1960s, and despite the creation and consolidation of mass production in Durban, the African working class was on the brink of starvation. 25. In spite of their numbing poverty, the tradition of resistance was possibly more alive among migrant workers. Certainly, the decade of peace had a longer stay in most urban areas than in the reserves. The compelling force with which these workers broke onto the industrial and political scene in 1973 made them the focus of a number of initiatives from different quarters. The first of these were older organizers from the ANC and the Communist Party-linked South African Congress of Trade Unions, SACU, of the 1950s. Many of these veteran worker leaders had just been released from political imprisonment. 2. The second were young university-based intellectuals. Mostly white, they were without any historical link with black industrial workers. They were able to forge that link with the assistance of black organizers from the old SACU unions who gave them access to black workers. 27. The white student radicals came from the Wages Commission of National Union of South African Students, NUSAS, the parent white student body from which the first black consciousness militants had. 235. Broken away. Shunned by black student militants and without an anchor in the townships, they looked for alternative avenues of involvement. Established in May 1972, the University-based Wages Commission, in the words of one of its founders, brought together white students who were increasingly critical of the dominant liberal opposition because they believed it was ineffective and focused on race rather than class exploitation. 28. Around the same time as the Durban strikes of 1972-73, they set up a series of service organizations in key industrial centers, the General Factory Workers Benefit Fund, BF, in Durban, the Western Province Workers' Advice Bureau in Cape Town, and the Industrial Aid Society in Johannesburg. 29 Like the Benefit Fund, which was formally established to provide social security for workers employed in Durban and Pietermaritzburg, it was through the handling of menial but very important complaints, payslips, workmen's compensation, UIF, etc., that these activists had some influence amongst the workers. 30 The White Student Initiative influenced both the nature and the speed of the unionization that followed in the wake of the Durban strikes. Not surprisingly, when the Metal and Allied Workers Union, MAWU, was formed in April 1973 in Pietermaritzburg, its secretary, Alpheus Mthethwa, was an employee of the Benefit Fund. 31 A few months later, the National Union of Textile Workers was established in Durban. As more unions were formed, their committees incorporated members from the Executive Committee of the Benefit Fund, and their organizing staff came to include BF militants who had previous organizing experience. To influence the flow of unionization and to consolidate the outcome, THIRD Trade Union Advisory and Coordinating Council was formed that October. 32 Durban was but one center in the emerging unionization of black workers. The new unions displayed a variety of forms. At one end were the East London-based community unions, which believed it was impossible to separate workers' factory demands from their township problems. Known as the political unions, they boycotted registration and aligned themselves politically with the exile-based liberation movements. At the other extreme were the Durban-based industrial unions, which were not averse to registering under conditions that would guarantee them a minimal independence but stayed dear of any political alignment. In the middle were the Cape Town-based general unions, which shared the boycott stance of the former but also the tendency of the latter to stay clear of any alignment with political movements. By 1981 the industrial unions, organized as the Federation of South African Trade Unions, FOSATU, a bloc with 90,000 members in 387 organized factories spread across Natal, the Transvaal, and the Cape, emerged as the dominant force in the independent trade. 236. Union movement. It is to the perspective of those who fashioned the strategy and tactics of FOSATU unions that we must now turn. The militant white intelligentsia that came out of the universities in 1972 to form service organizations had a disproportionate influence in the FOSATU unions. Often accused of academic Marxism and workerism by critics 33, they in turn charged the same critics with a populist orientation that failed to draw relevant lessons from the checkered history of trade unionism in South Africa. Marking the course of that history, and etched as lessons in the historical memory of these militants, were experiences of two unions, the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union of Africa of the 1920s and the South African Congress of Trade Unions of the 1950s. The ICU was a general union in whose ranks could be found both workers and allied strata, from peasants to petty entrepreneurs, but the group that defined its core social base was migrant workers. At a time when opposition usually took the form of addressing formal petitions and sending deputations to the authorities, the ICU was marked by its militant call for open defiance of past laws, a minimum wage and equal ITY of opportunity. 34 Beginning with an effort to recruit Cape Town dock workers, ICU membership expanded in response to militant strike campaigns. It is the ICU that organized the 1920 work stoppage that involved 40,000 African mine workers. Estimates of ICU membership at the height of its popularity in 1927–29 vary widely, between 100,000 and 250,000. But there is general appreciation of the ICU's contribution to establishing a tradition of black worker resistance, as reflected in the notes of a worker member. Although the initials ICU stood for a fancy title, to us it meant basically, when you ill-treat the African people, ICU. If you kick them off the pavements and say they must go together with the cars and the ox carts, ICU. When you kick my brother, ICU. 35 YQ University origin intellectuals in the ranks of FOSATU. The real failure of the ICU was organizational, it failed in its efforts to gain recognized trade union status in South Africa. 36 That failure was the outcome of methods of organization that put too much stress on the leadership while failing to organize the membership in durable structures. The lesson was to build shop floor structures resilient enough to survive both state repression and leadership crises. Unlike the ICU of the 1920s, SACU was very much a meeting point of factory-based unions. By 1959 its 35 affiliates counted for 46,000 members. 37 The quality of these unions is a point of controversy. Were many of the new unions hasty constructions, often the result of interventions by SACU in industrial disputes? Evidence. 237. Of its bureaucratic shortcomings, 38 Or did SACU actually build strong factory-based unions? With some success, 39 being die first to call successfully for community support in the form of a consumer boycott. 40 Or were these simply two sides of the same picture? More at issue for the independent trade unionists of the 1970s was SACU's original agenda, to link factory-based economic struggles with broad political struggles. That strategy defined the conditions both of its success and of its eventual demise. Its best-known effort, the successful Pound a Day campaign for a living wage, received massive backing from workers in the Johannesburg, Vereeniging, and Port Elizabeth areas, with 70–80% staying away in response, as well as from the ANC. But SACU's association with die ANC led to its repression alongside the ANC in the post-Sharpeville period, and eventually to its exile, also alongside the ANC. A full-time organizer from the early 1980s recalled the debates of the period. The intellectuals said, "Don't go the route of SACU, being dominated by the nationalist movement which used it as a recruiting ground and denied it independence. Don't trust nationalists who use workers' struggles." 41 Unions must be wary of the nationalist movement and maintain their independence. That indeed was the lesson that Fozetu intellectuals drew from the experience of SACU. 42 Intellectuals who become activists have had to learn time and again that no amount of drawing lessons from the past can immunize a movement against old controversies reappearing in changed contexts, and so it turned out to be with intellectual activists in the independent union movement of the 1970s. Of the two issues that proved contentious in the decade that followed, one was a matter of tactics, the other of strategy. The former concerned the question of engagement with the employers and the state, the latter of alliance with community-based and nationalist organizations. Was engagement with the state tantamount to collaboration, as the exile-based movements argued and internal populists echoed? And was any alliance with nationalism a capitulation of worker interests to middle-class aspirations, as workerists claimed? Or did both engagement and alliance depend on conditions and circumstances, thereby depending more on the terms of engagement and alliance than their mere fact? Put differently, was not engagement a prerequisite to expanding the legal space for action and organization in the short run, and alliance necessary to changing the very form of the state that defined the legal space for popular activity in the long run? Whereas the tactical question was resolved in the short run, the strategic question proved to be of longer-run significance. At the outset, the workerist trend tended to predominate in independent 238 dent union circles. Its strength flowed, first, from an astute grasp of imperatives facing a weak and embryonic union movement. How else were workers going to be persuaded to join trade unions except by the assurance that trade unions lead not to repression but to actual short-term gains? Rather than being a reformist capitulation or an unacceptable compromise, the struggle for concessions would surely be a source of strength that would allow the unions to grow and fight even more ambitious battles. But short-term gains could not be won if one avoided any negotiations and engagement under any conditions. 43 The non-collaborationists argued that to operate openly was to be a stooge of the state, recalls a workerist organizer of the period. 44 We had a totally different tradition, we didn't mind using any structures provided we could maintain our independence. Workers' independence was everything that Western Marxism taught us. The workerist perspective made much sense from the point of view of its predominantly migrant social base. It was not only that the struggle for short-term gains was particularly vital for migrants earning below subsistence wages while being pulled under by the twin demands of subsisting in urban areas and remitting a portion of their earnings to their families in the reserves. It was also that the workerist aversion to linking up with community struggles had a diminished impact on the lives of migrants, whose links with townships were both tenuous and ambiguous. As we will see, workerists and populists alike had a notion of community that was restricted to townships. This limited perspective would return to haunt them a decade later in the era of hostile-based violence. In the meantime, however, workerist-dominated unions steered clear of community and political organizations alike, practicing little more than a form of peaceful coexistence with them. Thousands of workers in Natal could thus belong to FOSETU affiliates and at the same time, find their political home in Inkatha. In line with this cautious approach, when the KwaZulu administration requested in 1982 that its civil servants not be organized, FOSETU obliged. 45 through a negotiated accommodation with the powers that be and a deliberated distance from the political opposition, the workerist-dominated unions gained breathing space and room for organization. Through persistence and patience, they built an independent trade union movement, as the phrase goes, from the bottom up. It was a contribution of historic significance, but it was also one that was to pull the rug from under their own feet. As industry expanded and so did the unions, the nature of not only work and workers but also of the issues that assumed urgency and of the organizational perspective adequate to addressing them changed. In that changed context, both workerists and the migrants whom they first organized found themselves marginalized. 239. Independent unions and industrial unionism. As a rule, the dirtier, the more menial, and the less remunerative a job was, the more likely it was to be filled by migrants. A personnel manager of a foundry confirmed, "Show locals the job and 95% never come back. Migrants don't leave because they know it is the only job they can get. There isn't a rapid turnover." 46 workers at the same foundry agreed that township people ran away from metal work and that migrants stuck at OUT because they had no hope of being registered elsewhere. Not surprisingly, unions that organized metal workers, MAWU, dock workers, GWU, or food and canning workers, AFQU, were predominantly composed of migrants. 47 A shop steward with MAWU in Durban in the early 1980s recalls that at least 50% of the workers in the metal foundries were migrants. 4S in the late 1970s, the organizational strategy of FOSETU industrial unions was to target big factories with hostile-based workers. Explaining why that was the case, the Transvaal secretary of MAWU, then also a resident in Vosloorus hostel, explained, "It is easy to get hold of everyone in a hostel. It is an advantage when you organize. They are close to each other, living in the same conditions. It brings together a lot of different factories, sometimes 10 representatives in one room. And they preach unions to each other all the time." 49 Being easy to reach because of concentrated numbers was only one side of the story. The other side was that migrants were actually more available for organization and they seemed to be in the 1950s and the 1960s. To account for this change, a union-linked intellectual gives two reasons. On the one hand, with tightened influx control and the dumping of urban unemployed in rural areas, the migrant economy was under great threat and there was need for more money. On the other hand, migrants were no longer as mobile, for many were moving into semi-skilled work and were a little more stable. 50 organizers and workers seem to trace migrant militancy to their working conditions. "Migrants are more militant," explained one shop steward, "because they are in jobs where conditions are worse." The migrants do the hardest work in the WORLD, explained another foundry worker. "The employer thinks he can do what he likes with them. So they must have somebody to stand up for them." 52 Without the union, we were defenseless, confirmed a emigrant worker at the Evkrite hostel in Brackenfell near Cape Town to a general workers' union organizer. 5. These responses are in line with the conclusions of the Riekert Commission that manual work in manufacturing industry was unpopular with urban Africans, and that those with residence rights would rather remain 240 unemployed than accept work not to their liking, especially manual work. 54. The point, argued a metal foundry worker in the East Rand, was that Section 10 workers with residence rights in the township had a choice, whereas migrants did not. They didn't have to be committed to struggling, because they need only change jobs if they don't like their conditions. 55. Important as they are, these sociological factors, the collapse of the migrants' rural base and the relative stabilization of work, the hostel as the locus for collective organizing, the lack of work-related choices for migrants compared with urban workers, and the absolute wretchedness of work with which the migrants were stuck do not fully explain the success of the independent unions of the 1970s. They do not explain why migrants turned to unions and not to any other form of organization in their hour of need. Nor do they explain why they stuck to that choice with tenacity when faced with repression. To understand these issues, we need to grasp the very nature of these unions, both in their strength and in their weakness. Organizationally, the new unions of the early 1970s displayed a variety of forms. The most notable difference was in the approach of the general community-based unions and the industrial unions. This difference, in turn, was shaped by contrasting perspectives of their respective leaderships. The leadership of the community unions was more likely to come from black educated strata with a background in township struggles and a BC persuasion, whereas that of the industrial unions was provided by service organizations with a white intellectual leadership. The former laid stress on mobilization, the latter on organization. Both underline the democratic nature of their separate practices. For the community unions, that democracy was most immediately participatory; for the industrial unions, it was representative. In practice, however, neither claim held in an unqualified way. The most notable of the general community-based unions were the South African Allied Workers' Union, SAA, based in East London, and the General and Allied Workers' Union, GAA, based in Johannesburg. Led by charismatic intellectuals, like the Zamalikwetha from SAA, they pioneered a form of political unionism driven by large-scale general meetings held in a city hall or a big cinema. Uninterested in a negotiated relationship with management, more at home with rallies and mass meetings than the day-to-day on-the-ground organization of shop steward structures, the community unions registered dramatic successes initially. Moving rapidly to mobilize workers across a broad front, they relied on extensive organizing and mass campaigning in contrast to the intensive methods of the Loseta bloc. But when faced with state repression, which in the case of unions like SAA was indeed 241 vicious, they also collapsed rapidly. In the absence of the depth and resilience of a highly textured organization, all that was needed was to remove a union's leadership to precipitate its collapse. Once the security police and the employers realized this, they followed a well-planned strategy designed to detach the leadership from the mass of following through and recognition, detention, harassment, and torture. Although the organizational deficiencies of the community unions are openly and critically discussed in South African literature on the experience of the 1970s and early 1980s, the same cannot be said of the industrial unions that became the driving force of Fozatu when it was formed in 1979. Often the industrial unions combine the joint initiative and energies of union-based black organizers and service organization-based white intellectuals who doubled as union leaders. The division of labor between the black organizer and the white intellectual leader had a truly Leninist ring to it. The organizer worked full-time, openly, inside the union, and was subject to worker pressure and criticism. The intellectual operated from outside the union, in a structure not DNLY external but also secret, remote from worker pressure. Mike Moore RIS, a backup who became a union leader in the early 1980s, recalls. Whites had the idea whites should not be dominant in the unions. But it led to the worst manipulation, most vanguardist. Black full-time organizers received directions from outside. But whites were not paid, not controllable, couldn't be hired or fired. Whites had a backup of whites, it was secret to everyone except the front line. 56 So when the front line was banned or detained or went into exile, the backup replaced it without a step being missed. We would go to staff meetings, not worker control meetings. Real decisions were taken at meetings of banned people, not really in open committees. We were really intellectuals who happened to be white, says Morris. And there is a ring of truth in that. Surely, the lopsided division between the intellectual and the activist, the theoretician and the practitioner, could be found in several contexts outside South Africa. Yet within the context of South Africa's racially defined structures of oppression, the division was bound both to reflect and to reinforce that same racially defined hierarchy. Ironically, but not surprisingly, when the issue came to the fore, it was framed more in terms of race than in terms of the relation between intellectuals and worker activists. Formed in 1980, and by 1984 the only rival federation to FOSATU, the Council of Unions of South Africa, CUSA, rejected non-racialism in favor of black leadership, charging, with some justification, that there were too many whites in influential positions within FOSATU. Fortunately, Leninist vanguardism was difficult to translate from paper to practice in the South Africa of the 1970s, for the simple fact of 242. African Union organization in the period before the law allowed African, or non-racial, unions to register was that a union needed a strong plant-based organization with active support and participation of the membership to survive. 58 Because discussions with management usually exclude union officials, factory negotiations became the preserve of shop stewards, who not only had to develop the skills and resources for the purpose, but also had to cultivate sufficient support on the shop floor to execute decisions effectively. This single fact may have saved the industrial unions from their own vanguardist leadership. It is in this context, more as a response to compelling circumstances than as the realization of a dream, more as an afterthought than as foresight, that the independent unions developed the tradition of factory floor democracy, with the shop steward as a democratically elected worker representative. Take, for example, the case of Tire Metal and Allied Workers Union, one of the strongest industrial unions, which shifted from a strategy of mass mobilization to a concentration on building shop steward structures in a few selected factories only in the late 1970s. 59 The point is that circumstances shaped the course that both the community and tire industrial unions took. The difference may have been in the rather dramatic way in which circumstances registered their verdict on the former. By the time FOSATU was established in 1979, the gains on the shop floor were indeed impressive. As they moved from the direct rule regime to the post-1973 reform that brought management-controlled liaison committees to post-1976 plant-level agreements guaranteeing minimal worker rights and collective bargaining procedure, the independent trade unions were able to roll back the frontiers of management control in a number of areas. 60 At the core of that democratic trade unionism was the shop steward. Subject to regular elections, the shop steward was bound by workers' mandates and thus had to report back regularly. This tradition, part reality and part aspiration, gelled in FOSATU when it was formed in 1979. The policy statement spelled out 5 conditions that would be required to ensure the functioning of FOSATU as a worker-controlled federation. 1. The federation is controlled by majorities of worker representatives at all policy-making levels. 2. THOSE workers must be the authentic representatives of organist factory groups. WHO have the capacity to reportbackt and be controlled by the workers they represent. 3. The workers concerned will be primarily production workers. 4. No non-worker controlled bodies, e.g. service bodies like the IAS, will be represented on the federation with the right to vote. 5. Most of the activity of the Federation will take place at a regional level where workers can most easily exercise control. 61 How much of this reflected practice on the ground and how much was a statement of unrealized principles is difficult to say. Certainly, the formative experience of the industrial union suggests that it would be sheer naivete to assume even a close fit between formal structures and statements of principles on the one hand and the reality on the ground on the other. To achieve even an approximate fit would have required nothing less than a protracted struggle. In the absence of a thoroughgoing and regular internal evaluation, one can only fall back on hindsight, taking actual outcomes as high ground from which to reflect on preceding developments. The state and the independent unions. Forging migrant resident solidarity. The Durban strikes of 1972–73 unleashed a strike wave that instead of tapering exploded yet again in 1975, this time in East London on the Eastern Cape. Together, these brought to a close the decade of peace during which the South African regime, even if an international embarrassment, had been left to its own devices, international pressure for reform mounted. When the Soweto uprising of June 1976 led to the stayaways of September, nothing less than alarm built up in official circles. The prospect of politicized strikes, of overlapping waves of struggle bringing together township residents and unionized workers, resident and migrant, seemed real. This concern led to the appointment of FWO government commissions in 1977, the first, Vihan, to focus on labor laws, the second, Record, on manpower use. When the commissions reported 2 years later, their recommendations became the basis of a coordinated government policy that highlighted two sides of a single strategy, selective incorporation and control. Vihan underscored the dangers of continuing with the existing system. 62 If African unions remained unregistered, they would in effect function as power groups that would force employers to negotiate outside the statutory system but without being subject to any official supervision. This would no doubt constitute a rallying point toward underground activity. An industrial relations problem would become a security problem. The case for a reform of native labor policy having been made, Chile government moved to devise a new system based on a threefold scheme. First, following Record, an insider-outsider strategy that would Luther entrench the division between urban and migrant labor. Second, 244. Process of registration accompanied by controls that would effectively depoliticize the registered unions and contain their activity within the field of industrial relations, and third, a system of plant and industry level bargaining that would fragment union centers and neutralize their newfound strength on the shop floor. At every level, rights were to go alongside responsibilities, and privileges along with controls, but not for all. The point was to identify the main fissure in the mass of African laborers being organized by the new unions and to deepen it through a set of reforms whose effect would be to contain one side by isolating the other. That crack was the divide between resident and migrant labor. The distinction between resident and migrant labor already had a legal basis in Section 10 of the Black, Urban Areas, Act, which laid down qualifications to be met by Africans who wanted to reside legally in any town for more than 72 hours. The Record report identified the holders of Section 10 exemptions as the insiders, as distinct from outsider migrant labor. At the insiders, it aimed a package of reforms, for the resident urban worker, greater freedom to move between jobs and towns and a preferential access to semi-skilled industrial and commercial work, for the small proprietors, an end to restrictions on the development of African trade, and for all, the legal status of permanent urban resident and the right to live in cities with their families. 63 At right same time, it called for a tightening of the regime of influx control at both ends of the cycle of migrant labor, in the rural areas, through tight-end measures to validate migrant contracts by rural labor bureaus, and at the urban end, by introducing a preferential policy for the hiring of insiders and by imposing heavy fines on employers who did not observe the policy. The unemployed, who had been resettled and relocated as idols and undesirables, would now be repatriated to the reserves. 64 To cap this grand design to split two sectors of African workers, the government adopted a minority recommendation from the Vihan Commission, that migrants, including commuters and foreigners, be excluded from all registered unions. 65 In using legal recognition to steer the union movement into safer and non-political channels, the Vihan Commission had taken a leaf from the post-war history of British colonialism. Yet the outcome was different, mainly because the unions refused to follow the script. The government had intended to seize the initiative with its reform proposals, and, for the moment, it appeared to be succeeding. The immediate effect of the introduction of reforms was to set off a sharp rivalry among unregistered unions on the tactical question of engagement. The predominant trend in both black consciousness-oriented community unions and general unions was to call for a flat boycott of government reform proposals. In the words of the Vice President of SAO, to register 245 would mean swearing an oath of allegiance to racially discriminatory laws. Registered 6 The industrial unions, however, rejected both the call for an outright boycott and registration on government terms. Instead, they embarked on a protracted struggle designed to change the very terms of registration. In an act of open defiance whose point was to coordinate and direct black worker responses to the report, the industrial union set up the Federation of South African Trade Unions as a countrywide federation just a month before the Vihan report was released. Because of the strong organization of migrants inside unions that included both insiders and outsiders, the carrot the government dangled before urban insiders did not bring forth the expected Pavlovian response. The period was marked by some impressive shows of unity. In two Cape-based FAC Tories organized by the General Workers' Union on the Cape, for example, workers with city rights volunteered to accept entrenchment in order to save contract workers' jobs. 67 The Giant Metal Workers' Union asserted its right to organize migrant workers. It was a demand the government conceded early in September 1979. 2 months later, in November, FOSATU decided to apply for registration, provided further conditions were met, if their non-racial constitutions were met, if they were granted full and not provisional registration, if unregistered unions were allowed to function as before, and if registration was granted on a broad industrial basis and not in a fragmented localized fashion. 68 But even when they registered, the industrial unions initially refused to join industrial councils. They continued to organize on the shop floor and to demand plant-level recognition from individual employers. When this was not forthcoming, strikes broke out, all of them illegal, culminating in the strike wave on the East Rand in 1981 to 82.69. This wave of strikes proved to be a turning point for both employers and unions. In its face, employers broke rank. Whereas the Steel and Engineering Industries Federation, CFSA, stuck to the official position of no plant-level bargaining, individual firms such as Barlow Rand called for a more pragmatic approach, negotiating with unions if they were representative, even if unregistered. 70 The first plant-level agreements were signed during the strike wave of 1981 to 82. Ironically, the rolling strikes on the East Rand also showed unions the limitations of a strategy that would concentrate on individual plants at the expense of a industry-level perspective. As strikes broke out in factory after factory, the union found itself overstretched and unable to coordinate the strike wave, which broke up into isolated struggles in different factories. For many, like MAWU, the lesson was that centralized bargaining would allow them to organize workers across the industry around common demands, thus overcoming the problems experienced in the 1981 246 strike wave. 71 The upshot was that industrial unions finally decided to join industrial councils. The unions had clearly won this first round of battle with the central state. One result was the defeat of the insider-outsider strategy aimed at pitting migrants against urban residents. Yet the irony of the decade of the 1980s is that the split did occur, not because of a conscious political strategy on the part of the state, but as the result of subterranean social processes whose import and consequences the union movement did not prove equal to grasping. During that decade, the manufacturing unions gradually moved away from their hostile base. It was partly a response to the changing nature of work and workers, partly a result of changing perspectives within the union leadership. Migrants marginalized. Structural change in manufacturing coincided with union demands for upgrading skills and stabilizing jobs. With an increase in the scale and capital intensity of production in the 1980s, firms became more interested in a stable workforce and in continuity of production. The other side of the stabilization process was a contraction of the labor force. Employers took advantage of the change toward a better skilled but smaller workforce to deal with strikes and strikers. They moved towards mass dismissals, holding out for trials of strength. By the end of 1982, workers were being laid off in the metal industry. Over the next 8 years, the industry's workforce was reduced by a quarter. Those who suffered were those most vulnerable, the unskilled, and the migrant. 72 A corresponding change was taking place in middle-level union leadership. The young, the educated, and the urban were beginning to take command. As early as 1977, comments Phil Bonner, a labor historian active in Fosseto circles, we observed the beginnings of change. We could see students whose education ended with the Soweto uprising coming into factories. They were more political and militant in a different kind of way. There was a definite ideological input of this group. It was more BC oriented. 73 The change really came after 1979, after Vihan and the decision by unions to register legally, which proved to be a turning point. Legality opened the floodgates of membership as thousands joined eagerly. Fosseto membership, 95,000 as late as 1981, multiplied manifold in the next few years. By the time COSATU was launched in 1985, it had a signed-up membership of 500,000. As union membership expanded dramatically, the numerical weight of migrants also diminished dramatically. The unions began experiencing an acute need for a new type of leader, particularly one with some education. Continues Bonner, younger, urban militants. 247. Began to move into leadership. Migrants went along. There were no strong pressures then. More and more factories were becoming less migrant. Above all, shop stewards and particularly branch leadership were more dominated by educated younger people. Every gain the union movement registered brought a new problem in its wake. Collective bargaining was no exception. Moses Makizo, a veteran leader of the metal workers, previously organized as the Metal and Allied Workers Union and now as the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa, NUMSA, explained, as we moved to industrial council negotiations from plant-level organization, we lost direct contact with workers and lost accountability. We abandoned our own tradition of organization where we were eyeball to eyeball with workers. 74 Increased recession and redundancies hit the engineering industries, beginning in 1982. At the same time, there was increased politicization. Tough and important labor disputes got underway, but these had an undercurrent. A political differentiation was taking place in the labor force, while one group was being knit tightly through organization, another was being sidelined. Phil Bonner identifies the 1982-83 strikes at SCA Metals in the East Rand as an important moment in losing migrants. You could see their interests not being properly represented, eclipsed by other constituencies. We could see migrants retreating into themselves, even when continuing to be union members, example in Zulu ethnic associations. 75 These trends came together with the economic recession of 1983-84. By 1984, unlike in the late 1970s, few leaders stayed in hostels. 76 In those early days, a militant worker fired by management would just as immediately be recruited by the union as a full-time organizer. As a result, many shop stewards, and even some organizers, had come from hostels. But as the composition of hostel residents began to change to include large sections of the unemployed, the departure of unions from hostels turned into a flight. With the economic recession of 1983/4, the established unions basically abandoned the hostels because of the rising number of unemployed workers residing in them. 77 The trend, confirms Makizo, was against migrancy. People were bringing in wives and kids and moving into shacks, particularly when influx control lifted in 1986.78. The change in the perspective and practice of the leadership has to be put in a wider political context to be understood. The early 1980s were the setting for an escalating internal uprising in urban South Africa. Located across townships, the urban revolt expanded as it absorbed layer upon layer of resident workers. The real shift that took place from the mid-70s to the mid-80s was the political displacement of 248 migrants from the mainstream, and even forefront, of the broad movement against apartheid. All other changes tended to reinforce the central political shift. The growing strength of urban residents in the unions, among both members and shop stewards, gave rise to demands that unions move beyond strictly workplace issues to issues affecting the welfare of workers. These pressures were felt most acutely in the East Rand, where rapidly expanding unionization, particularly of metal workers, was dramatically increasing the strength of Foseta unions. It was a demand made most effectively within the ranks of shop stewards, at first through organizational initiatives that tended to bring together shop stewards on a community basis, and later through a broader demand that the trade union movement throw in its lot with the mass movement, particularly as expressed in the formation of the UDF in 1983. The first attempt to break through the organizational confines of the workplace was the formation of Shop Steward Councils, SSCs, in Northern Natal and the East Rand. The Germiston Council in the East Rand brought together shop stewards in the Wadaville-Catalhong area. These extra-constitutional structures were organized in response to a compelling need, for when the strike wave hit the East Rand at the end of 1980, there was an acute shortage of organizers. With only 2 FOSATU organized factories, workers decided to form a shop stewards council and plan organizational drives themselves. Thus was formed the Germiston Shop Stewards Council in April 1981. Its members met once every 2 weeks, and leading shop stewards held planning meetings every week in between. Through joint deliberations, they tried to devise a common strategy and organize common action. By the end of 1981, shop stewards from 23 factories were attending these weekly meetings. A strike in any one of these factories was bound to have a ripple effect through the mediation of the council, as indeed it did in the Germiston area in 1981. The emergence of shop stewards councils created a structure that for the first time straddled the community and the factory. 79 Even if its members were elected representatives from the shop floor, the council was community-based. It brought together shop stewards in all unionized factories in a particular area. Inevitably, their Thursday evening meetings were not confined to grievances arising from the shop floor. Other common concerns reflecting life in the community, such as rent, the clearing of shacks from township backyards, and pensions, were also taken up. As experience accumulated, the SSCs devised their own guidelines. These expanded the objectives of SSCs, now to forge links with community organizations to encourage solidarity between the community and the workers' struggle. 80 The reach of council soon tended beyond trying to win community solidarity for workplace demands. The trigger that got SSCs to champion community-based issues directly was the threat to demolish shacks in some of the East Rand townships. With a serious shortage of township houses and hostel beds, many workers had no option but to live in shacks. Soon the SSC was discussing ways of leading resistance to demolition. 81 In the process, the councils ended up highlighting the need for community-based structures. Calls to link work-based class action with community-based mass action had been made as early as 1976, but they had not always been successful. Problems encountered in the process suggest the ambivalent character of the relationship between one section of the township population, students, and another from the workers' population, host Elbist migrants. This came out dramatically in the 1976 Soweto stayaways. In their August call for a stay-away, students seemed more concerned with ensuring that all sections of the community honor it than with organizing different sectors for a concerted effort. Their tactics varied from persuasion, tearing up parts of the railway line which takes workers from Soweto to Johannesburg, stoning buses which car ride workers to the city, to jeering at workers who were seen going to work. 82 often, when persuasion did not work, coercion became the order of the day. Thus, when residents of Mzimite Lope hostel in Soweto refused to heed the strike call, students simply set sections of the hotel on fire, in the process burning several rooms occupied by migrants. Not surprisingly, they fell straight into a police trap, for the police had been waiting for precisely such an opportunity. A week before the proposed stay-away, police had addressed hostel residents, had asked them whether they had come all the way to stay away from work, and had promised police protection to those who wanted to go to work. 83 Police protection is precisely what they got when, according to the Johannesburg Star of August 24, approximately 1,000 migrant workers from the hostel carrying butchers' knives, pangas, tomahawks, instrumentu, sharpened spikes, carries and stones went into action. By the 26th, 26 persons were dead and 107 injured. 84 For 2 weeks following the end of the stay-away on the 25th, Soweto remained an arena of conflict. Toward the beginning of September, large numbers of workers left the hostels in fear of revenge attacks. Did the conflicts take place because the hostel workers were Zulus, as many observers have seemed to suggest every time hostels were engulfed in violence? One needs to ponder a number of facts before accepting this as a convincing explanation of events, at least in 1976. First, only if % of hostel residents in Mzimite Lope were then Zulus. Also, there is no proof that they were the ones who attacked township residents. 8. 249. 250. Second, similar tensions surfaced in 1976 and 1977 between townships around the Cape and hostels in Langa and Nyanga, where residents tend to be Xhosa rather than Zulu. 87 Even more compelling is the experience of the next Soweto stay-away, which was organized from 13 to September 15, 1976. Not only were there fewer signs of violence this time around, but hostel residents actually supported the stay-away. Could it be because the Soweto Students' Representative Council, SSRC, had distributed leaflets in Zulu, Soto, and English throughout Soweto calling upon the workers to stay at home? And even consulted the remaining hostel residents. The students' conviction that they were the vanguard of Tyre struggle could not have melted away so quickly, and yet it did thaw in the face of experience. Certainly, both Soweto and the townships around Cape Town had been only marginally touched by the strike movement and the wave of unionization that had engulfed Durban, the East Rand, and East London in 1972–74. As unionization grew, however, it came to influence the perspective of township-based militants everywhere. The grassroots civics that developed in the early 1980s took a leaf from the experience of shop stewards in independent unions. They moved from spectacular but one-sided mobilization to organizing street and area committees. 88 By 1987, 43% of Soweans were reporting the existence of such committees in their part of town. 89 Without this on-the-ground web-like organization, neither rent nor consumer boycotts could have been undertaken in a sustained manner or on a widening scale, as they indeed were during the 1980s. From the self-important conviction that they were the vanguard of the struggle, students turned to looking more effective allies by the mid-1980s. The leaflet that the Transvaal Region of Congress of South African Students, COSAS, addressed to workers calling on them to support the 1984 stay-away spoke in a language very different from that employed by the students of 1976. Workers, you are our bathers and mothers, you are our brothers and sisters. Our struggle in the schools is your struggle in the factories. We fight the same boss government, we fight the same enemy underscore 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 underscore. We students will never win our struggle without the strength and support from the workers' movement. Workers, we students are ready to help your struggle against the bosses in any way we can. But today wo need yoursupport 90 when Neil Ajit, a food and canning workers union, FCWU, organizer, died of torture in February 1982, at John Vorster Square, Johannesburg's police headquarters. The Fozeta unions called a countrywide stay away. This 30-minute work stoppage was a midway point in the confluence between workplace and community-based action. Although the issue over which it was called transcended workplace grievances, the action was limited to the workplace. The turning point in the United Student Worker Action was 1984, the year the South African Defence Force entered the townships. The propelling effect that this event had in escalating the level of mass action could be seen in the Transvaal stay away of 5 to 6 November 1984. This event far outstripped previous stay aways in scale and importance. The number of workers who stayed away was estimated by the Labour Monitoring Group, LMG, at between a minimum of 300,000 and a maximum of 800,000, whereas government estimates put the number of students boycotting school at 400,000.91. The stay-aways seemed to snowball, becoming the cutting edge of a growing mass movement. In the Eastern Cape, Port Elizabeth and Edenhague, stay-away of March 1985, the same social actors propelled into motion in 1984 came together: unionized workers, students, township residents, and unemployed youth. 92 Between 18 to 22 March, more than 120,000 black workers stayed away from work in the Port Elizabeth-Edenhague area for at least one day. It is tempting to read these events, as many have, as a triumphant march leading to a silver cloud on the horizon, in the process missing the dark lining on that cloud. Did not the stay-aways of 1984 and 1985 lead straight to the founding of COSATU, the largest trade union federation in South African history? And then to mass action on an even larger scale, such as in 1986, when over 1 million workers heeded nationwide stay-away calls on May Day and June 1, 94. The 1984 stay-away was triggered by students and brought out workers, including migrants. Phil Bonner recalls it as the time when the needs of the two constituencies began fracturing. 94. By the 1985 stay-away, there was a growing debate within the Fozeta leadership about the wisdom of unions linking up with community-based organizations to launch joint action. The vice president of Fozeta criticized the stay-away as not 251. 252. Being in the interests of the working class. Instead, he argued, it was non-workers who ultimately benefited. White chain stores registered record takings on the Friday before the Black Weekend, black traders and shebeen owners made a killing during it, taxi drivers did extremely well since there were no buses, and only workers have lost out altogether. They lost a day's pay, some lost their jobs, and they were left weaker and more divided than before. 95. The debate was often acrimonious. With the 1983 formation of the United Democratic Front, the leading coalition of populist groups, and the refusal of Fozeta to join its ranks, its pitch increased. Unions affiliated to the Federation, said Joe Foster, Fozeta's general secretary, had members who supported a number of political organizations including the UDF, the National Forum and Inkatha, and to side with just one organization would divide their membership. 96. But Fozeta was caught between WO stools. Afraid of being outnumbered and swallowed by community-based organizations, which were preponderant within the UDF, it still could not ignore growing pressure from its own ranks to take action transcending the workplace. Its attempt to do so alone, such as the 1984 campaign against the tricameral parliament, only increased the pressure from within. Not surprisingly, the UDF-Fozeta debate turned into a debate within union circles, with opposing sides going at one another with increasing abandon. In this context the debate between workerists and populists developed, each accusing the other of caricature and name-calling. Leading workerist intellectuals argued against those progressive trade unions who emphasize the need for intimate connections between the trade unions and the community. 97 This call, they argued, really reflected the relatively uncomplicated need of smaller industrial areas served by a single township where the union has the resources to push community issues. For example, in the rural areas of the Western Cape, the FCWU has taken on this role. In Edenhague in the Eastern Cape, there is likewise a close relationship between the motor unions and the community organization, all but one of its executives being Volkswagen shop stewards or members. When this strategy is mechanically applied to the more complicated situation in the larger industrial areas served by several dormitory suburbs, different problems arise, for here the community turns out to be nothing of the sort. It is several communities often segregated by race. An excessive orientation towards the community in such a context can lead to serious problems, dividing workers along racial lines, reflecting the apartheid-imposed parameters on community life in South Africa. The conclusion was inescapable: the more the unions linked up with communities, the more they would be infected by community-based problems. Reproduc. 253. In community divisions in the workplace as well. Hence, the only place to forge non-racial as opposed to multiracial solidarity in South Africa, concluded Phil Bonner, would appear to be the factory floor. The call for transcending localized action was not going to be stemmed by pinpointing the problems of united action, for the basis of this call was not an uncritical defense of any and every united action. Rather, it was a practical understanding of the limits of localized accession, as all key strata increasingly confronted not local adversaries like employers and school or community authorities, but the central state. Leading workerist unions like MAWU began to feel the pressure, both as a demand that the political line of the union be reconsidered and as attempts to form breakaway unions. The most notable was the 1984 split in MAWU. 98 Many of the advanced shop stewards who were directly involved in the running of the SSC, or playing leading roles in the union and/or the federation and benefiting from education programs, joined the breakaway United Metal, Mining and Allied Workers of South Africa, UMASA, out of a sense of frustration with MAWU. One leading shop steward argued, "The situation of the worker in South Africa is that they are oppressed and exploited. The struggle goes beyond the factory gates. Workers must address themselves to the problem of rents, shacks, electricity tariffs, schools, recreation, etc." In FOZATU and MAWU, workers have been openly discouraged from taking up these issues and political organizations have been openly criticized. We recognize that the trade unions are not political organizations. But for them, MAWU, to say no politics in the trade union is nothing else but to keep their politics of reformism inside the trade unions. It is a tribute to FOZATU's structures and principles, comments the COSATU historian Jeremy Baskin, that this challenge that began with its shop stewards on the Transvaal led to the transformation of FOZATU from within, and not to the growth of a rival trade union center. 99 The formation of COSATU in December 1985 with 500,000 signed-up members and the National Union of Mine Workers, number, as its largest affiliate was certainly the eclipse of the workerist line and the ascendancy of those populists who had called for the primacy of unified political action. Ironically, the impetus for unity had come largely from workerists. 11 In retrospect, the formation of COSATU seems a time for sober reflection on the previous decade's experiences rather than an occasion to rally for a final confrontation. The failure to carry through such a comprehensive sum-up meant that weaknesses surfaced in the midst of seal brations, as crevices in what many had presumed was a solid organizational wall. Phil Bonner had been right in saying that there was not one 254 model community for which one had only to find a fitting prescription, but he was wrong to think that the diversity of communities was limited to a racial diversity. Both workerists and populists shared a weakness: their notion of community was limited to the township. It reflected the urban dimensions of the struggle that had unfolded in the wake of Durban 1973 and Soweto 1976. Neither had a notion of community that could embrace the rural, let alone the most problematic expression of the rural in the urban, the hostels and its migrant residents. Ironically but not surprisingly, just as militants from within unions and community organizations, civics, alike were strengthening the link between community and workplace, a clear split was emerging between the workplace and the community as migrant workers understood it. It is instructive to read responses recorded by a team of researchers who interviewed hostel-based workers in a factory in the Thokoza area on the Rand in 1990.101. The team found the link between union organization and hostel life to be virtually non-existent. The interviewees felt that hostel issues were directly ignored by the union. One worker explained, "No, they don't come to our hostel. We meet here in our workplace, that's all. It's not because they ain't afraid to hold meetings in our hostel, it's just because they are not interested. That's why we had a conflict with them, because they always went to meetings in the township and make decisions that would affect us without consulting us. That is especially during stayaways, so that is what makes us not recognize their calls for stay away." The community workplace split was, as the populists had rightly warned, also a split between economic and political concerns. When we posed the question of COSATU's alliance with the ANC and the SACP, noted the research team's report, many saw the activities of the union as being restricted to tire workplace, and thus they were unaffected by, or saw no significance to this alliance. In the words of one migrant, "I only joined NUMSA for their protection at the workplace and not their political alliance." 102 By 1986, migrants and hostels had turned into the soft underbelly of unions and civics. This underbelly would be exposed in the 1990s. In the face of state violence, sometimes initiated but other times fanned by third forces, unions would be paralyzed. Worse still, civics would lose perspective. Moses Makizo, NUMSA's general secretary, reflected in 1993, "Violence was beyond our strength. Our mistake was not to expect it. We should have expected that capitalists would try to destabilize us." 103 Between this situation and the Durban strikes of 1972-73 there was a curious similarity. Once again, migrants had become a marginal force in the world around them. Once again, they were available. 255. For organization. That organizational impulse came in successive waves, targeting a section, Zulus, and not all, not just as workers but also as migrants from a particular ethnic group. It came first as a company union, the United Workers' Union of South Africa, UWSA, then as a cultural movement, Inkatha, that beckoned them to their rural roots, and finally as the Inkatha Freedom Party, IFP, a political party that tried to harvest their alienation from township militancy. Each wave, however, seemed to leave behind a trace of dissatisfaction. Not surprisingly, migrants who had been at the helm of FOSATU unions in the late 1970s did not prove to be an inert force, available to every next suitor on the horizon. Instead of simply embracing every external initiative, this time they took their own initiative. Perhaps that was their greatest tribute to FOSATU's decade-long endeavor. The 1990s. Migrants as traditionalists. In 1990 the ANC was unbanned along with other exiled political groups. All political forces understood that the political map of South Africa was soon to change. They moved into place to begin, as it were, a chess game. The initiative lay with those possessed of a wider vision, for the unbanning had the opposite of a ripple effect. Moving inward from an outer rim, the force of the transition seemed to take on board every group and tendency, if only to take stock of it. Like a litmus, it seemed to test every claim, if only to discard those found wanting. Widely expected to usher in an era of peace, the transition was marked by spurts of violence. The focal point of the tension was immediately the triangular relationship between townships, hostels, and shanties. Its strain and stress exploded into bursts of violence, gripping the Natal and the Reef on the Transvaal. At the center of this violence were hostel dwellers. In the first half of 1993, I interviewed many of these, initially as part of a Durban-based COSATU research team charged with understanding the needs of hostel dwellers. That effort bore little fruit. Organizers from COSATU's cultural group undertook to introduce us 3 researchers to hostel residents. A workshop was organized, to be followed by several interviews. But the workshop never took place, for no more than a few hostel residents turned up. With the assistance of a union organizer, I persisted for the next month, but little happened. I was able to meet 1 male resident of Dalton Hostel and 10 women living in the Thokoza Hostel. When I expressed the desire to go into the Thokoza Hostel, my hosts found it a difficult proposition to realize. Haventu 256. Ally I was smuggled in as a cabinet mover, for precisely 20-minute utes. I could not pretend to be a nonchalant mover if I stayed any longer. I met the 10 Thokoza women workers for several evenings of long conversations, as I did the one organizer assigned to me. Eventually I realized the reason behind my difficulties. Both Thokoza and Dalton were considered Nkatha hostels. It was not safe for an ANC or COSATU-linked person to operate openly within their confines. A little discouraged, I moved to Johannesburg. I had 2 options before me. Every hostel on the reef seemed to be clearly earmarked, ANC or IFP. It would be easier to gain access to ANC hostels, but it would surely be far more interesting, I thought, if I could gain entry to IFP hostels. Through sheer chance, I made a contact through a friend in the Johannesburg Civic Association. That contact was the secretary of the newly formed Transvaal Hostel Residents Association and turned out to be a key that would open many doors for me, for with the secretary, I was able to meet and interview several residents in 2 hostels, Wolhuter, Jep, in Johannesburg and Mzimite-Lope in Soweto. Both Wolhuter and Mzimite-Lope were considered violent hostels. Both had been in the flare of conflict in the Transvaal over the previous year. Both were occupied mainly by Zulu migrant workers, whether employed or not. Through conversations with some of these hostel residents I was able to glimpse the plasticity of tradition. Inmates in a limbo. A hostel is obviously not part of a migrant's workspace. But neither is it quite a worker's domestic space, for one's family is not allowed in a hostel. Conditions in the hostel are not subject to collective bargaining as are those on the shop floor, but then neither is the hostel a private domain free from employer interference. Hostels, writes Mamfela Ramphele, are really institutions and not homes. 1114 They are part of approved accommodation where migrant laborers, male or female, were required to stay before the influx control laws were abolished in 1986. The labor compound system as it emerged in the early years of diamond and gold mining provided the prototype for the hostel system on the Rand in later years. The model was the military-like quadrangular compound in the De Beers diamond field, complete with a 12-foot fence and a single large gate, enclosing living quarters and a few provision stores. 105 With workers communally quartered in prison-like barracks constructed on mine premises, this system spread fast to other labor-intensive enterprises on the Rand and to the mines in Rhodesia. As early as 1923, the Natives, Urban Areas, Act required municipalities to accommodate African migrant labor in towns and recommended that hostels be built for that purpose. According to Section 6 of the Bantu Urban Areas Act, number 25 of the year 1945, hostels were to be considered Bantu areas. 106 Johannesburg has a total of 14 hostels. 107 The first male hostel was built in 1913 on the southern edge of what was fast emerging as the central business area of Egoli, the city of gold. Called Mai, it resembled mine compounds with short concrete beds built for Chinese laborers who had been imported in 1904 to work on the Witwatersrand gold mines. Most urban hostels, however, were built after the passage of the 1923 Act, 6 between 1924 and 1946. 108 Soweto, including Meadowlands, has fewer hostels than does Johannesburg. The first of the 8 Soweto hostels was Dube, built in 1955. From the outset, Sites for hostel construction were chosen with one idea in mind, to ensure the separation and isolation of its residents from the township population. Understandably, hostel construction continued in spite of township opposition, including from assorted native advisory boards. One of these was Mzimitlope, built on the southeastern side of Meadowlands. By 1974 the West Rand Administration Board estimated that no less than 20% of all male residents of Soweto over the age of 18 lived in urban hostels. 109 It is incredible that the new unions never came to grips with the concrete situation of hostels. Even in the early stage when migrants were the bulk of active members in several unions, most considered the hostel as no more than a physical site for organizing workers around shop floor issues. A few did try to raise hostel-specific issues. One of these was the General Workers' Union, which in 1984 waged a bitter and protracted struggle around the issue of accommodation and the rights of workers as tenants at Everite Hostel in Brackenfell near Cape Town. 110 Yet at no time were hostel residents an insignificant number or their conditions anything less than scandalous. Figures on hostel accommodation vary. South African government sources put at 402 the number of hostels under the control of provincial and local authorities throughout the country. The figure excludes all mine company hostels and some private ones, which are not registered with local authorities. Of this total, 135 are in the Transvaal, 216 in the Cape, 35 in Orange Free State, UFS, and only 16 in Natal. The distribution of hostels, however, does not reflect the distribution of hostel beds. Although fewer in number, Transvaal hostels tend to house a larger number of beds. The above source estimates the distribution of beds at 297,158 in the Transvaal, 50,158 in the Cape, 26,125 in Natal, and 24,904 in the OFS. But the number of hostel beds is difficult to 257, 258 pinpoint with accuracy. Unlike this official estimate, which puts the total at 308,345, a CSIR study estimates it at 529,784, with 59% in the Pretoria Witwatersrand Vereeniging region. 111 The number of beds, however, is in no way equivalent to the number of hostel residents. A bed holder is a relatively privileged person when compared with others who may use the same bed. In the 4 Johannesburg hostels owned by the Transvaal Provincial Administration, TPA, for example, a recent study estimates that an average of 1.21 people share each bed in a single 24-hour period. 112 According to the chairperson of the Hostel Residents Association at Wolhoeder, 1 of the aforementioned 4 hostels, there are roughly 5,000 others living in the hostel besides the 3,218 bed holders. 113 The bed occupancy rate in the Cape Town hostels has been estimated at 2.6 per bed, and in Dalton Hostel in Durban the rate is said to be as high as 6.114. How do all these people fit in a bed that is no larger than a wooden bunk or a concrete slab? Bed occupancy rates obscure the distinction between bed holders, bed users, and squatters within the same hostel. The bed holder, the owner of the bed, is the person who controls its use. Conversely, a bed is the only space over which its holder has effective control. The bed users actually share the bed with the bed holder, and a squatter simply puts up in any vacant space in the hostel. The bed user pays the bed holder in services, ranging from cleaning to sex. Squatters pay the hostel administration. In the Khoza Hostel in Durban, for example, there are 689 bed holders but more than 1,000 squatters. 115 A bed holder pays a monthly rent of R17.10, a squatter R15. The hostel population is a varied lot. Many of the migrant workers are hardly temporary. The Hostel Residents Association found that the average length of stay in the Johannesburg hostels was 5 to 6 years. In some instances, though, people had been there up to 30 years, some of them were even second or third generation residents, handing down a bed from father to son. 116 Rampeel found that the average length of stay in Cape Town was 26 years for male bed holders and 12 for female ones. 117 Long-term hostel residence, however, does not necessarily mean that links with the countryside have been weakened. The study of the Johannesburg hostels, for example, found that half of the residents earned less than R600 a month. Of this, R253 was being sent home every month to support families. 115 There is a large unemployed population in every hostel, some have just arrived from the countryside and are looking for a job, and others have been retrenched. Zulu, a resident at Dalton Hostel in Durban, explains, "I have my brother with me. He is looking for a job. I can talk to a night shift person for my brother to use his bed. People usually help. 11 such persons survive on temporary work in the area, or they." 259. Take to hawking in the hostel compound, selling anything from cigarettes to drugs to alcoholic beverages to muti, traditional medicine. It is the visitors, says Zulu, who often become tramps. Once influx control was abolished in 1986, the unemployed gained entry into hose telephones. Their proportion increased with the onset of violence. Research carried out in mid-1991 showed several related trends: an outflow of those fleeing hostile violence for squatter camps or backyard shacks, with a significant number even returning to rural areas, and an inflow of large numbers of predominantly unemployed persons. 120 In Mzimite Lope Hostel in Soweto, the unemployed are estimated to be 30% of residents. 121 The estimate for Wolhuter is 1,500 persons. 122 A fast expanding group, the squatters are already the majority in many hostels. Although bed holders are the long-term migrant population of the hostel, visiting their homes in reserves at regular intervals, the same cannot be said for the squatter population. The squatter population of metropolitan areas expanded dramatically once influx control was abolished in 1986. The rural poor, previously kept at bay by force, took to their heels. For rural people, hostels were one of the few easily available shelters in a large metropolitan area. As they arrived in town, refugees fleeing violence or drought or just day-to-day misery naturally headed for points where they could find family members, relatives, village mates, or anyone who was familiar to shelter them while they learned the ways of the city and found a niche in it. Often thought to be residents of only shanty towns, the squatter population actually divides between shanties and hostels. Some indicators suggest that those in hostels may be even worse off than those in shanties. The Johannesburg study, for example, found that 36% of hostel residents were functionally illiterate, with less than a standard 2, second grade, education. This compares with a 16% functional illiteracy among residents of shanties in the PWV region. 123 The hostel squatters are a far more transitory group than the long-term migrants, both in their living and in their working habitats. They straddle town and country and are usually forced to turn to the informal sector to make ends meet. At first glance, a hostel presents a sharp contrast to a shanty. The concrete and brick structure of hostels obviously withstands the assault of the elements much more effectively than can the cardboard and tin mix that are shanty towns, but inside this modern dot structure, few facilities work. The mistakes of reckless planning have been multiplied 100-fold by wanton neglect over the decades. If you want to make an electrical connection, you must do it from the top. If you want air to circulate, you must keep the windows open and risk the cold. Having built the hostel, the municipal authorities left its maintenance to the wits. 260. Of occupants, who are responsible for its daily cleanliness and all repairs. In an exceptional act of regard for the welfare of hostel residents, the provincial authority built a swimming pool at Wolhuter in the early 1980s. This illustrated their remote understanding of what DI residents most needed. "We only used it once, when it was clean," says Tembanksumalo. 124 Space is scarce, and there is hardly any privacy. For the privileged population of the hostel, the bed holders, the private domain is the bed area, usually 1.8 square meters of space. I am a member of the ANC Women's League, Burial Society, Church. I have a lot to read. There is no desk, nothing. You just sit on your bed and eat. The bed is your cupboard, your chair, your table. You come whitey your pot and put it on your bed, complains Christina, who lives at Thokoza Women's Hostel in Durban. Because of the absence of any privacy and the openness of communal facilities, hostel residents are an easy target for thieves. In some hostels, the concrete slab that is the bed operates like a bunk, which pulls up to reveal a hole the wardrobe. Many hostels, however, like Thokoza in Durban, have no such arrangement. In such a situation, personal property must be left behind with the next shift when a resident goes to work. If clothing is washed and dried on a line, it often must be secured with a chain and a lock to prevent its theft. If one wants to change clothes, one must do it in front of others. The fact that residents often sleep in shifts means that there is always someone asleep and someone else awake. Noise is a constant factor. While one group is sleeping, the other is making noise, listening to music, says another resident at Thokoza. 125 The absolute and inhuman lack of privacy impresses a visitor who passes by a washroom or a toilet. Across the long hall that is the communal toilet facility, one can see a row of men, 10 or so in wool hoodie, seated with their pants down, each left to his own preoccupation, with neither a wall nor a curtain separating one from another or from the line of men having a wash. Stench pervades the entire space, for toilets often leak and stink. The kitchen, too, is communal, which means one must wait one's turn to cook and eat, and if the line is long and the hour late, one must choose between a meal and sleep for the night, or, more likely, the lights have gone off and one can no longer cook. In that place, said a former hostel resident, we were like cattle in a kraal. 12 When asked whether they would be prepared to pay more for privacy in a toilet or a kitchen, half said they would be willing. 127 The answer indicated the level of their desperation rather than of their earnings. The lack of privacy goes with filth. As if to compensate for the subhuman conditions in which they live, hostel residents often dress immaculately. The contrast between personal cleanliness, even meticulous 261 ness, and die squalor that is the communal facility is striking. It was easy to think that this reflected the contrast between the personal and the communal, and so I too wondered until I got to Mzimite. Built in the 1950s like all Soweto hostels, Mzimite contrasts sharply with hostels like the ML in Alexandra built in the 1970s. The ML was designed with a single-minded focus on social control, complete with iron gates and fence, not only to enclose the hostel from the township, but also to cut off one section of the hostel from another. The gates between sections are electric and have control panels that can be used to shut off a section in case of trouble. Mzimite resembles a housing scheme for a poor community in its layout. There is no fence, no gate, attempts to build one have never succeeded. Toilets are communal but smaller, 4 in a row for one block. I saw 2 such communal toilet facilities. The first was unlocked, could be used by anyone, and was leaking, blocked, and smelly. Another was locked, with a key for each family, spotless, even if 2 of the toilets had no tops to sit on. The system of labor control in the hostels was a small version of the indirect rule system on the reserves. 128 A hierarchy of mine officials was created to resemble that of chief, headman, and heads of homestead in the reserve. In this system, the chief is the white hostel manager, the headman is the native Induna, and the heads of homestead are the door-based Isabanda. Unlike Di Induna or the police boy who was appointed by the hostel manager and paid, the Isabanda was elected and unpaid. Both came from a particular ethnic group, since hostel residents were both concentrated and divided on an ethnic basis. The system combined the autocratic powers of Di white hostel manager with elected native Isabanda. The latter, door representatives, were Usu Ali elderly men known for their fairness and wisdom. The point of the system was twofold: to control movement in and out of the hostel and to keep peace between inmates. This reality, a modern barrack-like structure in which the induna, headman, was the chief compound policeman and therefore chief assistant of the white hostel superintendent, also has to be understood as a fantasy of the hostel administration, who hoped that the hostel would be an extension of the reserve in which migrants would continue to live their lives as in tribal harmony, sleeping in communal quarters at night while submitting to tribal discipline during the daytime, so that the world outside may continue as a white world. To what extent did the world inside the hostel correspond to this fantasy? Much has been written on group life within hostels, of how its pattern was shaped by the obvious fact that new arrivals had to be initiated by older residents, preferably by those who came from their home area. Burial societies, credit clubs, stock vels, musical groups, and even soccer clubs are said to have shared two features: they tended to bring 262 together people from the same home area and to organize residents along a hierarchy of age. But the often unqualified presumption that elders played a conservative role in the hostels is open to question. It is true that the cluster of organizations active in hostels tended to recruit members by home area, but it is not true that the end result was necessarily to divide people by home area or to reinforce a traditional conservatism in their ranks. Take, for example, the rural-urban link described by William Beanart in his study of Mbondo migrant worker of the 1940s. 129. The age group associations that Mbondo youth belonged to defined a range of activities into which youth with a common educational background could enter as they shuttled between reserve and sug-arcane fields or mines. Rather than bring the youth under the control of elders, they tended to spurn adult control. Rather than act as a transmission belt for reinforcing hierarchical authority on the mines and a one-dimensional cultural solidarity on the reserves, they tended to be hostile to the white administration and to the more literate youth. This migrant subculture coalesced around activities that were part welfare, part gang activity, part work solidarity, part cultural identity. True, in the soup-can world that is hostile life, one needs to take note of the enormous pressures for conformity and the tendency for residents to internalize the imperatives of an institutional life, somewhat in the manner of long-term prison inmates. 130 But the direction in which these pressures flow is not always a given, like a one-way traffic flow. Sociological conditions may dim the flame of political choice, but they never quite succeed in extinguishing it. One needs to recall the experience of the 1950s and 1960s, when burial societies and stockvels turned into springboards for migrant organization and action against native authorities in the reserves. Then, it was these home area-based associations that provided the crucible in which Communist Party and ANC organizers linked up with migrants agitated about changes at home. In a different period, the 1970s, these same associations provided a bridge between migrants and the independent trade unions. All the evidence points to one conclusion: few migrants joined the union individually, through the mediation of a union organizer; most joined in groups, recruited by their fellow workers or hostels. 131 If in the late 1980s and early 1990s the impact of these associations turned out to be different, this time providing a bridge to an entirely different type of politics, one of hierarchy and oppression couched in the language of culture and tradition, it could not be because this was their natural or spontaneous tendency, something that could not have been otherwise. It does, however, have to be explained. The traditional in the hostel needs to be seen as a point of contact and not always a point of division, as a springboard for action that does not always reinforce existing hierarchy and authority. Its potential remains contradictory, as its understanding remains diverse and changing. To understand why one and not another choice was made at a given time, why one and not another notion of tradition triumphed at that time, we need to understand both the context and the text that shaped the outcome. The context in the early 1990s was twofold: the hostile township relationship and hostile targeted initiatives from wider forces like the ANC and Inkatha. The text was the response of the residents themselves. 263. Hostels and townships. From the moment hostels began to be constructed as enclaves within townships, the relationship between the two was tension-ridden. The agenda of officialdom in constructing compounds that were both enclosed and set apart from their surroundings physically, ethnically, and socially could not have been more transparent. Not surprisingly, township residents opposed this stratagem. The township hostel distinction translated beyond the place of residence to the place of work. As a worker without a right to reside in a township for more than 72 hours, the migrant had little choice and was found in the most menial and worst paid jobs. At the workplace, migrants were the overalls, those who wear overalls. In the eyes of a township resident, the migrant was a country bumpkin. He, and there were also some shes, may have been industrialized, but he was certainly no urbanite. The distinction became the butt of many jokes. An official of the Hostel Dwellers Association related one of these to me, not without a hint of bitterness. An old man is standing on the station with blocks in his ears, Zulu markings. The intersuburban train comes and doors open. He has a lot of luggage. He puts some in and goes for the rest. Meanwhile, the train leaves. He then chases after the train to get his luggage back. In times of conflict, the migrant is not just somebody without urban sophistication, more important, he is considered a transient, a person with a superficial stake in urban life, with his real home in the reserve. At such times, the hostel dweller must hide his identity in the township. He must be prepared to give a township address in a moment of need. If I go to town, I make sure people don't know I am from the hostel. If they find out, their behavior changes because they think I am not with them for long. I can bring them trouble, explained Zulu, who lives in Dalton Hostel in Durban. 1,2 Sometimes an incident takes on the status of a legend and is passed on from one migrant to another. One such incident happened to the chairman of the West Rand Hostel Residents Association in early 1992. When visiting a certain area, Lai was 264. Held up by an AK-47 wielding self-defense unit and questioned extensively. That chairman was saved, the secretary of the Transvaal Hostel Residents Association assured me, because he gave an address in the township 133. The attitude is often reciprocated by migrants, many of whom dislike the rough and tumble life of townships and see in it little more than a loss of humanity. Take, for example, the views of some of the women residents of Thokoza in Durban. 134 Gugamolef, who came to Durban from the Transkei in 1976, says, "If I go out, I don't go to the township. I just don't like it. I am from a farm. It's just not in my blood. I've got an aunt there. She calls me, but I just don't go there." Angeline Gabai, who came from the Midlands in Natal a few years earlier, agrees. "I have no friends. My auntie lives in KwaMashu. I don't like township. We don't see things with one eye. It causes a problem. I have a child of 11. Township people have a habit of not liking children. If they have cleaned their house, you must not dirty it. You have to keep your shoes out. A child can create trouble." The fact that hostel dwellers are usually single and male tends to exacerbate conflicts with particular sections of the township population. In interviews with residents of Mapetla, Soweto, in 1991, a student found that a large proportion, 60%, of women from their mid-20s to their late 30s as opposed to a smaller proportion, 25%, of men found their relationship with hostel dwellers to be very difficult and problematic. 135 They complained of sexual harassment and contemptuous behavior towards women. Sometimes tire structural difference in the position of the two groups simply means that what may be a burning issue in the township may have little resonance in hostels. Take, for example, education. Over the 1960s, a larger proportion of township students began to come from working class rather than mid-DLE class families. At the time of the Soweto uprising, township workers needed little prodding to move into action, since the students who were being savaged were their own children. But for hostel dwellers, whose families were in the countryside, education was a remote issue. When one combines this with the perspective dominant among students in the early stages of Soweto 1976, that students were the leaders of the struggle for tomorrow, one begins to understand how clashes between students and migrants could lead to incidents like the burning of hostel facilities and migrant beer halls at Mzimite-Lope in 1976. Although it is important to situate the township-hostel tension in the structural and historical dimensions of that relationship, there is a growing tendency among those who write of contemporary hostile violence to read back from it, to look for, find, and emphasize in a one-sided manner only the conflictual aspect of the relationship. But the township-hostile relationship was never as one-sided as it became in the late 80s. There were always linkages that bound the two in a reciprocal way, even if they were weak. It is true, as Mamfela Rampil writes, that except for beer gardens, hostels have no public facilities of their own and depend on the limited public resources of the surrounding townships for all their needs: schools, clinics, churches, playgrounds, post offices, police stations, shops, etc. 136. But in spite of its construction as a unifunctional sleeping area, hostels never remained just that. The hostel was a source of services for a section of township residents. 137. It was a microcosm of a rural area, which provided urban dwellers with services otherwise difficult to find. Hostel dwellers brewed cheap country liquor, and township dwellers flocked to hostels to enjoy various exotically named concoctions: Antabazasize, mountains of sorrow, Izengodo, the forest, Uhambanobani, who is accompanying you, Umkamboti, African wine, and Kumbekil, stand still. If hostel dwellers could have access to Western medicine only in a township, township residents too could also easily avail themselves of herbalists and diviners in hostels. Before the decline in services shut the hot water tap in many hostels, township males flocked to the hostel to use shows which were unavailable in the township. If playgrounds were to be found in townships, hostels were the venue of tribal dances every Saturday and Sunday, events that township residents of all ages and both genders witnessed and enjoyed. At the same time, the hostel was a sanctuary for shady characters avoiding the police for one reason or another. Gambling was rife in hostels, as was the smoking of daga, marijuana. Relations between townships and hostels changed dramatically, first with the township uprising of the 1980s, then with the onset of hostile violence in the early 1990s. As the township uprising unfolded in its many dimensions, the unintended effect on hostile life was often negative. Rent boycotts, combined with apartheid decentralization reforms, brought municipality finances to an all-time low, and corrupt councillors sucked dry whatever meager funds were available. Services collapsed. As hot water stopped coming, pipes dried up, and maintenance ground to a halt. Whereas township residents could take the organization created in the course of the uprising as a starting point for taking collective control over common facilities, hostel residents were left standing by as the hostel structure began to crack. The hostel-township relation became even more one-sided. With the end of influx control in 1986, illegality ceased to be an effective form of administrative control in hostels. Regular blackjack nightly raids in search of illegal residents ceased. Although replaced by municipal police, the presence of repressive forces diminished. A few years later, when the violence began, both the hostel administration and 265. 266. The police fled the confines of the hostel, as did a section of the hostel population. Criminals and smugglers were now in a position to take refuge in a hostel. In some cases, they were even poised to take control. The hostel, for example, could be a chop shop to which a stolen car could be brought, taken apart, and then sold, all in a matter of a few hours. It gave a peculiar twist to the hostel-township relation, but this twist was the result of a historical process. Those who read that outcome as evidence of a long-standing insider-outsider split were guilty of reading the past from the present, of deducing history from empirical reality. This reduction of Soweto community into two communities, the outsiders and the insiders, argues Babylon Zekatwain, is too simplistic. 138 Official efforts to divide township insiders from migrant outsiders were an entrenched and long-standing part of South African state policy. There were many mediations between policy and its translation into reality. One such mediation was the resistance of those who were meant to be so divided and stood to lose by it, either in the short or the long run. We have seen that the independent unions fought hard and successfully the post-Vihan attempt to translate this distinction into a law that would make illegal the unionization of migrants. They fought hard for the unity of labor, migrant and resident, on the shop floor, but union attempts to restrict organization to the shop floor could not hold in the face of apartheid, which defined for the worker a state of unfreedom in every aspect of his/her existence, whether at work or at home. Although the workplace proved to be an effective starting point for worker organization, allowing unions to pick issues they were equal to handling, to define an enclave in which they could build and grow, it could not hold as a limit to that organization. Once defined as a static limit, it was seen as stunting growth. The more worker organization and strength built up, the more the limits of that distinction appeared artificial and constraining. Ultimately, the shop floor community divide was considered a regrettable legacy of an earlier era. The COSATU unions warmly embraced community issues. As unions moved to link shop floor with community issues, in the process joining hands with community-based organizations, there arose a problem because they did so selectively, for there was not one single homogeneous community, but several distinct and heterogeneous communities. Ironically, as they embraced township-based organizations and as the center of gravity of popular revolt moved firmly into townships, unions withdrew from hostels. If union organizers erred through inaction, we will see that the homecoming exile movements, particularly the ANC, put forth a series of hastily changing demands, from emptying hostels so they could be occupied by returning exiles to converting them exclusively into family units to fencing off violent 267 hostice, demands that seemed as so many direct threats to the fast-changing hostile populations. If the betterment policies of the apartheid state in the 1950s had threatened the rural base of migrants, ANC demands regarding hostile conversion threatened their urban base. In a rapidly changing context where the isolation of hostels from surrounding townships grew as fast as the township uprising raged around hostels, at a time when not only the future of the hostel as a single-sex migrant institution but also that of the migrant as part of the urban landscape seemed to be at stake, migrant workers once again became available for organization by other forces. Unlike in the 1970s, however, and perhaps precisely because of the gains of that period, this time that availability was not at the point of work but at the point of residence. I need to underline that the difference in circumstance between township and hostel, the structural difference, did not mechanically and inevitably translate into a point of tension that generated conflict. At the same time, we will see that the assumption by township activists that political differences necessarily reflected an ideological disagreement and never one in circumstance initially led to tensions within townships and posed a challenge to the activists of the uprising. Where activists were able to learn from mistakes, overcome these tensions, and organize an effective township resistance, the tension reappeared as one between the organized township and the hostile outside its fold. I will show this in the case of Alexandra, one of the most politically dynamic townships in South Africa. Alexandra, say its civic leaders, has a population of 350,000 living in 4.6 square kilometers. 50% live in shanties. Alex was declared a hostel area in the 1960s. The ML was built in 1972. By 1989 there were 3,000 residents. They came from different areas and nationalities. No single group was dominant, but the majority comprised Pedi, Tswana, Shangaan, and Venda. Then came Xhosa and Zulu. Unlike the East Rand, where a township serviced a particular industry and was easier to organize, Alexandra fed assorted industrial establishments and was barely touched by unionization in 1976. In this, it was more like Soweto. Civic leaders trace the origin of the civic movement to the 1976 Soweto uprising. 1 Student grievances in 1976 went beyond Bantu Edu Katayan to highlighting other issues, such as the provision of services. Their exemplary courage was a catalyst that revived adult organizations, including those of women. The first civic, the Port Elizabeth Black Community Organization, PCO, was strongly influenced by a black consciousness perspective. Its example appears to have inspired both. 268. The Soweto Committee of 10 and the Alexandra Action Committee, the precursors to civic organization in Soweto and Alexandra. Several key activists in the civic movement came from trade unions. In Alexandra, the best known was Moses Makizo, who personified the course the independent union movement followed in the first decade of its growth. He arrived in the Johannesburg area in the late 1960s as a migrant seeking work in the gold mines. Later, when he worked in a Toyota plant and lived in a single-sex hostel, Makizo was recruited by MAWU. No sooner had he risen to being a shop steward in the union than Makizo was fired by the company in the course of a wage strike. It was then, in 1980, that the union took him up as a full-time organizer. Makizo's involvement in community action developed around two issues: housing and security. Union members lived in appalling conditions. Rent payment to township councillors seemed a thankless one-way flow, since no services were provided in return. The local authority was propped up by a security management system consisting of police and vigilantes. Through regular raids designed to identify both illegals and those who had not paid rent, they kept residents in the grip of terror. It was difficult to live in Alexandra if your documents were not in order. Makizo told the court that tried him for treason years later. 140 We would have to wake up at midnight and go to sleep in the veldt so the police who raided 2 or 3 times a week would not arrest us. The civic movement came to fruition as the government tried to stem the growing township uprising of the mid-1980s by clamping a selective emergency on the most troublesome communities, defined as oil spots. One of these was Alexandra. That emergency helped us to reach the very people we had failed to reach before, the non-activists, because anyone on the street could be detained, explained a civic activist of the time. 141. Ungovernability was the context in which community-based organizations began to build organs of people's power. Its starting point was an interim structure set up in 1986, called the Alexandra Association Committee. AAC, 142 The AAC was a formation of activists, many. 269. Of whom drew inspiration from the success of trade unions in building factory-level structures around shop stewards. Under the leadership of Moses Makizo, by then also the General Secretary of the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa, the successor to MAWU, the Alexandra activists set out to form yard, block, street, and area committees. Prior to 1985, we had ad hoc structures, an activist from the period recalled. In 1985 we began organizing democratic structures. People in Alex Live huddled together. 20 families share 2 bucket toilets, 1 water tap. Communal services create tension. So, we formed Alexandra Action Committee, a forerunner of the civic, to elect yard, block, street, area committees, and then to organize the civic from the ground up. Every 3 streets formed an area. An area committee is 17 persons. Once every 3 months, the executive and the area committees met in the Central Executive Committee as the decision-making body of the civic. 143 In the course of that protracted confrontation, Alexandra blew up in early 1986. A 6-day war pitted residents against vigilantes and police. Along with 4 other activists, Makizo was arrested and charged with treason, accused not only of mobilizing popular resistance against the government-appointed local authority, but also of setting up organs of people's power to usurp that authority. Makizo and his 4 COL leagues were held for 900 days and not released until 1989. No sooner were its leading activists detained than the structures set up by the AAC collapsed. It is a tribute to AAC activists that they turned a sharp dip in their fortunes into an occasion for critical evaluation. The rethinking led to the realization that activism had been a youth project. With the notion that they were the vanguard of the community, the activist youth had set out to mobilize the rest of the community, but instead of being the result of persuasion and a stepping stone to organization, mobilization was at times achieved through coercion and led to alienation. Prior to 1985, we were operating in a haphazard way, recalled Richard Ndakane, the General Secretary of the Civic in 1993, in a self-critical mood. 144. 270. Part of that reappraisal was the relationship between the community and hostels. There were times we would call community meetings without hostel dwellers, continued Richard Ndakane. Prior to 1985, relations between us and hostel dwellers were alienating. After 1985, the Civic realized we couldn't wish the hostels away, and they were not there out of any fault of theirs. That's why we organized them also. We knew they would be affected by the boycott. That's why we went in to organize hostels. 146. The Alexandra Civic was unusual in arriving at the decision that it needed to organize hostel dwellers. 147. Philemon Makitila, who had lived in the hostel as early as 1976–77, when he worked as a driver in the bus transport company and was a chief head steward in the Transport and General Workers Union, was charged with organizing the hostel in 1986, but his effort was cut short by the state of emergency. When conditions improved in 1989, he started to reorganize. We created a hostel committee of 17 members democratically elected by all the hostel dwellers, said Makitila. There were 4 floors in Madala hostel. Each was divided into blocks, and in turn into kitchens. The hostel committee was the apex of a pyramidal structure that led from kitchen to block to floor. The Civic's decision paid off. The elected hostel committee represented a broad cross-section of residents. Of 17, more than half were Zulu-speaking, most of these belonged to Nkatha. 148. When Nkatha organizers visited the ML and Madala hostels in October 1990 to militarily organize the Zulu hostel dwellers, they were driven out. 149. Alexandra was able to avoid much of the violence that spread across the reef in the aftermath of unbanning in 1990. But violence did come to Alexandra in 1992, and its focal point was the hostel. One Sunday morning, recalls David Letzi, we just saw an army of Nkatha coming in. They brought people from all hostels in the reef. They intimidated, killed, and expelled hostel residents who disagreed and people from the surrounding community. The Nkatha army carried traditional weapons and was escorted by the police, but that army was not just an external force. Nkatha's ostensible purpose in busing people into Alexandra was to hold a rally. Philemon Makitila, the civic organizer in Madala, estimates the numbers attending the rally at around 8,000, out of which, he says, not more than 2,000 were residents of Alexandra. From these, most came from the hostel. It being daytime, many of those unwilling to participate were able to leave the hostel. Others did not, claims Makitila, out of fear or ignorance. Some joined because if they did not support THIRD mates they would become a target, and others because they were not aware this would be the beginning of violence. This account, as put together from interviews with civic organizers. 271. Raises several questions, even if many attended in ignorance of the real objectives of the IFP. Why did they attend? What was the alliance of forces that enabled the IFP to capture the hostel, even if militarily, after it had failed to gain entry to it a year earlier? The timing of the rally provides a clue. It followed on the heels of the civics signing an AC accord with the Transvaal Provincial Administration in February–March 1991. 150. Part of the accord was a demand for upgrading hostels to family accommodations. From the time we signed a regional accord and before we could report to the community, explained Ngel Antingane, the Assistant General Secretary of the Civic, the violence began. We were taken unawares. 151 The idea that all hostels should be upgraded to family accommodations came from the Civic and was first mooted in 1986. When the emergency ended in 1989 and the Civic turned to organizing hostels, Civic organizers put the idea before hostel residents. The reception was mixed. People from rural areas were not happy, recalled Maki Tila. They wondered whether they would be forced to bring their families or be kicked out. The Civic organizers were skeptical of the legitimacy of the opposition, holding the low level of education of rural migrants responsible for their failure to agree fully. It is very hard for such people to understand what we mean by upgrading a hostel into a family unit and to understand the rights of people. To its credit, the Civic responded with a revised position. We offered alternatives, family or bachelors. They were satisfied. Yet the regional accord the Civic signed in 1991 contained no trace of that alternative. The Compromise of 1989 was replaced by a flat call for an end to single-sex accommodation in hostels. Why? I asked Maki Tila. This was a political issue, was the short reply. A year after the violence began, in 1993, Civic leaders had not changed their tune. The solution is for the hostel system to be abolished, to be converted into family units. 152 The Civic's conviction that single-sex accommodation should be abolished was no mere dogma. It could not just have been a prejudice of township family residents, for the Alexandria Civic, unlike others, had taken the initiative to organize inside the hostels because it clearly understood that a failure to do so would only weaken it in the face of an assault from hostile forces. The experience of the Alexandria Civic organizers is important precisely because their conviction grew from a day-to-day experience in hostels. Recalling their decision that the only solution was for hostels to be upgraded to family units, Moses Makizo insisted, it was not something forced. It was a freedom we wanted. They participated in their decision. 1. We started with an identification of problems, overcrowding, and privacy, explained Philemon Makatella. You had to come up with an alternative. We could see people. 272. Leaving a hostel to stay in a shack outside, so they could be with wife and family. The problem was that the situation changed radically once influx control was abolished in 1986. The shanty population grew dramatically. The more those hostel residents who wanted to live with their families moved into shanties, the greater was the likelihood that many of those remaining behind would also be exercising an option for not living with families. It should not be surprising that when the IFP called for a rally to protest the regional accord, there was a divided response from the hostile population. Attention, however, is not the same as an antagonism. Recalling the days of the stayaways, Makizo argued, it's true that hostel dwellers were not keen. Youths would enforce these on communities, and sometimes friction came directly out of it. But that did not create antagonism. The violence people still worked together. 154 True, even if conditions for peaceful coexistence in Alexandria had been stretched thin by the accord, that alone may not have been sufficient for Inkatha to turn a protest rally into an exercise of force leading to the occupation of the hostel. For that, it needed active police support, which would have been difficult without the backing of the political authority in the township, the councillors. Starting from an ambivalent position between the central state authority and township residents, councillors turned against township residents as they were challenged by a rapidly organizing Civic. When the Civic called upon councillors to resign, the councillors turned to Inkatha and in turn received promises of protection. Among the councillors, the mayor was particularly unpopular. He had been brought from outside and had a bad record. 155 To dramatize their demand that councillors keep Alexandria clean, residents emptied buckets of excreta in his house. That same week, the regional accord was signed. The following Sunday, Inkatha buses rolled into town. The wider political context. The movement that began with Durban 1973 and Soweto 1976 took on the proportions of a general urban uprising as the 1980s came to a close. Few of its participants, however, sensed the limits of the movement. Few recognized that this protest, no matter how torrential, was confined to townships. It had yet to find a way to reach out to the countryside in the grip of indirect rule authorities and to the enclaves of that same authority in the urban areas. Though shaped by the nature of power in apartheid South Africa, it had yet to come to grips with its nature, let alone find the means to transcend the many ways in which power fragmented the circumstances and experiences of the oppressed population. In such a situation, a township-based uprising had little possibility of going beyond checkmating the central state authority in a seesaw process of mutual attrition and gradual decline. In such a context, following several cycles of repression and resistance, the central state tried to break through the stalemate with a reform initiative. That initiative began with the abolition of influx control laws in 1986 and led to the unbanning of all exile political groups in 1990. It heralded the possibility of a new political order and inevitably set into motion the forces that hoped to shape the new order. One of these was the ANC in exile. Like many liberation movements of die post-war period, it was organized as a protestat. In spite of enormous prestige in the country, the ANC operated more as a symbol than an organization of resistance within South Africa. Unbanned and back home, the ANC began a learning process, a coming to terms with forces and conditions shaped by more than a decade of experience in internal revolt. Like most paths of learning, it was a course littered with mistakes. Following the unbanning of February 1990, there was public expectation of thousands of exiles returning home in the near future. A few months later, political and civic leaders were addressing rallies and community meetings, calling on residents to vacate hostels and make way for exiles. 156 Following the Reef War of August-September 1990, attention shifted to another cause célébré. The conversion of hostels into family units was held up as the panacea for hostel-linked violence. 157 Without a vision sensitive to the variety of interests involved in a conflict and therefore able to incorporate those non-antagonistic in an overall solution, the ANC ran the risk of responding to an unfolding crisis with one ad hoc solution after another. The dilemma was illustrated dramatically when the ANC and the government signed a record of understanding after a September 25, 1992 summit meeting to discuss the violence. 158 At the meeting, the two parties agreed to fence 28 conflict hostels. Following the example of several hostels where such a solution had been attempted earlier, the fence was supposed to prevent criminality by hostel dwellers and to protect them from external aggression. 1511 Construction of the first fence was to begin no later than a month after the summit on October 22, 1992. The hostels to be fenced included 4 of the 5 included in the study: the Madela, Alexandra, Mzimitelope, Meadowlands, Woluider, Johannesburg, and the Khoza Women's Hostel, Durban. By then, the attitude to the ANC was fast becoming the main line of division between and within hostels. For those who saw no alternative to maintaining 2 households, one in town and the other in the country, the ANC looked more and more tied to township-based forces. We 273. 274. Will later see that this option, a foothold in town and another in the reserve, was the most real for Zulu migrants from KwaZulu, where agricultural degradation was less advanced than in any other reserve. Some of those who came from Zululand were already members of Inkatha. But even for others who were not, Inkatha seemed the only force with a countrywide claim opposing the ANC directly on the hostile issue. To understand the stamina of Inkatha, one needs to start from the fact that it claimed to be carrying on the tradition of the pre-exile ANC in the post-Sharpeville period. This was no empty boast, confined to using ANC symbols and colors. In the 70s, when the leadership of one homeland after another was accepting an apartheid-negotiated independence and the fear of homeland independence gripped migrant communities on the reef, the name Inkatha became synonymous with opposition to that independence. In the throes of that enthusiasm, Inkatha began calling mass rallies and opening branches on the East Rand. 160 It was a time when many workers from Natal carried 2 cards, a Union card and an Inkatha card. As late as 1978, A poll carried out in Natal townships showed that Buthelchi was more popular than Mandela. 161 It was, after all, in recognition of Inkatha's popularity among sections of workers that the workerists, then in ascendance in Fozetu, argued that unions should organize workers regardless of political orientation and were always reluctant to take a political offensive against Inkatha. Inkatha's gradualist reform line came under fire during and after the 1976 Soweto uprising. Not only did this lead to a sharp hostility in relations with urban youth activists, but the tactical disagreement with the ANC eventually led to a political break in 1979 over loyal resistance versus national liberation struggle. The year 1979 proved to be a turning point. Following it, Inkatha set about using the homeland state structure at its disposal to build a single-party political organization to rival the ANC in Natal. That endeavor brought it into a head-on clash with the growing urban revolt. In the first half of the 1980s, Inkatha clashed with urban youth time and again, with Kwamashu school children in 1980, the University of Zululand students in 1983, and Durban Township youth in 1985. 162 The youth-led urban revolt did not really grip the townships of Natal until the mid-1980s. To understand both why this was so and the total ity of Inkatha's response to it, one needs to recognize that black township administration in Natal was a direct extension of the indirect rule apparatus in KwaZulu. It was neither as localized nor as fragile as similar administrations on the Reef or the Cape. As late as the early 1990s, KwaZulu townships in Natal were run by councillors, half of whom were 275 elected and the other half appointed by the KwaZulu government. 163 Given its control over a host of rights necessary to pursue life in a township, such as granting trading licenses or house sites or places in schools, Inkatha was well placed to coerce the allegiance of residents when necessary. The lesson Inkatha learned from the resilience of its township administrations in the face of the growing revolt was to extend the apparatus of indirect rule from townships to surrounding shanties. With an annual flow of rural refugees estimated at 100,000 throughout the 1980s, Greater Durban was considered, in Anthony Minar's words, one of the fastest urbanizing areas in the world, its squatting population second only to Mexico City. Targeting this recently urbanized population, Inkatha began weaving shanty dwellers into a tribute-driven administration run by a hierarchy of warlords and indunas, headmen. The fact that the largest state-built township, Kwamashu, had been excised from the Durban municipal area and incorporated into KwaZulu in 1969 helped, for in KwaZulu, all that an African person who wished to settle on a patch of land needed was permission from the local induna. This bit of custom allowed the Inkatha placed or recognized induna to extract regular tribute from all squatters and in turn provide them with protection in the form of a private army of imps backed by the KwaZulu police. Often the tribute went beyond providing gifts or tax to getting a member of the household to serve as one of die Pies. 164 On the Reef, Inkatha adopted a different strategy to suit different conditions. It sought out those opposed to or ambivalent about the unfolding township rebellion and promised them protection in return for membership. The first group comprised councillors and business people. Susan Rubenstein found that all the councillors in Vosloorus in 1992 were without exception either members or office holders of the IFP. 165 Systematically, Inkatha encircled hostels the way a hunter stalks its prey, beginning by establishing control over taxi routes and hostile trade. 166 4 months after its unbanning, the ANC called for the dissolution of KwaZulu and the KwaZulu police force. That same month, July 1990, Inkatha officially turned itself into a political party. From then on, the Inkatha Freedom Party concentrated on opening branches on the Reef. It targeted the largest hostels for membership, exactly as the independent unions on the Reef had done a decade earlier. Without the SE rise of ANC demands regarding hostels, first that they be vacated for exiles, then that they be converted into exclusive family units, and finally that the violent ones be fenced. It is difficult to believe that the IFP could have secured more than a toehold in most Reef hostels. but simply to argue that the IFP was an unintended beneficiary of ANC decisions in 276. A fast-changing situation is to fail to explain why a section of hostile residents embraced the IFP and why that embrace turned ambivalent. To understand that is the purpose of the final section of this chapter. Inside tradition. I have argued that there was a rapid change in the composition of the hostile population in the period following the abolition of influx control in 1986. At a stroke, this legislative reform made it possible for various sectors of the African population to express their preferences with their feet. As the leaders of the Alexandria Civic noted, those wanting family units moved out of hostels and into shanties. Their departure created room for home-based relatives and friends escaping the grid of rural poverty. The renewed population was composed of those with firmer rural connections and a greater need for single-sex accommodation. The shift in the social composition of hostel residents was also reflected in a changing ethnic mix. Because the scope and tempo of agricultural crises varied from one reserve to another, different ethnic groups among migrants faced different choices. 167 The fact that agricultural degradation was most advanced in the Transkei and least so in KwaZulu meant that migrants from the Transkei were most likely to bring their wives. In such a situation, the demand for family housing could easily appear as a predominantly Xhosa demand, whereas that for single-sex accommodation could sound mainly Zulu. Not surprisingly, many Zulu migrants saw the demand for family units as reflecting the preference of Xhosa migrants who had taken on wives on the reef. A second factor accentuating the ethnic character of the recomposing hostile population was the political dimension of the violence. The fact that violence created conditions for a tighter IFP grip over non-ANC hostels meant that hostel residents fleeing violence were predominantly non-Zulu, just as township residents fleeing violence in the reverse direction tended to be mainly Zulu. The Mzimite Lope hostel in Soweto dramatically illustrates this two-way flow. Over the decade, the ethnic composition of hostel dwellers changed as Xhosa migrants fled to the township and Zulu township residential idents sought refuge in the hostel, taking up vacant family units. Previously the third largest group among hostel residents, Zulus now comprise a clear majority. 1611 Add to these criminal elements for whom a violent hostel is the best possible shelter from their prey and from the law, and one begins to understand why the fast-changing population of many hostels reacted with particular hostility to the demand that single-sex accommodation be abolished. Its immediate effect was to make hostel residents receptive to those willing to argue their case. That initiative came from the IFP and allied forces. Given the town-country nexus around which migrants' lives were woven, that case was best made in customary terms. Not surprisingly, the ears immediately receptive to the IFP voice were those of Zulu migrants from home. Although the IFP may be seen as a beneficiary of the violence, it did not continue to reap that benefit in the face of continuing violence, for as the violence spread and the IFP was seen to be linked to it, those among Zulu hostel residents alarmed by the fast deteriorating situation began to take an autonomous initiative. In this context, autonomy could not and did not mean autonomy from the ANC, whose supporters had already been driven out of IFP-linked host telephones in the first phase of violence. It could only mean autonomy from the IFP, the only force that claimed the right to represent hostile dwellers, particularly those from Zululand. Following the Reef War of August-September 1990, public attention focused on hostels. Behind sharply drawn lines, two political groups defended two sharply opposed proposals. For the ANC and allied forces, the answer to hostile violence lay in converting hostels into family units. For the IFP and its supporters, hostels had to remain as single-sex facilities and be upgraded as such. Conversion and upgrading were the code words for these opposite standpoints. Neither solution was predicated on the idea that hostel residents would want right to choose between alternatives, let alone the possibility that they might have the right to participate in defining alternatives. Whereas THIRD ANC claimed to represent some sort of a general will, the IFP advanced an identity claim, the claim to represent the specific needs of Zulu migrants. To give teeth to that claim, the IFP backed an initiative to form an organization for hostel residents in the first year of its formation. Created in Natal, the self-appointed leadership of the South African Hostel Dwellers Association, SADA, claimed to represent all hostel residents countrywide and hoped to unite all those opposed to the abolition of single-sex hostel accommodations. Upon its formation, SADA sought an audience with government ministers so that it could present a memo stating its demands. The audience was to be in August 1991. In preparation for it, an internal draft memo was drawn up. 169 later a completely rewritten version was submitted to the ministers concerned. The two versions are different not only in the manner of expression, but also in their emphasis. The draft memo is rough in expression but concise in defining its subject matter. It is concerned in its entirety with different aspects of a single issue, hostels and hostel dwellers. It explains the rationale for forming the association in a context where all but hostel dwellers have been consulted on the question of doing away with or improving or changing the status of hostel units, most regrettable. 277. 278. And irregular is the fact that the people concerned, that is, the hostel dwellers, have never, as a body, had their say, opinion and suggestion on a matter which directly concerns them. It calls for democracy for hostel dwellers. Its line of reasoning makes sense from the point of view of hostel dwellers. The document that was actually presented was not just a polished version of the draft. It was rewritten and had a total change in emphasis. The opening page and a half, an elaboration of the Ubuntu philosophy, carried the imprint of the IFP/Inkatha. All references to the need for self-representation by hostel dwellers were omitted. Instead, there was a denunciation of the tripartite party Union Church alliance that the IFP holds responsible for the continuing plight of the hostels. SADA believes, the rewritten memo read, that the campaign of the African National Congress, ANC, and its allied forces namely the South African Council of Churches, SACC, and COSATU to abolish the hostels is aimed at enforcing urbanization of the AFRICANS, BLACKS, and dispossessing Africans of their land. 170 SADA failed to make inroads in the Transvaal, where the hostel question was at a boiling point in late 1990. The real challenge to SADA came not from the ANC, but from an initiative that arose from within the Zulu residents of Transvaal hostels. It eventually took a regional form. 171 in a situation where violence was spreading and unilateral accords were being signed by different parties, all except hostel dwellers. A top-down claim to represent an unrepresented constituency had difficulty holding. None of the Transvaal hostel leaders were represented in SADA, and they were very upset about it. 172 From the outset, the effort in Transvaal was marked by three features that distinguished it from SADA and that were central to its claim to being the legitimate representative of Transvaal hostel dwellers. 173 The first was an emphasis on the autonomy of each hostel and on elections as the basis for representation. Residents' committees elected at individual hostels were brought together into sub-regional and then regional associations. Individually organized hostels in the Transvaal first came together as two separate associations, one on the East Rand and the other on the West Rand, and were then united under a single umbrella organization, the Transvaal Hostel Residents Association, THRA. The SEC-ON feature was an emphasis on direct action, ground level and popular, through which to organize. To rally opposition NR the September 26, 1992 fencing agreement between the government and the ANC and to back up its claim that hostel residents' needs should determine hostel initiatives, the THRA initiated a rental boycott by hostel residents and organized protest marches. The third and final feature was an attempt to broaden its organizational base beyond Zulu hostel dwellers, by putting 279 forth its demands as those of hostel dwellers, regardless of ethnicity. An initiative of Zulu migrants, the THRA consciously sought to develop a multi-ethnic constituency. The internal context that allowed this initiative to develop was a COL lapse of indirect rule authority in hostels following the onset of violence. the municipal police, who had replaced blackjacks, and the white hostel administration fled the violent hostels in mid-1990. Barricaded and armed, these hostels turned into no-go zones for the police. But as criminal elements moved into hostels for protection, they gained an upper hand in organizing the internal life of hostels. Ironically, it is the first phase of violence that underlined the need for self-administration in the hostels. 174 Violence also shifted the balance of authority from the old to the young, making possible an alternative to age as a basis for influence and authority. Through these experiences, the secretary of the Transvaal Hostel Residents Association claimed, hostel residents got convinced that they needed a representative body. 175 We began organizing in 1990s, and when they said hostels must be demolished, recalled Tembanksumalo, the chair of the Residents Association at Wolhuter. 176 Even under the indirect rule administration, there had existed a committee structure based on room, floor, and the hostel itself. All that remained was to turn upside down the principle on which these committees were established. Instead of being the appointees of the white hostel manager, the committees were now elected. Where did the idea of electing committees come from? I asked. Once the residents felt they needed their own association, they picked up the cue from civics. They felt they needed their own civic. 177 The non-ANC, Zulu-dominated hostels organized first, because they felt threatened. The pro-ANC hostels, like the 5 at Sebokeng, were represented by the township civic. Why not use existing structures, such as the IFP committee in the hostel? It was felt, responded Stein, that the hostel association had to be as apolitical as possible, because many hostels have multilingual residents. For example, the Thembisa hostel has many Pedi-speaking people from northern Transvaal who don't necessarily support the IFP. Wesley Dlamini, chair of the Meadowlands Hostel Residents Association, which did not organize until 1992, confirmed. We felt that at that time hostels were a national political issue. As hostel residents, we wanted it depoliticized. We wanted to talk for ourselves, not to allow political organizations to speak for us. 1x The elected residents committee, however, is not the only organized hostel group with a direct influence on how the hostel is run. There are at least two others, the traditional leaders and the local IFP, or A/J committee. Every traditional leader comes from a particular area. He is the eye of the chief from that area, Dlamini explained. He is to make 280 sure they behave well. Through various activities, from ensuring that someone is buried through burial societies to organizing traditional functions and meetings to promote traditional heritage, they link rural and urban life so that there must be a balance. They act as fathers of the area. If the IFP committee or we have a problem or there is a conflict of interest between us and the IFP, they solve the problem. Appointed by the local chief, the Induna was the extension of the indirect rule authority in the rural area. His job was to look after the men in a particular area, to assert control, and to protect the particular chief's interest in the cities. 179 Violence had a dramatic effect on the role of the traditional leaders. Between organizing traditional dancing on Saturday and Sunday afternoons and training young men in traditional weaponry, their main function was to ensure the security of the area. 180 I met Albert M. Kies, the chief Induna at Wolhuter. A robust and tall man of 64 years, he first came to the reef from Natal in 1951, worked his way up as a metal worker, and by 1993 was a foreman at a construction site. He said his main duty was to sort things out when there is fighting. I asked for an example. In 1991, the world started changing. Everything started moving. The violence started. All the Zulus must be finished, the Xhosa nation said. Now the Zulus starting to stand up. How come the king to be finished? Here, I started to tell the people, you must not move, Zulu or Xhosa, must stay. If you move, there will be no place for you after the violence. The hostel is very strong because it defends itself. Even if someone comes, My people can fight. My responsibility is to make sure the people defend themselves. 181 As the indirect rule structure under the hostile supervisor collapsed, the Indunas became the instrument through which the indirect rule structure from the countryside, particularly KwaZulu, was strengthened in Transvaal hostels. In the throes of the violence on the reef, the Induna system was in fact elaborated into a full-fledged military structure. Under the chief Induna, a hostel was divided into regionally defined impis, regiments, each with an impi captain or fighting leader, who in turn had section headmen who controlled squads of Ambutho, warriors. The terminology is derived from rural natal and is evocative of the structure of the pre-colonial Zulu military machine. The violent hostels were effectively organized for security. The security system covered not only the hostel, but also the corridor that linked it with the world outside. In Meadowlands, for example, this is the road between the hostel and the suburban train station. A mobile car patrol monitored any armed movement between the hostel and the station. There was a 281 system of self-policing, complete with warning systems. Any visitor from outside was asked to follow a particular route when going to the hostel. Unlike the elected residence committees, which tend to have roughly the same structure in different hostels on the reef, the structure of traditional leaders varies from one hostel to another depending on the ethnic composition of the resident population. At Wolhuter, where the residents are predominantly Zulu, there are 2 Zulu Indunas, and the Se9 Zulu Induna is the chief of all Indunas. The Indunas from the other nations are helping hands of these 2, the chairman of the Residents Association explained. 182 But at Meadowlands, where the Zulus are roughly half the population, the leader of the Traditional Leaders Committee is democratically elected by everyone in the hostel. 183 The third leadership structure within the hostel is political. This is the local committee of either the ANG or the IFP. In the Zulu-dominated hostels, it is die latter. Unlike the traditional leadership of Indunas, which is tied to its area of origin, the political leadership in the IFP committee is not. Like the hostel committee, the traditional leadership tends to take a hostile-focused view of things, whereas the political leadership necessarily thinks of die hostel as one cog in a larger IFP structure. In Wolhuter, successive waves of violence brought out the tension between the traditional and the political leadership. In spite of their key role in organizing the hostel security system, the Indunas at Wolhuter fully backed hostel residents when some of them took a peace initiative to the nearby Xhosa-dominated Selby hostel, with whom fighting had been recurrent over most of 1992. 184 Peace committees were formed and joint prayers followed. The IFP, however, was not enthusiastic about a locally worked out peace and felt that its powers were usurped. The Jacob Dlomo initiative from Wolhuter took place in August 1992 and became the basis of a wide-ranging peace initiative. What's your solution for the violence? I asked Nkais, the chief Induna at Wolhuter. He answered. What can I say? My solution is here. I make a peace committee. I go to people in other hostels. The church must go there and tell people the violence doesn't pay us. We must think of children and of tomorrow. I don't like the political people. He is messing our Timmy. Anyone without a job be politics. It has caused factories to be collapsed and jobs to be lost. Hostel residents realized they were caught in a wider political battle, one out of all proportion to the importance of the immediate hostile issue and one they could not hope to influence directly. Whereas the IFP was calling for upgrading hostel accommodation entirely as single-sex quarters, the ANC wanted the hostels either to be demolished or to be converted wholly into family quarters. A strong and growing feeling among residents was that their circumstances varied and that they needed not one alternative but a range of alternatives, a choice, which would not be possible unless they took matters into their own hands. The conclusion that the interests of a political party and those of hostel residents may not always coincide was arrived at not through a solitary encounter but through a gradual accumulation of experience. Critical to this realization was the experience with township councillors, who joined Inkatha when faced with the urban revolt of the mid-1980s. On one hand, Inkatha-driven councillors enjoyed a support base in the host telephones. On the other hand, they were corrupt and responsible for poor services, not only to townships but also to hostel residents. We as Residence Committee will see them councillors as useless, not providing what they are elected for, argued Wesley Dlamini, chair of Meadowlands Residents. But councillors are members of the IFP. So when we attack them, they say we are attacking the IFP. 186 matters reached a point of no return when one particular council, the Deep Meadow Town Council in Soweto, privatized the Deep Kloof Hostel without the knowledge of residents, who found out only when developers moved in. It was an incident that came to make the rounds of hostels around the reef and was sure to be cited in any discussion of relations between councillors and hostel residents. Yet whenever residents considered a rent boycott against the council, in the manner of the township boycotts in Inkatha and after 1992, the IFP would object. But in October 1992, when the Transvaal Hostel Residents Association proposed a rent boycott following the September 26 fencing accord between THEANC and the government and the IFP objected to the boycott as an unlawful tactic, the THRA simply went ahead. 187 After a boycott lasting 3 months, the THRA won its demands and began representing its members in the Regional Hostel Forum. The experience was summed up by the vice chair of the Meadowlands Residents Association. We regard the IFP as a political organization. They can't represent people on civic matters. We need a civic body to represent the people. 188 So when it came to discussions in the Regional Hostel Forum organized by the National Housing Forum, the Transvaal Hostel Residents Association maintained that the THRA and not the IFP was the legitimate representative for residents' interests. Hostel Committee's ARC. A threat to political forces, including the IFP, concludes Sachstein from that experience. The Regional Hostel Forum has been postponed for 6 months for one reason or another. Hostel committees are not a surrogate for political parties nor civics. The argument of political parties is that our members stay in hostels and we have a mandate to speak for them. Our argument is that so do members of the Zionist Church or COSATU. Representation depends on issue. At the very organization of the association there was a very strong feeling of autonomy, that we are not a political group. Hostel leaders had felt manipulated by parties in the past. They realized that party policies don't always reflect the interest of people on the ground. There will be tension between national and local community matters. The whole question of hostels was going to national. 189 Tension, however, does not always lead to antagonism. This was the point that Moses Makizo had emphasized to me with reference to relations between civics and hostel residents. To weave tension creatively into an overall relationship requires recognizing a community as a heterogeneous social mix with non-antagonistic interests and accepting the legitimacy of its different components. It was a lesson that the trade union movement had found difficult to learn. Driven into a coma, their call for hostel autonomy opposed by political groups within hostels, it was a lesson hostel activists grasped the way a drowning person does a rope. What lessons did you learn in the process? I asked several times. The first lesson was that you can't exclude any of the leadership structures within hostels, explained Sachstein. 190 Election and autonomy are not enough. The challenge was to get a representation on the ground that would reflect a cross-section of interests, including areas and interest groups. The election process was organized with this objective in mind, and it took 6 to 8 months to effect. Even then elected committees were found to be insufficiently representative. There was a tendency to nominate and elect those with a formal education. Elected committees were made up of a strong section of English-speaking young matriculants. Yet hostel activists understood from experience that if traditional leaders had a strong grip on a hostel, no project could get off the ground without them. Lots of projects started by other people were wrecked particularly for this reason, confided the secretary. After much discussion, a decision was taken, some of the traditional leaders would have to be co-opted depending on particular circumstances within hostels. The precondition to neutra litsen the FP's political ambitions within hostels was to accommodate all leadership structures that would support the demand for hostelautonnon in some places, like Wolhuter. This meant Kupting tradition al leaders, who were no more than appointed agents of indirect rule authorities in the countryside. In other hostels, like Mzimitlop, the indirect rule AP points were subject to an electoral practice. The head of all the AP-pointed indunas in the hostel was elected. In the course of this struggle, and through modest initiatives, migrant activists were managing to evolve a new tradition while changing received tradition from within. Migrant activists were neither closeted from surrounding influences nor immune to a learning process. Although often hostile to township-based civics, they took a leaf from the experience of residence-based civics that were both elected and autonomous. While recognizing the legitimacy of traditional leaders, mainly representatives of the KwaZulu-based indirect rule authority, they were learning to tame them, either by co-option in elected bodies or by reorganizing their internal relations on the basis of an electoral principle. Yet one cannot escape the fact that the Induna represented a non-progressive link between the urban and the rural. In bridging the two as custodian of an authoritarian tribal tradition, he highlighted inter-ethnic tension and downplayed popular and class interest. At the same time, in the hostile violence of the early 1990s, this tradition was not imposed on migrants from above, it was voluntarily reproduced from below. To make sense of this, one needs to keep in mind that the customary that summed up the form of tradition that the Induna stood for was not only the language of force in the native authority, but also the only language in which a migrant could have access to rights in the native authority. In the absence of an alternative and progressive link between the urban and the rural, migrants had no choice but to embrace Indunas while seeking to reform the tradition they represented. If the threat to their rural base that was the betterment policy of apartheid in the 1950s spurred migrants into a revolt against compliant native authorities, a threat to their urban base that was the ANC's demand for turning hostels into family units in the early 1990s explains their embrace of agents of the same native authorities. Both instances underline one cardinal fact, critical to the shaping of South African and generally African politics in the period that lies ahead will be the ways in which the urban is linked to the rural. Conclusion. Linking the urban and the rural. As the dawn of independence broke on a horizon of internal conflict, reconsideration of the African colonial experience began. Could it be that the African problem was not colonialism but an incomplete penetration of traditional society by a weak colonial state or deference to it by prudent but short-sighted colonizers? Could it be that Europe's mission in Africa was left half-finished? If the rule of law took centuries to root in the land of its original habitation, is it surprising that the two sides of the European mission, market and civil society, the law of value and the rule of law, were neither fully nor successfully transplanted in less than a century of colonialism? And that this fragile transplant succumbed to caprice and terror on the morrow of independence. With the end of the Cold War, this point of view has crystallized into a tendency with the name Afro-pessimism and a claim highly skeptical of the continent's ability to rejuvenate itself from within. Whether seen as a problem of incomplete conquest or as one of unwise deference to traditional authorities, both sides of the Afro-pessimist point of view lead to the same conclusion, a case for the recolonization of Africa, for finishing a task left unfinished. Part of the argument of this book is that Afro-pessimism is unable to come to grips with the nature of the colonial experience in Africa precisely because it ignores the mode of colonial penetration into Africa. Yet another set of questions coheres around a perspective that is not evolutionist but particularistic, whose impetus is not toward highlighting African backwardness but underlining its difference. That difference is said to be the tendency to fragmentation and particularism, hitherto held in check and obscured by a shared dilemma, colonial racism. Was not racism the general aspect of the African experience its colonial and external aspect, and tribalism its particular, indigenous, and inter-NAL, aspect? Generally emancipated from racism with the end of colonialism, Did not Africa once again come to be in the grip of a specifically African particularism, tribalism, ethnic conflict, and primordial combat? Another part of the argument in this book is that it is too naive to think of racism and tribalism as simple opposites, for alien, racial, domination was actually grounded in and mitigated through ethnically organized Chapter 8. Local power. In the colonial period, ethnic identity and separation were politically enforced. Although forged through colonial experience, this form of the state survived alien domination. Reformed after independence, purged of its racial underpinnings, it emerged as a specifically African form of the state. The form of the state. Colonial genesis. I have argued that to grasp the specificity of colonial domination in Africa, one needs to place it within the context of Europe's larger colonizing experience. The trajectory of the wider experience, particularly as it tried to come to grips with the fact of resistance, explains its midstream shift in perspective, from the zeal of a civilizing mission to a calculated preoccupation with holding power, from rejuvenating to conserving society, from being the torchbearers of individual freedom to being custodians protecting the customary integrity of dominated tribes. This shift took place in older colonies, mainly India and Indochina, but its lessons were fully implemented in Africa, Europe's last colonial possession. Central to that lesson was an expanded notion of the customary. Britain was the first to marshal authoritarian possibilities in indigenous culture. It was the first to realize that key to an alien power's achieving a hegemonic domination was a cultural project, one of harnessing entire moral, historical, and community impetus behind local custom to a larger colonial project. There were three distinctive features about the customary as colonial power came to define it. First, the customary was considered synonymous with the tribal. Each tribe was defined as a cultural group with its own customary law. Second, the world of the customary came to be all-encompassing, more so than in any other colonial experience, it came to include a customary access to land. Third, custom was defined and enforced by customary native authorities in the local state backed up by the armed might of the central state. To appreciate the significance of this, we need to recall only on fact. Although the use of force was outlawed in every British colony in the aftermath of the First World War, and in French colonies after the Second, this applied to the central state and usually to European officials supervising native authorities in the local state, but not to the native authorities. For there was any reason. So low ng as the use of force could be passed off as customary it was considered legitimate and to complete tautology force decreed by a customary authority was naturally regarded as customary. No wonder that when force was needed to implement development measures on reluctant peasants, its use was restricted to native authorities as much as possible. In the language of power, custom came to be the name of force. It was the halo around the regime of decentralized despotism. The customary was never singular, but plural. As far as possible, every tribe was governed by its customary law. Europe did not bring to Africa a tropical version of the late 19th century European nation-state. Instead it created a multicultural and multi-ethnic state. 1 The colonial state was a two-tiered structure. Peasants were governed by a constellation of ethnically defined native authorities in the local state, and these authorities were in turn supervised by white officials deployed from a racial pinnacle at the center. Another peculiarity of this form of the state was that the relation between force and market was not antithetical. It was not simply that force framed market institutions. It was more that force and market came to be two alternative ways of regulating the process of production and exchange. To the extent that the scope of the customary included land and labor, that of the market was limited. To flush either labor or its products out of the realm of the customary required the use of force. Clearly, there was and is no particular and fixed balance between force and market. Its degree remains variable. The customary was never a Chinese wall keeping the tide of market relations at bay, nor was it of nominal significance. The customary was porous. Within its parameters, market relations were enmeshed with extra economic coercion. Free peasants were differentiated, and those better off were shielded from the regime of force. Post-colonial reform and variations. Characteristic of Afro-pessimism, whether in its left-wing or right-wing version, is a roots of the crisis literature that reduces the past to a one-dimensional reality. The result is a reconstruction of the past as if the only thing that happened was laying the foundations of a present crisis. The result is not an analysis that appropriates the past as a contradictory mix, but one that tends to debunk it. The core agenda that African states faced at independence was threefold: deracializing civil society, detribalizing the native authority, and developing the economy in the context of unequal international relations. In a state form marked by bifurcated power, deracialization and Z8S detribalization were two aspects that would form the starting point of an overall process of democratization. By themselves, even if joined together, they could not be tantamount to democratization. Together, this amalgam of internal and external imperatives signified the limits and possibilities of the moment of state independence. Of this threefold agenda, the task undertaken with the greatest success was deracialization. Whether formulated as a program of indigenization by mainstream nationalist regimes conservative or moderate from Nigeria to Zaire to Idi Amin's Uganda, or as one of nationalization by radical ones, from Ghana to Guinea to Tanzania, the tendency everywhere was to erode racially accumulated privilege in erstwhile colonies. Whether they sought to Africanize or to nationalize, the historical legitimacy of post-independence nationalist governments lay mainly in the program of deracialization they followed. The difference between them, however, was in effect of the strategy of distribution each one employed. Whether the tendency was privatization or Tatism, both straight geese opened opportunities for nepotism and corruption, for clientelism. In contrast to deracialization, the task undertaken with the least success was democratization. Key to democratization was the native authority in the local state. Its detribalization would have to be the starting point in reorganizing the bifurcated power forged under colonialism. The failure to democratize explains why deracialization was not sustainable and why development ultimately failed. Without a reform in the local state, the peasantry locked up under the hold of a multiplicity of ethnically defined native authorities could not be brought into the mainstream of the historical process. In the absence of democratization, development became a top-down agenda enforced on the peasantry. Without thoroughgoing democratization, there could be no development of a home market. This latter failure opened wide what was a crevice at independence. With every downturn in the international economy, the crevice turned into an opportunity for an externally defined structural adjustment that combined a narrowly defined program of privatization with a broadly defined program of globalization. The result was both an internal privatization that recalled the racial imbalance that was civil society in the colonial period and an externally managed capital inflow that towed alongside a phalanx of expatriates according to UN estimates, more now than in the colonial period. But if the limits of the post-independence period were reflected in a deracialization without democratization, one will argue that the Achilles heel of the contemporary second independence movement lies in its political failure to grasp the specificity of the mode of rule that needs to be democratized. Theoretically, this is rooted in an infatuation with the notion of civil society, a preoccupation that conceals the actual form of power through which rural populations are ruled. Without a reform of the local state, as I will soon show, democratization will remain not copyrightly superficial but also explosive. Mainstream nationalism. The mainstream nationalists who inherited the central state at independence understood colonial oppression as first and foremost an exclusion from civil society, and more generally as alien rule. They aimed to redress these wrongs through deracialization internally and anti-imperialism externally. The new state power sought to indigenize civil society institutions and to restructure relations between the independent state and the international economy and polity. In the absence of the detribalization of rural power, however, deracialization could not be joined to democratization. In an urbane-centered reform, the rural contaminated the urban. The tribal logic of native authorities easily overwhelmed the democratic logic of civil society. An electoral reform that does not affect the appointment of the native authority and its chiefs, which leaves rural areas out of consideration as so many protectorates, is precisely about the re-emergence of a decentralized despotism. In such a context, electoral politics turned out to be about more than just who represents citizens in civil society, because victors in that contest would also have a right to rule over subjects through native authorities, for the winner would appoint chiefs, entire native authority, everywhere. More than the rule of law, the issue in a civil society-centered contest comes to be who will be master of all tribes. As a Kenyan political scientist once remarked to me, the ethnicity of the president is the surest clue to the ethnic tinge of the government of the day. This is why civil society politics where the rural is governed through customary authority is necessarily patrimonial. Urban politicians harness rural constituencies through patron-client relations. Where despotism is presumed, clientelism is the only non-coercive way of linking the rural and the urban. Confined to civil society, democratization is both superficial and explosive. Superficial because, it is interpreted in a narrowly formal way that doesn't address the specificity of cu sta mary pau democratization equals free and fair multi-party elections, and explosive because, with the local state intact as the locus of a decentralized despotism, the stakes in any multi-party election are high. The winner would not only represent citizens in civil society, but also dominate over subjects through the appointment of chiefs in the native authority. The winner in such an election is simultaneously the representative power in civil society and the despotic power over native authorities. Native authority in the name of a custom anchored in notions more historical and popular. When I speak of tribalism as civil war, my notion of civil war is a continuum along which muted tensions coexist long before they break out into open confrontation. Notwithstanding the colonial claim that traditional Africa was a tribal checkerboard, with each tribe in its own place, we have seen that tribal culture was highly textured and elastic, with the stranger often present on rural ground. For no reason other than to expand their following, the tendency of chiefs was to encourage strangers to settle in their domain. With a state-enforced and tribally circumscribed notion of custom, two related changes occurred. First, the tendency was to homogenize and flatten cultural diversity within the tribe in favor of an official tribal version. Second, the imposition of a tribal law as customary, to be defined and dispensed by a tribal authority, necessarily turned the simple fact of ethnic heterogeneity into a source of tension. If the rural movements I surveyed were all to some degree marked by ethnic civil war, only the experience of the NRA in Uganda brought out clearly the intertribal tensions that surface in peasant movements. As it sought to weld together a common oppositional movement in a context where settled and migrant populations rubbed shoulders, the NRA defined rights as an attribute not of citizenship but of labor. To say that rights belong to all those resident in a locality, regardless of geographical or ethnic origin, was to say that all those who labor have a justifiable claim to rights. Once labor was understood as the life-sustaining activity of laboring humanity, and not as wage labor, the accent shifted from citizens' rights to human rights. To view rights as an attribute of labor is also to transcend the opposition between customary law and civil law, for the opposition notwithstanding, customary law and civil law share a common premise. Both see rights as an attribute of individuals belonging to a common land-based community. The difference lies in the definition of the community. From the point of view of customary law, that community is defined in ethnic terms, as the tribe. From that of civil law, the community is a nation, whether defined ethnically or territorially. Both subject and citizen derive their rights, customary or civil, through membership in a patrie, a tribe for the subject, a nation for the citizen. Although the NRA was able to bring a creative insight into resolving the inter-ethnic tension in its rural base, the Lucro Triangle, it found great difficulty in addressing the urban-rural tension from a position of power in the city. It saw urban civil society demands for a representational multiparty democracy, a demand reinforced by many Western donors, as a threat, both to its hold on power and to the unity of power holding the country together. It was faced with the old dilemma that had plagued single-party regimes. Would not a multi-party contest in the city be about not just who would represent citizens in the city, but also who would be the master of tribes in the countryside? Would not such a contest both exacerbate clientelism in civil society and extend it to the countryside, thereby also activating and reorganizing democratic politics around inter-ethnic tensions? If the failure of the NRA at the time of this writing, in late 1994, was in making a transition from the rural to the urban, from democratizing native authority to democratizing civil society, that of the urban movements in post-1973 South Africa was the opposite. The independent unions successfully fought attempts by the apartheid state to drive a wedge between migrant and resident labor in the townships, but remained prisoners of a civil society-centered perspective. Although they disagreed on many issues of principle, the workerists and populists inside the independent unions agreed on one thing: the community meant the township. If the IFP and, in retrospect, also the ANC succeeded in bridging the rural and the urban in the context of a multi-party contest, it did so at the cost of exacerbating inter-ethnic tensions in civil society. Whereas the IFP was an urban extension of a native authority-based organization that it sought to conserve, the ANC was unable to arrive at a program to democratize native authority. Instead, it turned to embracing those in the native authority who were willing to join it in an electoral alliance. The Ugandan case shows that the democratization of the rural and the local cannot be stabilized unless extended to embrace the urban and the central, and the South African case illustrates the other side of the same proposition: without a democratization of rural customary power, urban civil power must inevitably degenerate. So long as rural power is organized as a fused authority that denies rights in the name of enforcing custom, civil society will remain an urban phenomenon. Surrounded by tribally organized customary powers, urban civil society is subject to a dual pressure: deracialization from within and retribalization from without. We can see this reflected in the dilemma the ANC faced in the 1994 elections. Without a presence in either the reserve or the hostile, and without a program for democratizing customary rule in either, the ANC could reach the rural only from above, through native authorities. Confined to waging a democratic struggle in the urban and reduced to reaching rural communities through its customary authorities, the ANC found itself trapped in a catch-22 situation. Its only option of linking the urban to the rural was through a tribal logic, either an intertribal alliance or an intertribal conflict, or more likely both, an alliance with those who are friendly, such as the chiefs of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of 294. South Africa, Contralisa, and a conflict with those who are not, such as Inkatha. In either case, the structure of customary power would remain intact. This is the context in which THIRD 1994 election assumed a significance both civic and ethnic. Critical to the shape these elections came to assume were migrant workers, the social force that more than any other straddled the rural and the urban. Without a democratic reach to either hostiles or reserves, the ANC remained alienated from hostile workers, the very reason Inkatha raced to embrace those Zulu as the custodian of their customary rights in KwaZulu, a custom it promised to defend with arms if necessary. The more successfully Inkatha executed this project, the more the tribal logic of customary authorities came to contaminate urban civil society. As the hostile township shanty triangle was engulfed by violence in the early 1990s, this fact registered on popular consciousness with the impact of an explosion. Unable to isolate Inkatha from its social base, the ANC explored a tactical alternative to a fast-expanding conflict. To defuse an intertribal collision, it settled for an intertribal alliance from above. The promise of that alliance was a federated civic power. Its price was unreformed customary power in the reserves. The compromised federal solution of South Africa closely resembled the one arrived at in Nigeria after the Civil War. A methodological point. There is also a methodological significance to the argument advanced in this book. It is that issues of democracy and governance cannot be directly deduced from the analysis of a mode of production, nor can they be read off as prescriptions from a general theory of democracy. In grappling with the question of democracy and governance, I have both shifted perspective from the mode of livelihood to the mode of rule and argued that there is a historical specificity to the mode of rule on the African continent. This shift underlines a critique more in the nature of a sublating than a simple negation of two kinds of contemporary discourses, that of political economy and that of civil society. The critique of the standpoint of political economy is dearest in my analysis of the South African experience. In South African studies, the finest fruit of the political economy perspective was the cheap labor power thesis. It argued that apartheid was functional to capitalism, critical to ensuring a regular supply of cheap labor power. I have shifted attention from the cheapness of labor power to its semi-coercive and controlled nature, in the context of a broader shift, from a focus on the labor question to one on the native question. My locus of analysis has been less the V-node of accumulation than the mode of domination. More than a response to the question of securing cheap labor power in a semi-industrial setting, I have argued that apartheid needs to be understood as the outcome of an unending quest for order in a setting both semi-industrial and colonial. Without denying the importance of the semi-industrial context, I have illuminated the significance of the colonial context in understanding apartheid as a form of the state. Rather than debunk or discard the perspective of political economy, my purpose has been to build on its insights while questioning its holistic claims. Whereas in South Africa political economists generated a rich debate on the role of the state in reproducing a regime of semi-coercive labor, the same cannot be said of the political analysis offered by their counterparts to the north of the Limpopo. Their claim was that the problem of Africa is one of backwardness, of pre-capitalist relations of production, of insufficient proletarianization, in sum a lack of development. The key to democracy, then, is development. Ironically, THIRD's crude reductionism still finds defenders on both the left and the right, from militants advocating a single-party solution to champions of an IMF-style structural adjustment. No less convincing, however, is the multi-party discourse of the so-called pro-democracy movements in Equatorial Africa. Unlike their Singeli party counterparts, theirs is an explicitly political discourse. But it has turned a concrete historical experience of civil society in the West into the basis of a general and prescriptive theory. It has thereby turned democracy into a turnkey institutional import. Arguing that the problem of Africa is the absence or weakness of civil society institutions, it speaks the language of exclusion and marginalization, unable to unravel the form of power through which large numbers of Africans, in many cases the majority, are ruled. Both perspectives presume rural areas to be residual, signifying a lack and an absence. That absence may be defined as economic or as political. The rural may be seen as lacking in urban modes of livelihood or in institutions of civil society. Whether it is activists in the trade unions and civics of South Africa or their more liberal counterparts in pro-democracy movements to the north, both have failed to arrive at a political program that addresses the mode of power containing rural populations on the continent. In contrast, my emphasis has been more on the mode of incorporation than that of marginalization. It is an emphasis less on the regime of rights from which the colonized were excluded on grounds of race than on the regime of custom into which they were incorporated and through which they were ruled. In an analysis concerned not just with the colonial legacy, but also with post-colonial attempts to reform it, the shift has not simply been from the labor question to the native question, it has also involved placing the native question in the context of a broader problematic, the subject question. In practice, this latter shift took place with independence, with the birth of a decolonized and deracialized state. With it, the dual ity native-non-native gave way to another, subject-citizen. Inasmuch as reform in post-colonial Africa crystallized along two distinct paths, known as the conservative and the radical, One can speak of two subject prototypes. In the conservative states, which reproduced native authorities as the locus of a decentralized despotism, the prototype subject was stamped with an ethnic identity. In the radical states, which detribalized native authorities but where reform degenerated into a centralized despotism, most dramatically illustrated when the central state branded poor and unemployed urban residents as vagrants and forcibly repatriated them to their home areas in the countryside. The prototype subject was simply a poor inhabitant in the rural areas, a peasant. My point, then, is not only that the mode of rule is not deducible from the mode of livelihood. It is also that the specificity of the political in the African experience lies not as much in the structural defects of a historically organized civil society as in the crystallization of a different form of power. This is why the point of democratization cannot be just a simple reform of civil society. It also has to be a dismantling of the mode of rule organized on the basis of fused power, administrative justice, and extra-economic coercion, all legitimized as the customary. The antidote to a mode of rule that accentuates difference, ethnic in this case, cannot be to deny difference but to historicize it. Faced with a power that fragments an oppressed majority into so many self-enclosed culturally defined minorities, the burden of resistance must be both to recognize and to transcend the points of difference. If there is a lesson in the experience of oppositional movements whether rural, such as the Rwenzururu, DI-NRA, and the Sungasung, or the urban, such as the independent trade unions in post-1973 South Africa, it is that to create a democratic solidarity requires joining the emphasis on autonomy with the one on alliance, that on participatory self-rule with one on representational politics. In the specific circumstances of contemporary Africa, to create a democratic majority is to transcend two divisions that power spontaneously imposes on resistance, the rural-urban and the inter-ethnic. The way ahead. The point of this book is that any effective opposition in practice, and any theoretical analysis that would lead to one, must link the rural and the urban in ways that have not yet been done. This is why Uganda and South Africa are paradigm cases today. Uganda, though the home of the most serious attempt yet to democratize native authority, has been unable to address the democratic demands of civil society movements. In South Africa, though the home of the strongest and most imaginative civil society-based resistance on the continent, reform has floundered on the walls of customary power. As paradigm cases, both allow one to see in one place phenomena that appear as fragmentary elsewhere. What social forces can link the urban and the rural? The only successful attempt yet to bridge the two has been the militant nationalist movement that followed the Second World War. The political impetus of this movement came from the disenfranchised native strata of the towns. Whether the veranda boys of Nkrumah's CPP, migrant workers in many powerful trade union movements, or the boatmen of Cabral's African Party for the Independence of Guinea and the Cape Verde Islands, PAIG, a decade later, they shared a common social position. They lay beyond the reach of customary law and yet had few entitlements to civil rights. Though in civil society, they were not of civil society. Faced with a growing and militant nationalism, colonialism embarked on its most ambitious reform program yet. Part of that post-war reform was a stabilization of migrant labor. Colonial governments raised bachelor wages to family ones, technically upgraded and differentiated the work process, and extended official recognition to trade unions. A similar process unfolded in South Africa in the wake of the post-Soweto Vihan and Riekert commissions, but the reforms were of limited significance. In South Africa, the end of influx control brought a wave of migrants from rural areas to urban ones, mainly into hostels and shanty towns. To the north of the Limpopo, the informal sector burgeoned as a combination of economic crises and structural adjustment led to a shrinking domestic industry alongside deregulated markets. Today it is migrant labor and those in the informal sector that forms a class that is in civil society but is not of it. The social role of migrants varies, depending on the political choices available to them. As the South African case demonstrates, that role can be progressive or non-progressive. The point about the pro-democracy movement of today is precisely that it lacks a program for linking the urban and the rural on the basis of democratizing rural power, as the ANC in South Africa. In the absence of such a democratization, the customary will remain a rallying cry lining up urban-based migrants behind customary authorities in their ethnic homes and behind city-based champions of the customary so as to defend customary rights, however residual these may be. In the linkage between the urban and the rural is the key. So long as the rural is not reformed, the perversion 298 of civil society is inevitable. This is why the limits of the current South African reform are so serious. The most serious attempt yet to reform the rural was, as I have already noted, that of Museveni in Uganda, following earlier and more partial attempts, Gaddafi in Libya, Sankara in Burkina Faso, and the early Rawlings in Ghana. They all highlight one lesson: decentralized democracy confined to the local state is both partial and unstable. It harbors contradictory possibilities. The point of reform of rural power can just as easily be to link up with representative demands from urban civil society as it can be to check these. If the objective is an overall democratization, it requires a balance between decentralization and centralization, participation and representation, autonomy and alliance. But if it is to checkmate civil society, a one-sided glorification of decentralization, autonomy and participation will suffice because, in the final analysis, it is bound to exacerbate the breach between the urban and the rural. Yet it is precisely such a tendency that is a growing orientation in left-oriented intellectual thought, on the one hand opposing and upholding participation against representation, on the other championing autonomy against alliance. If the experience of oppositional movements and the record of regime strategies reviewed in this book are anything to go by, this tendency needs to be seen as a negative development. Colonial legal theory justified the subordination of subjects to a fused power as the continuation of a customary law and gave it the name of indirect rule. In contrast, it termed as direct rule the racially defined exclusion of colonized persons from citizen rights guaranteed by civil law in a differentiated form of power that framed civil society. Post-independence governments seeking to overcome this duality took one of two alternatives: either preserving the customary in the name of defending tradition against alien encroachment, or abolishing it in the name of overcoming backwardness and embracing a triumphant modernism. But if indirect rule characteristic of native authorities was anchored in participatory forms, however distorted, and direct rule over civil society in representational forms, however exclusive, then was not the point to transcend both through a creative synthesis? The reform of indirect rule systems in post-independence Africa built on the practice of participation without representation. In the second phase of radical African governments from Gaddafi and Sankara to early Rawlings and Museveni, this reform became the basis of dismantling authority in the local state without democratizing power in the central state. Each of the peasant movements considered in Chapter 6 tended toward participatory reforms, but none was able to stabilize these on the basis of participation alone. Participatory forms, empowerment, that stress the autonomy of a bounded group only to undermine any possibility of an alliance-building majority-based representation can justify and uphold the most undemocratic forms of central power. One only needs to look at the experience of self-initiated squatter settlements in South Africa. Many began with an emphasis on participation and ended up with a warlord. At the other extreme, there is the phenomenon of representation without participation. This is characteristic of a multi-party electoral reform whose target is the central state while leaving intact the decentralized despotism crystallized in the local state. Without an accent on participatory forms, and, as we will soon see, autonomy, the tendency is for representation to turn into its opposite. Instead of a representation of popular strata in the state, the representative turns into an agent of the state power to popular sectors. If democratic politics calls for joining participation at the loci level with direct representation at higher levels, a similar perspective also needs to be forged when it comes to the relationship between autonomy and alliance. If die rationale for autonomy is the legitimacy and particularity of the local, then die fragmentation produced by a one-sidedly localized perspective underlines the need for alliance as a way to transcend it. And if participation and representation, autonomy and alliance, cannot be viewed in a one-sided opposition, neither can the customary and the civil. In spite of the practice of native authorities to justify their writ as custom, die customary was never a single, non-contradictory whole. Not only the native authority but also many peasant movements spoke the language of the customary. For every notion of the customary defined and enforced by the state, one could find a counter-notion with a subaltern currency. A democratic appreciation of the customary must reject embracing an uncompromising modernism or traditionalism. As a start, it needs to disentangle authoritarian from emancipatory possibilities in both. The point is neither to set aside dualisms that mark social theory nor to exchange one set for another more adequate to describing the contemporary situation. Rather it is to problematize both sides of every dualism by historicizing it, thereby underlining the institutional and political condition for its reproduction and for its transformation. Although theory cannot by itself transform reality, without a theoretical illumination reality must appear a closed riddle. The fall of Soviet-type regimes in the late 80s was followed by an uncompromising critique of single-party regimes. In the African context, these have been followed by equally single-minded and prescriptive reforms embracing multi-party elections on the one hand and decentralization on the other. With every fresh round of lessons, however, we 300 seem to lose historical depth. Once again, the impact of multi-party elections in the absence of a reform of rural power turns out to be not just shallow and short-lived, but also explosive. Too many presume that despotic power on this continent was always or even mainly a centralized affair, in the process forgetting the decentralized despotism that was the colonial state, and that is one variant of the African state today. In the absence of alliance-building mechanisms, all decentralized systems of rule fragment the ruled and stabilize their rulers. No doubt this is the great attraction of the current wave of decentralization and the historical amnesia accompanying it to Africa's current rulers. But for the opposition that must take stock of social fragmentation as its historical starting point, it makes more sense to appropriate critically the experience of militant nationalism of yesteryears than just to debunk it. The strength of that experience lay in its ability to link the urban and the rural politically. Its Achilles heel was the failure to ground the link in an ongoing process of democratic reform, one with a focus on reforming the bifurcated state inherited from colonialism. Once in power, militant nationalists pursued reform in both civil society and native authority, deracializing the former and detribalizing the latter. But they reformed each sphere separately, and they did so from above. As reform from above substituted administration for politics, a bifurcated reform strategy recreated the bifurcated state. That failure corrupted a hitherto political link between the rural and the urban into a coercive one, cutting the ground from under their own feet. So the attempt to reform decentralized despotism degenerated into a centralized despotism, the other and more unstable variant of the African state. The second round of reformers, those of the 1980s and 1990s, learned one lesson from their predecessors but also reproduced a limitation. They began the reform process from below, by dismantling native authorities and reorganizing village communities on the basis of self-administration. Detribalization was thereby joined to democratization, but in the local sphere only. Their dilemma is how to reform the center and thereby how to join the rural and the urban through a single overarching but differentiated reform process. The record of state reform has been mixed. The tendency of African governments has been to play reform in one sphere against repression in the other. The result, inevitably, is a truncated reform. Of the two tensions aggravated by the form of the African state, the inter-ethnic and the rural-urban, the latter is key. Hitherto, there have been two ways of linking the rural and the urban, the administrative and the political. The administrative link has turned out to be coercive. the political link has taken the form of a non-coercive clientelism. To bridge the rural and the urban through a politics both non-coercive and democratic, it is necessary to transcend the dualism of power around which the bifurcated state is organized. To do so requires that the nature of power in both spheres, the rural and the urban, be transformed, simultaneously. Only then will the distinction rural-urban and inter-ethnic be more fluid than rigid, more an outcome of social processes than a state-enforced artifact.